Welcome on in, Pokemon Unite trainers. We are here, IceBound Invitational. We have a banger of a Pokemon Unite tournament coming up for you here in just a few minutes as these teams are getting set, getting ready. We have a lot of them. Teams all across the globe. We have teams from North America, EU, LATAM, Brazil. This is going to be a wonderful two-day tournament. I am Sea Legend Kyle, and with me over on that side, because I'm going to point the right way this time, I always mess up somehow, is Husky Star. Husky, how are you doing, my friend?
What's up, Kyle? This is going to be a fun one. A lot of fun teams in here, a lot of teams that a lot of people will likely be familiar with, and a lot of teams that we're going to get to see, probably for the first time today, from all different regions, from all over the place, different skill levels. Like, this is going to be a really fun one to watch. 2-day tournament as well. So this is just day one, and we still got an entire other day for you tomorrow for the finals. So this is going to be great. I'm excited.
Yeah, $1,500 cash prize pool, 1,000 going to the winners. I believe 500 is going to the second place team. So big prize pool. Big shout out to MQL for helping organize this, Unity Clash staff, and everybody else in the background, Schmeedy, Lordy, all of our friends that are often seen in the grassroots scene, putting on to a wonderful show. You and I are casting this first set, and then I believe it's Tano, it's Mifu, and Lobo will be joining us later on today. And then tomorrow, you and I will be back in the hot seat early on, and then I believe it's Kello and Tano in taking us home for the top last little bit, the grand finals and such. So a lot of great casters, a lot of great teams. I'm super excited. A little bit about the format. It is a double elimination format here. Best of 3 sets throughout. I believe the losers is best of ones down there. But yeah, we have a lot of great teams. Just like looking up and down the bracket, I mean, we have some teams that won their region. We have teams that came in second. I mean, we have Luminosity, Orange Juicers. We have some teams that played in LAIC, obviously Team Growth being one of those, Nouns, Esports, Fusion. I mean, you just name it. You think about some of these teams that competed in their respective regions and they performed highly. They're pretty much all here. So we're going to get to see a lot of great teams, a lot of teams also in some of the grassroots scene. I believe we are going to get to see one of them here in this first set. Version 1 versus Big Gang, I believe, is going to be our first set of the day. Husky, looking around the bracket, are there any teams that you're really interested in seeing tonight?
I have one monitor over here dedicated to the bracket. That's why I'm not looking, and I seem to be all over the place. But there's actually a lot of teams that we're going to get to see today that are going to be fun. I'm excited to see the version 1 match, which we should be seeing here in a couple minutes. Obviously, Luminosity and Orange Juicers, we're probably going to be seeing. I'm not trying to get too ahead of myself here, but these teams seem like the teams that we might be looking forward to in day 2 of this tournament. Nebula, who performed really well at the NA AOS Cup qualifiers. We also have T3, who did the same, performed really well in the AOS Cup qualifiers. So a lot of fun NA teams, but I'm also excited to see some of these outside of NA teams, because though I try to watch as much Unite as possible from around the world, the timing kind of makes that difficult. So there's a lot of teams on here that are really solid teams that I haven't seen before. So I'm excited to get the opportunity to see those today. What about you, Kyle?
I love all of those matchups. There's a lot of great rivalries brewing within the scene right now. You mentioned one of them, obviously Luminosity versus Orange Juicers. That wonderful grand finals reset that we saw in the AOS Cup play-ins, where Orange Juicers won that comeback set. The other one that I'm really looking forward to, if we do get to see it, is going to be that Nouns versus G5 matchup. Yes. Another similar storyline, right? Nouns getting knocked down to the losers bracket, making it all the way back to the grand finals, getting that reset and winning it. A little bit of a sneak peek to that, too, is we have on this Nouns roster, I'm really excited about getting to see, is that we have Ender. Ender is going to be joining Nouns roster, at least for this tournament. I don't know if that's a full thing. He is obviously an NA player, so I don't think that he's
Yeah.
going to be playing on him in the EU bracket. But I don't know. Maybe he moves to EU. Ender for EU went. But I'm excited to see how he fits into that roster. Should be really interesting to see.
Yeah,
obviously,
that's
a
super fun part about some of these tournaments that don't have the same restrictions as the UCS tournaments do, is you can just have like some interesting mashup rosters that we get to see, and we get to see how different types of players play together, which is going to be super fun. Obviously, Nouns, well, every single region, right, reset the bracket in the AOS qualifiers, so there's a lot of competition across the UCS, and this tournament kind of gives us a great opportunity to see that a little bit more with such a large prize pool, and these teams are playing for something big here. So teams are going to want to be getting their practice in, and this is going to be an exciting one.
Absolutely should be. Let's talk about, we just recently received a patch over the last couple days, right? I believe it was Wednesday, Thursday night, that type
weirdest
of area.
patch of all time, yep.
With the weirdest, 29 Pokemon got changed in that patch. Some buffs, some nerfs. What are some of the big takeaways that you have? Obviously, we've gotten a couple of days worth of data in this patch. What have you been seeing in these ranked matches?
I think the first takeaway that I have is that the developers don't know what Pokemon are played in their games. Because that was the weirdest patch I've ever seen. Machamp getting nerfed, Ground Chomp gets nerfed for some reason, Duraludon gets a weird little nerf. Like, there is a lot of questionable choices in there. I think one of the main things in terms of competitive is that Darkrai and Psyduck are still going to be really, really good. They needed to get nerfed a little bit more, in my opinion. I think they're brought a little bit more in line with, maybe they're not banned every single game, maybe. But I still think that these Pokemon are insane. We could be seeing those quite a lot. I think that also Serena might have gotten enough of a buff to bring her kind of back into the competitive meta.
The one thing about the tournament, Darkrai is going to be banned from this tournament, mostly because of some of the bugs that we're seeing. We want to make sure to give...
the weird visual bugs with the Unite move, yep.
Yeah, we want to make sure to give everybody a really great tournament, but unfortunately with the Darkrai bug, it's causing a lot of the spectate view to just go, what's the word I'm looking for? It blacks out almost the entire map. It freezes the mini-map, so not really a great experience for the viewers at home. So we do have Darkrai banned for the entire tournament. But like you said, Psyduck's still very, very strong right now. It did, like you said, get pushed a little bit closer in line. I still think it's very strong. It does a lot of damage, a lot of disruption. That passive is really good. But one thing that you touched on, Serena. Holy cow, the buffs that it received. I've gotten to play against a couple Serenas, gotten to play with some Serenas. I thought before the patch, Serena was kind of slept on in the meta. And this buff might have put it over the edge.
No, I agree. I think that Serena, if you're a good Serena player, is always good. It was kind of a pick that some competitive teams would run if they had a Serena player, but now I think we might be seeing it a little bit more, even if the players aren't necessarily like the Serena player. Like, they're not like Mame Serena level. I think that we could see it come back a lot. It looks pretty crazy. I'm not a Serena player myself, but from my experiences in the ranked matches past couple days, I think that it's a little stupid right now. Maybe.
It's a little strong. It's just a little strong. That's one of the things. And we just got word from production. We are going to pivot a little bit. We are going to see a little bit different of a matchup here first round. We are going to take a look at Public Enemies versus AMG. I'm really excited to kind of see these two teams as well. I've seen AMG play a little bit in that AOS Cup qualifier a week ago, I guess. Holy cow. It's been a whole week since we were able to do that. So I'm really, really excited to kind of see how they shake out. A little bit different of a roster, but I think should be really strong. See if they're able to, pull through. And then they're going up against Public Enemies, if I'm not mistaken, a LATAM team that I have not gotten to see a ton. I know they played back in the Autumn Showdown. They performed pretty decently, along with some of the Unity Clash over the summer events. So I'm excited to see how this shakes out. This should be a good first round matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can't really go wrong with a lot of the matchups that we're going to be seeing in this first round. I kind of want to see a lot of them, honestly, but, we're likely only going to be seeing one, maybe two, if we get a little bit lucky. So I really don't think you can go wrong with broadcasting any of these. Regardless, I think that everyone's going to be excited about this one.
Should be excited. I'm excited. Staff is excited. Yeah, it looks like from what I'm seeing on the bracket, !bracket will get you the updated bracket for chat. Looks like the team that was going to go against version 1 ended up disqualifying, so we're going to move down to that matchup that we said, and then looking across the board, that's going to be a tough matchup for version 1. Whoever comes out of matchup D, which will either be Luminosity versus Osu. I mean, you have to imagine Luminosity is going to be at least a favorite in this tournament. Maybe not the favorite, but in a lot of the matchups that they're going to have today, I imagine that they're going to be kind of favored. We'll have a lot of people have a lot of eyes on that team because up until the AOS Cup qualifiers grand finals, they had not lost a single map.
Yeah. I mean, we only saw them start dropping maps in that grand finals against Orange Juicers, who ended up flipping the bracket and causing a bracket reset coming from the losers round. But regardless, we've seen an insane Luminosity.
Yeah.
Like, this team is looking really good. Everyone was talking about them for LAIC. They did, amazingly well in the qualifiers. I think that after seeing some of the members of that team kind of talking after, like on Twitter, after the AOS Cup qualifiers, I think that they can only get better. Like, we can only see them get better from here.
Seeing LG play angry, that's got to be something that strikes fear into whatever opponent is going up against them. Because if they're playing with the chip on their shoulder, they're going to be playing mad. They're going to be playing aggressive. And when they play aggressive, it's really tough to get anything done against them. So we'll see. We'll probably get to see them at some point in this tournament, I would imagine. Taking a peek across some of these other teams, you had mentioned T3, another team in North America that performed really well up into the top 8 bracket, advancing pretty easily in that day one. A kind of a newer roster, kind of mashed together with a lot of components from last year's UCS season. Pure from Team Exile, you have Anon and Tie-Dye and Zealot, and then Sobi from E-Kittens. Just like a really strong squad. Another team that, to me, I'm really looking as a favorite in the North America scene, and maybe a team that's going to perform pretty highly today.
I think that's another team that we should be looking out for because they're kind of a newer roster. A lot of players with a lot of experience competitively, but together, not a ton, and they still performed exceptionally well. So they're so far one of my teams to watch this season because they also have a really fun play style, and it's fun to see them kind of pivoting into the different picks that they have and different options because a lot of these players also have really wide Pokemon pools. So it's going to be fun to watch this team. I'm excited to see what they do in the season and in the tournament.
Sobi on the Miraidon, I saw some discourse. She performed very well on it in the AOS Cup qualifiers, and she was pretty happy about that, right? She's like, I'm going to play this really well so it just gets banned and I don't have to play it again.
I saw that tweet too.
Kind of iconic, honestly.
That was a great tweet. That's so true. Play something good enough where it gets banned, and then you can play something you actually want to play. I know she likes Sylveon, right, and Espeon. She's really good on those picks as well. The Miraidon, though, that's another pick. We could talk about that. It didn't get touched in this patch, and did it get touched? I don't think it did, right? It's a very, very strong pick. So I think we'll still see a lot of teams using that one if it's not banned.
Miraidon, yeah. I guess let's talk about the state of competitive right now. What we expect to get banned. We have a lot of data, right, from last weekend. Biggest competitive tournament to date for this UCS season. What were you seeing this weekend? What were the common bans? What were the things that you were surprised about seeing get through that banning phase?
I think that, well, first of all, Mimikyu not getting touched in the patch is going to be a big one. That was already a pick that was either picked or banned in competitive, so it's going to be interesting to see it here as we get into our first draft. I wonder if we will see that Mimikyu ban. I'm sure we'll still see Psyduck being banned, and, Miraidon's always also an option, as we do see the Mimikyu ban getting locked in right away there, Kyle.
AMG is going to be on your orange side. Public Enemy is going to be on your purple side. And yeah, just exactly how you would imagine. Mimikyu getting that first ban, Psyduck taking that second one. So neither team really wants to deal with these two Pokemon. I think they're very strong currently. We'll see. Ooh, was this a no ban from Public Enemies? They're just going to go ahead and forego that one, making AMG ban that Umbreon with that last pick.
I think the no ban, it might be a player disconnect or something like that, but I think that it also could be a strategy to make sure you can get a good first pick. And look at what they're hovering right here. They are going to hover that Miraidon, which would be a really good first pick, just making sure that you can get something that you really want. Oh, the Blissey as well. That's also a great choice. So I think that might have been an actual strategy for them not to choose a second ban.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right here, because I think maybe they're hoping that they can have Miraidon maybe sneak by AMG, but AMG's not going to fall for that one. They're going to go ahead and pick that Miraidon. They're also going to pick that Miraidon counter, that Leafeon, early speedster.
Yeah, and Bats is a really good player on this Pokemon. I don't know if we will see her go for the Leafeon or if we'll see her pivot and switch that Pokemon, but Leafeon still... I mean, it got a little bit of just a slap on the wrist nerf in the recent patch, but it's still looking really solid.
Something that received a buff, small buff, but a buff nevertheless, is that Inteleon, a little bit of buffs to its defense and special defense. So we'll see that one coming out to the Thea Sky here in this first matchup, along with this Trevenant.
The Trevenant's still really solid pick, and the Inteleon, I think that we'll probably see a snipe shot, but I also think that Liquidation is not too bad right now if you want some more sure hit. But on the opposite side, the Espeon, and we're seeing the Blastoise. Right now, it doesn't have EXP share on it, so maybe we're seeing it in that top path position.
Support Espeon, they're throwing that XP share on, so very unique composition here from AMG. Public Enemies, though, they're going to go ahead and lock in their speedster. They're grabbing that Talonflame, hoping to get on top of that Miraidon, along with this Mewtwo X. That's something that we've seen a ton.
Yeah, that's actually a really interesting pick. I wonder, I guess they're going to be playing it in the top path carry role and sending Talonflame into the central area. But that's an interesting pick. I wonder if this team has found a strategy that a lot of teams haven't figured out yet. The other thing that I want to mention is this Hoopa pick. Public Enemies went with the Blissey, so AMG could kind of let their support pick go until that last slot, and they did grab the Hoopa, which I think is a very bannable Pokemon. This thing is still ridiculous.
And you have an excellent pilot on the Hoopa. Aaron Mack, one of the better Hoopas within the North America scene. So we'll see how AMG is going to play this one. I really, like you said, I really love Hoopa. I think it really enables a team to play with some tempo. Really look for AMG to either push some goals early on or really just try to monitor their goals to ensure that they don't have any broken early. So we'll see how this plays out. I really like this Miraidon early on along with the Leafeon. So I expect AMG to get off to an early start here. And honestly, they're going to need to because of the late scaling on Public Enemies.
No, you're so right. And I think that another fun thing about AMG's comp is not only are they playing really early game focused, they're also pivoting to that support attacker strategy that I've absolutely loved. I've even brought the support attacker into solo queue games. So I love to see that here. The EXP share Espeon, have to see how it goes, getting into our game number 1.
Here we go, game 1, AMG Public Enemies. We are seeing Mewtwo X go into that top path, and like you said, this Talonflame going to be taking the central area for Public Enemies.
Talonflame does not have too bad of a first rotation out of the central area, so it could be interesting to see how they approach this. I imagine they would head into that bottom path because of the Inteleon down there to make sure that we can continue to secure these last hit moves while Leafeon already level 4 in the enemy central area.
U2X getting a nice little stack in early on. Chance are going to be forced to retreat back to the safety of their own pad just to grab some shields. And Miraidon and Hoopa, they're pressing forward. They're going to try to get some of these last hits. Unfortunately for them, unable to do so. But here comes Leafy to the bottom.
Got the Leafeon gank already. The level 5 jumping in on this Inteleon. Very low here, almost going down. We have already this earlier rotation from the Leafeon, and I did not predict the Talonflame heading to the top path. Figured they would head bottom instead, but they are picking up some points in the top path, just kind of going for the lane trade early.
See what Bats wants to do. They are going to be monitoring the situation to see if they need to push there, but great play here from AMG. Despite not having Leafeon, they're able to secure a lot of that farm. They're going to push forward, and that's going to force Public Enemies to retreat back to the Flux Zone.
We have the Talonflame now, level 6, trying to get out here, and look at that, the Psy Strike from the Mewtwo, making sure to hold back this Hoopa and the Miraidon. That's going to be huge, and I'm going to be keeping a close eye on this Mewtwo X, because it is an interesting pick, but I think still a really solid one.
Umbreon's TTV on that Espeon looking pretty strong early on. And look at this, Electro Drift on the Miraidon. So a little bit different from what we see a ton. I think this makes sense, especially with some dive and some backline pressure from Public Enemies.
Yeah, that's going to be... I thought for sure we could see a Charge Beam with the Espeon going the support stored power, but we are seeing the Electro Drift instead. They're looking for that double dive along with the Leafeon, who can really get into that backline. They don't want to let this Inteleon play the game.
Ooh, Drizzile might have just got their hands caught in the cookie jar, but so did the Leafeon. Great closeout from the Talonflame. Picks up the KO onto the Leafeon. They are going fly, so really need to protect this Miraidon. So I'm really liking this early game so far, but it's been kind of a stalemate.
We have 42-42, so in terms of score, we're not seeing any difference just yet, but AMG definitely not getting the runaway start that you would have expected, but still a really good start for both teams.
Center birds are up. A lot of them closed out by Public Enemies, but here comes Leafeon once again, takes out the Drizzile. Talonflame's going to take to the skies, fall down, but Hoopa with a great reset for AMG. That's going to enable them to push on forward, try to get a nice little surf here from this Blastoise to hold the line in this front lane. Talonflame goes down.
Talon going down there is really big. I mean, they used the Emerald 2-step on the Leafeon, so they do not have it anymore, and they're very low. We'll have to see if the Mewtwo can do anything about that, but look at this Hoopa, just as the Leafeon gets clogged by the Regice. Apparently, they're playing for Public Enemies.
Regice, Public Enemy #1 for AMG, but look at that, nice little KO there for Public Enemies, and Talonflame able to close out that KO onto the Regice as they push forward. Double KO for this Inteleon, who's now evolved, and a 25-point goal for this Talonflame, and Blissey close out that T1 goal zone, and Deloan, they're going back to the Pokemon Center. Public Enemies taking this first fight.
Unless you have the rip of the century, you cannot rip around a Snipe Shot Inteleon and a Fly Talonflame. It's just not possible, Kyle.
Here we go. Another Emerald 2-step from this Leafeon closes out the Inteleon. That's a nice little KO there. They're going to grab a KO streak of 2 as they get this Mewtwo, but this Trevenant is looking for a KO to return. They find it with a huge Wood Hammer, and this Regieleki in this top lane is going towards the side of AMG, but we might get a steal here. Maybe an egg. Here comes the Talonflame Flame Sweep. There Fly. They close it out.
Look, man, that's what I keep saying. The Talon, you can't do that around a Fly Talonflame. It's just not going to work. But that being said, AMG is still performing really well in these fights off the back of this Leafeon. That's just making sure she's getting her Unite move up as fast as possible every single time, stealing last hits away. We see them grab another one right here. Just getting those Emerald 2-steps at every opportunity is going to be big for AMG.
Take a peek here. Right now, 204 to 65. Some big overcaps here for Public Enemies. There's like 35, 36 points there in that top lane. They're going to try to go as 5 here, nearing the halfway mark, and they need to start turning some of these wins, these team fights, into some goals, because right now, they're down by over 140 points.
Look how they're playing, too. All 5 of them going together. The support, Espeon, kind of frontlining a little bit here as the Talonflame jumps in.
Another Flame Sweep that's looking to get a KO, but unfortunately for Talonflame, they're going to be going back to the Pokemon Center. Leafeon and Miraidon also going back. Snipe Shot is a little bit short. Mewtwo X gets the Bliss Assist. They're going to hunt down this Espeon. They're able to do so in Public Enemies. Another clean team fight as they take a significant lead in this match.
Now Public Enemies this is where we're seeing them start to run away with this match just a little bit here. 204 to 65, and I mean, even though the Leafeon's getting some big KOs in that back line, you've still got, if you get the Talonflame, great, but you still got the Snipe Shot and Teleon to worry about, and that Public Enemies is making sure that this Leafeon knows that.
Basement Reggie is a Regirock. Public Enemy is looking to chunk down this Miraidon. Snipe Shot does hit him, but so does the Electro Drift. Snipe Shot once again able to take out that Miraidon, and this fight rages on. Espeon going to try to start hitting this. Infinite Cyber comes out from the Mewtwo. Here comes the Hydro Typhoon from the Blastoise. Talonflame takes care of them. Regirock's getting mighty low, and it's going to go ahead and get secured there. I believe it was the Miraidon.
Huge Rings Unbound right there. It was actually the Hoopa able to get that one. Of course it was. It's always the support getting those secures. We have Bats now running in after this Blissey, trying to get them. The Egg Bomb actually able to take the Leafeon down right before they get through the Hoopa portal. Big play for them, but AMG still looking a little bit behind here. They are playing really well. They have some really solid team fights, but this Inteleon Talonflame secure combo is looking awesome.
You need to find a way to secure some of these objectives if you're AMG, because it's going to come down to that unless they can win a clean team fight, which up until this point in the game, Husky, it doesn't look like they've been able to. They just haven't showed it just yet. So they're going to need to get something here. They're going to need to farm up some of their levels and maybe find a crucial pick here in the late game.
They have some great team fights. They're getting KOs. Like, this team is not getting blown out of the water in any capacity. Leafeon is level 15, and there's not even a level 14 Pokemon on the side of Public Enemies just yet. So that's going to be really what's going to focus on as they jump in. They get that Talonflame. Huge for them. If they can get some big picks with this Leafeon, that could be the game.
Ooh, and there's one right there. There's a double KO. They get the Inteleon. They're going to look for this Trevenant now. This might be AMG's time to shine. They get 3 members down. Here comes Hoopa. Rings are unbound. Bliss Assist goes onto the Mewtwo X. They're going to try to dash on away. Leafeon's going to have them in their sights. Mewtwo X is going to get on away, but look at this. The rip is going to be started here.
Here comes the Talonflame, though. The Flame Sweep is there, and Ray's getting about half, but you can't keep ripping with this Talonflame, and you don't have your Leafeon anymore, Kyle.
Oh my gosh, Inteleon, they're gonna pop the Azure Spy Vision. Here comes the Hydro Typhoon, knocks some people up. There we go, but it's the Trevenant! The Wood Hammer gets to secure Public Enemies. They have 3 members down on a side of AMG, make it 4. This game is looking to be Public Enemies match 1.
The Talonflame fly, the Snipe Shot Inteleon, but instead it's the Wood Hammer of the Trevenant with the Savior secure play right there. That was, I mean, a great engage for AMG, just taking down members and getting some big picks, but the Leafeon going down there was just not what AMG needed in that moment.
Heads up play there from the Blissey, I think. You think a lot of support players might be like, I don't want to use my Unite move until the Ray fight, but they wisely were able to get that Blissful Assist onto the Mewtwo X, and I really think that kept the Mewtwo X alive long enough to stall out that Ray fight. Otherwise, I think AMG just takes it there.
I think that the way that Public Enemies played around the Hoopa as well was huge. I don't know. I can't tell if it was a little too early for that Rings Unbound to be used, but Public Enemies did a great job of waiting that out and then just swarming the pit when they knew that the Hoopa was not going to be as detrimental to them anymore.
There we go. 476 to 100. 25 seconds left. We're going to get one final Rings Unbound, one final stand for AMG. They're going to need to get some points in, but right now it doesn't seem like it's going to be that possible, although with 15 seconds left, you have 2 members down on Public Enemies. Espeon goes down in return. I don't think this is going to be enough time, but either way, Public Enemies, great showing here in Game 1.
Here comes the Trevenant. I mean, they tried their best to push here, AMG did, but still that tree is hard to knock down, and they are going to muster up that defense for Public Enemies, who is going to take a convincing game number 1.
516 to 100 is your final here. Public Enemies taking game number 1. And yeah, I'm sure chat noticed. I'm sure we both noticed. There definitely is some visual bugs. So unfortunately, this latest patch is kind of full of them. Obviously, Darkrai being one of them, but this mini-map bug also not the best, unfortunately, for this current patch, and not able to see exactly what's going on the mini-map. Can be a little bit tough, but either way.
It is just the spectate mode, so players can still see the mini map. It is a little harder to cast not knowing the timers on the on the Reggies in the top and the bottom paths. So regardless, we've got, look at this, Mewtwo X. Maybe that was the secret the whole time, Kyle.
Mewtwo X has not really received a ton of love in recent patches, and it also really hasn't received a lot of love in the competitive scene, but I still think it has a place in the meta. It's a very good brawler, especially if you're able to, pair it with something that can continuously heal you. It's strong. The Mega Evolve is really strong. It has a lot of crowd control. I don't know. I think it's still really strong. It just doesn't get to see a lot of love recently.
And we see it here getting the Bliss assistance on it, chasing down that Espeon for a big double KO. That was one of the big moments there for Public Enemies. And here we have this final fight breaking out a little bit early.
Yeah, the rings come unbound, like you said, like in that 205 stretch. And, you force Hoopa to use their eject button. They really try to pour a lot of their resources to get that Mewtwo Blissey down, but it just didn't pay off. They were able to stay upright for that entire fight. And that really enabled Public Enemies to rejoin the fray, get back into this Ray Pit where you have this heroic secure by that Trevenant.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as the Leafeon goes down, that's kind of your only options for Rip, I think, in that moment. So with the Electro Drift is not the best source of Rip. Stored Power is not the best source of Rip. You can't really control where all the stored powers go. So that's much harder there as soon as the Leafeon goes down for AMG to make sure that they can get that secure. Good job on Public Enemies for kind of capitalizing on that, realizing that the Leafeon was the problem and able to take that one home.
A really competitive game number 1 here in the IceBound Invitational. We're going to stay on the same sides here as we get into the draft, and already it's starting to look very reminiscent of that first match. We have that Mimikyu ban, we have that Psyduck ban, and being that this might happen 2 games in a row, maybe it was a strategy in game number 1, but no, they're going to go ahead ban that Blissey for Public Enemies.
I guess they want the Miraidon first pick because they're just going to take the Blissey off the map, or maybe they want to take the Hoopa away, get their support out of the way first. Let's see what they do here with this first pick. I like the no-ban strategy in the first match, but they are going to be banning another support here.
We'll see exactly how they want to line up this team. I thought that they had a really strong draft, but just like you said, they're going to hover that Miraidon. I think Miraidon is so strong right now, and it's kind of a safe pick too, right? I mean, depending on how the other team drafts, you can, pivot it into the more full mage. You could pivot it into that kind of dive with Electro Drift.
That's such a good call for them, honestly, to pick up that Miraidon. It did look really good on AMG, but I am surprised not to see them going. Yeah, they do. Okay, I was about to say, I would be surprised if they didn't pick up that Leafeon again, because if anything, the Leafeon was 100% their saving grace in that first game. Bats was incredible on it, level 15 before Ray, and I think they need that in the second game.
You just saw Public Enemies struggle to deal with that thing time and time again. AMG loves that Hoopa. Once again, Aaron Mackinnon played that one. Now, Public Enemies, they're going to line up their support and their tank picks, and I really love this Eldegoss Mamoswine core.
I like that a lot too. I think that maybe Mamoswine is still a little bit overvalued, but it is really strong, especially if you can get the Leafeon stunned for long enough for that, I would imagine, Charge Beam Miraidon to kind of shred it down. I think that's going to be huge for Public Enemies.
AMG, once again, they're going to line up this Espeon Blastoise core. However, it's a little bit of a different look for them. We have the Blastoise lined up as more of that tank, whereas the Espeon has taken off the XP share. But as I say that, looks like they're going to be changing the items once again.
Look, man, maybe I don't get it, but I don't understand Blastoise top path. I really don't. I don't get it. Maybe there's something I'm missing. Tell me in the chat if there's something I'm seriously missing, but I feel like the Blastoise top path is just copium. I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I like Blastoise. I think it's pretty good, but I feel like it works much better as that defender. But that being said, the support Espeon did look great in that previous match.
I loved it, honestly. I thought it was really strong, but look at this Zacian. I think you can do a couple of things here for AMG. You can bring that Zacian down to the bottom path. You could leave that. You can leave them in that top path to farm. I think there's a lot of things, so be interested to see how they play this. But look at the left side. We have Lucario along with Alolan Ninetales lined up. Lucario receiving a buff, yeah.
Lucario is still one of those picks that I feel like you can't really go wrong with. It's one of those traditional top path Pokemon. I like the Zacian pick into it. I wonder if we will then see Blastoise and kind of that bot path attacker role instead, but we'll have to see what they end up doing. But I do like Lucario, and I like this Ice Lane choice here for the Mamoswine, Alolan Ninetales in the bottom path. Which makes me wonder if we will see an Electro Drift Miraidon because of the Alolan Ninetales backline, but here we go. Game number 2.
We'll see. I think that Ninetales originally had some attack speed items, but they did pivot, so it does appear that they will likely go that traditional Blizzard Avalanche, kind of that control mage set. So we'll see. We'll see if... I think you're onto something. I think this might be another Electro Drift game for this Miraidon, since they do kind of have that mage.
They could go double mage against the Leafeon, but that would be... I feel like... that's just a difficult one to pull off. I don't know. Well, but they could go either way. Miraidon's kind of broken regardless of the moveset.
They are broken. Here we go. Game number 2 lined up here in round 1. Public Enemies has a 1-0 lead. Another game will send them on to the next round. We are going to see this Miraidon take the central area and a little bit of a swap here. Lucario going to the bottom path.
Okay, so I like this strategy, actually. You're sending your defender into the top path and your support into the bottom path, which is something we don't usually see here. Usually we see the support and the top path Pokemon heading up there, and we have the Zacian though already popping the focus ban on the Swinub.
Oh, that was close there, but it is actually kind of close both ways. But what's not close is this Leafeon gank once again from Bats, getting immediate value, getting the KO on Lucario, and also assisting this Squirtle and this Espeon to get some points in early on. And they're going to steal some farm here from Public Enemies.
Yeah, and here comes the Miraidon as well, and it is the Electro Drift, like we said, jumping in on Umbreons, taking that little Espeon down. I know they're Umbreons, but they are indeed playing the Espeon. Leafeon getting low as well. They will go down. Huge central area gank from this Miraidon.
And that's why you play something strong with a good level 5 in your jungle area. However, in this top path, getting some value is going to be this Alolan Ninetales on Public Enemies, really freezing the show. Here comes Miraidon, going to utilize that Electro Drift to try to just get back to safety, get back to their central area. Public Enemies, honestly, holding the door up in this top path.
We don't usually see a Miraidon heading to the central area because it still has a really great laning phase, but I think that Public Enemies did a really interesting draft here where they have the Lucario playing that attacker role kind of in that bottom path, and we have the Alolan Ninetales more as the support mage in the top path, which gives the opportunity for the Miraidon to just scale in that central area.
Ooh, we have a Metal Claw in the Zacian. However, that's not going to slow down the onslaught of damage from this Alolan Ninetales. Not only that, but the amount of crowd control that has. And central area, we do have Lucario that's going to take care of those Altaria family with that E-Speed. But looks like AMG is going to take care of that Ninetales in that top path.
Look at Mystic, almost level 8 already on the Miraidon, and not quite level 8 on the Leafeon, so they're definitely at a bit of an advantage on Public Enemies, looking for this Hoopa now, but they do make it back through that portal. Both teams now kind of gathering a couple players in this top path, 3 here for Public Enemies, and I believe that only Espeon is going to remain up here just to try to distract them.
Espeon along with the Hoopa in that top path, 720 birds coming to both sets of lanes. Lucario is going to make quick work of those, maybe a speedy work of those with that E-Speed moveset. Leafeon, though, however, going to try to get them, but they get their ankles broken by that Bone Rush.
That's a big juke, especially for Leafeon, which is a Pokemon that can juke really well. But here they go with the Emerald 2-step. They got a little bit mad about that masterful juke, so they just went ahead and KO'd them with the Emerald 2-step right there.
A little bit of a juke, a little bit of a dance for them. Bottom path objective is going to be a Regirock. Neither team really lined up for that just yet. Miraidon all the way over in that top path. Maybe looking for an Electro Drift to maybe start this party up. But Zacian, they're going to start with that metal claw bill, but going to be stopped in their snow tracks by this Alolan Ninetales. It is an Ice Sling.
I was gonna say that the Zacian might be the solution to AMG's RIP problem for objectives, but it seems like the Alolan Ninetales had something else to say about that. They go ahead and secure that in the top path, and Public Enemies also secures the Regirock in the bottom path, off to a great start for them.
That's exactly what you want if you're Public Enemies. You want to try to put some pressure on, and Hoopa sends everybody up top, and this is going to really enable Public Enemies to break that tier 1 pad. AMG makes quick work of that Lecky that was pushing in towards that T2, but they're going to have to defend now. This is the time to do it.
Yeah, playing from behind is definitely difficult, but with the Hoopa, you can really get those rotations in. They are able to defend against this goal zone getting broken. You really don't want those goal zones broken because of the Hoopa advantage you get from having those tiers up, especially in the early game.
We have 4 members down in this bottom path for AMG. You're going to have to try to make something happen. There's the thing. There's the Razor Leaf trying to take out this Lucario. They're going to use that Aura Cannon. They're going to not get the all of the value that they wanted as they only pick up that support Espeon. But here we go. Miraidon's going to go ahead and utilize their Shedinja Doll, take out the Hoopa, get back to safety. Here comes Eldegoss taking to the skies for that Cotton Cloud Crash. Blastoise is going to try to peel for the Leafeon and the Zacian, able to do so. They're able to get back to safety.
The more this match goes on, the more I'm loving this Eldegoss pick with the rest of this team composition for Public Enemies. The way that Cotton Cloud Crash is able to provide so much utility for the team, even though the Hoopa kind of has that hyperspace hole and you get a lot of opportunities for healing that way, the Eldegoss is really providing that for Public Enemies, especially with something tanky like Mamoswine in your front line.
Here we go. Another objective going to be spawning in this basement path. Both teams really trying to grab some vision. This Blastoise does pick out where Public Enemies is set up. We have Zacian along with Leafeon in that top path. Might be looking for that Regieleki. Try to get some of their points, cut into that score lead. But both teams playing it very cautious here.
3 level 10s on Public Enemies and 2 level 11s, but there's still 2 level 9s on AMG right now. They did also just grab 2 level 12s, so still the Leafeon's scaling pretty well as the rings come unbound here in this top path.
Oh, they're going to try to push this Regieleki in. Mission accomplished. They're going to try to get some points in. Eldegoss going to be sent packing back towards this Flux Zone. Leafeon going to get a KO onto this Lucario, and points are going to start coming in. Here comes the Snow Globe from this A9, though. Cleans everybody up.
Wow, that Snow Globe was absolutely insane. The triple KO. I mean, AMG thought they were about to make something happen right there, potentially taking down the entire team, but there's the Alolan Ninetales with the huge Blizzard Avalanche combo. I feel like it stuns for like a year. That's exactly what AMG just faced there in that top path. Suddenly I'm starting to love this Alolan Ninetales pick.
Oh, here we go. Hydro Typhoon is going to take care of that Alolan Ninetales huge KO timer, 20 seconds. Mamoswine's going to pick up, throw down that Espeon into danger. And here we go. Public Enemies pushing forward, pushing in. Double KO for this Miraidon, who just made quick Electro Drifts out of AMG. And they're going to be able to clear out this basement objective, no problem.
All the momentum that AMG just gained from that Regieleki push, which was fantastic, by the way. I think they just lost it there in that fight at the bottom tier 1 pad. I mean, that Alolan Ninetales did go down with a huge timer, but you still have your Miraidon and Lucario, who's just been juking the enemies. I think this is just juke comp for Public Enemies, actually.
I love it. They have kind of peeled back towards relevancy. Oh, and Miraidon is able to take out Leafeon. But, I mean, look at these levels right now, Husky.
Yeah, we've got level 12s, level 13s on Public Enemies, but we still have the scaling Leafeon and Zacian, so it's not like AMG has fallen a lot behind in levels. Blastoise is also almost level 13, and that's going to be huge for them. Their plus moves on Blastoise, I feel like why you'd want to play this as a carry instead of as a defender, because those level 13s are absolutely huge for them. 9 seconds left until Ray hits the map, and we have a Regieleki getting taken easily by Public Enemies. That's going to move toward their tier 2.
That might help increase their score lead, because right now it is a close battle. You have a little bit more than 20 points separating these two teams. Leafeon's going to try to check some bushes, try to see exactly where Public Enemies is set up, because right now both teams playing a little bit cautious.
Yeah, it makes sense to play a little bit cautious here, but it is going to be up to that Leafeon to kind of make it around that backside, but the Lucario knows they're there right now. We do have a little bit of a reset from the Hoopa. I think it's going to be really up to this Rings Unbound when that's coming out. We do have Leafeon taking down Lucario.
Oh, Aura Cannon and the Emerald two-step both popped. A little bit of a trade here. Rayquaza's starting to get chipped. Here comes Blastoise. The Hydro Typhoon does a ton of damage, but it's Zacian and AMG able to secure it, but they have two members down. They're going to need to get some of their points in.
Zacian also about to go down here to the Miraidon. How many members have shields? We don't know. I think it might just be this Hoopa. They're going to move in. They have 40 points, but they have to wait until the Rings Unbound is done. They get 80. Now AMG is in the lead, and it technically is a huge lead in terms of the way Unite calculates it, but in terms of a potential push from Public Enemies, that is not as substantial of a lead as you'd want right now.
And this is where having the mini-map would be super helpful to see exactly where these teams are starting to migrate towards. It's a little bit more than a 100-point lead. Both teams looking at this top path. 4 members of Public Enemies make it 5, all pushing, all looking to get some points in. Here comes Zacian, here comes Hoopa, here comes Miraidon, here comes some of the Unite moves. Espeon pops the Psychic Solaire. We have some damage coming in. There's the Emerald two-step, takes out 2 members. Blasto is going to spin to win. 3 members down for Public Enemies and make it 4. This is all AMG this game, as Leafeon gets a KO streak of 3, maybe make it 4. Game, set. Whew.
Wow,
AMG
that was, I thought for a second there with the Miraidon, they would be able to make that push, but Bats had something else to say about it with a huge Unite move right there, able to take out 4. Big Quadra KO to make sure it was convincing that AMG won this match, and that's what we will have. We will be going to a game number 3 in this first set of the day.
Adding another 100 points, adding insult to injury. 408, 186 is your final here in game number 2. And like you said, game 3 incoming. Huge secure there for that Zacian. Didn't get the value out of that character that they wanted to most of the game. Only 2 KOs, 0 assists. However, when you're able to secure Ray, that might be all that you need to do as that character, especially as they're able to at least scale, get the farm that they needed throughout the game.
Yeah, looking at these stats, I mean, the Leafeon on Bats was the game changer for AMG, and there's no question about that. It makes me wonder if Public Enemies will try to take that pick away from them or even ban the Leafeon in this game number 3, because, you know, now they have a lot more to lose. Even though Public Enemies was kind of ahead, it felt like, for the entire match until that Ray fight, that Leafeon was the absolute game changer.
Honestly, game changer in both games. I mean, in game number 1, I think that was the only thing that was really keeping AMG around. It was really difficult for Public Enemies to deal with. It still came down to kind of a close flip in game 1. So I honestly, Husky, I wouldn't be surprised, like you said, if they just go ahead and try to ban it. It was really beneficial for Bats. It was really beneficial for AMG. And if you don't have to deal with a really good Leafeon, it's usually a good thing.
Yeah, we have some replays here. We're going to see some of these big moments. We're going to see this A9 again, just taking everybody down in that top path to be able to secure that Regieleki. That was one of Public Enemy's big moments for sure.
Regirock for Public Enemies. Yeah, a lot of objectives did go over to Public Enemies, but like you said, this is one of the big turning points for AMG. They were able to get a lot of value, but like almost returning it immediately was this. And Ninetales walks right in, throws their combo, ejects into the snow globe, gets 3 KOs, and just like that, a lot of that value goes right back to AMG, or right back to Public Enemies.
We're going to see this Ray secure again. The Miraidon trying with the Bright Future Meteor Storm, but the Zacian with that big Unite move secure, making sure that that secured it for AMG right there. They did end up going down, but that was huge for them. That Zacian, you know, I feel like is what they are missing in that first game.
And then that big Unite move from Leafeon, able to take down 2, 3 right there, and then close out that 4th with that Lucario. Yeah, I mean, great comeback here for AMG. They're 1 game away. I guess both teams are 1 game away from sending this to the next round. Neither team obviously wants to go down to the loser side of the bracket. It is best of 1 down there, so not something that you really want to do, especially in a long tournament like this, is kind of force yourself early on to try to win game after game after game to stay alive. So both teams really want to stay in this upper bracket.
Yeah, I mean, one of my theories is, and I don't know if this is something that a lot of people talk about or if it's just something that I've noticed as a player who plays a lot of speedsters. So I feel like you can't not pick a speedster into Leafeon. I think that's just one of those speedsters that is easily countered by other speedsters. And I feel like the Talonflame pick was really something that kept the Leafeon at bay. I mean, they still had a really insane match in that first game, but the Talonflame was able to take down the Leafeon in that final fight. I feel like just using a speedster to counter another speedster, use dive to counter more dive, is something that Public Enemies may have been missing. But I think after 2 games of getting absolutely blown out by this Leafeon, they may just go ahead and ban it.
I completely agree. I'm going to say that at least a couple times.
All right, yeah. No, you need it at least once.
I need to get at least one out.
A couple I completely agrees is fine. Yeah, that's okay. But I am keeping track.
All right. Put it on the counter of times I completely agree. Well, maybe stop being so right all the time, and then I will just disagree with you. Speedster into Leafeon, that or Mimikyu. Obviously, Mimikyu being banned is going to kind of be one of those really strong counters into that Leafeon that, a lot of players don't want to play. So I think Mimikyu being banned has kind of enabled this Leafeon from getting through.
Yeah, I think you gotta ban Mimikyu, right? But maybe you replace the Mimikyu with a Maybe you replace the Mimikyu with the Leafeon ban instead, because Bats is so comfortable on the Leafeon, and making them play the Mimikyu may just throw them off a little bit, and you just kind of force that pick out of them. It could be a strategy. I've seen a couple teams use that where, they think that they have a really good strategy, they think that they have a composition together, and then something gets a little bit thrown off, and even though they may have a technically better pick, they're not as comfortable on it because of how they've performed in the set so far. So it's kind of like if you're good at draft, you can kind of use some mind games a little bit more to encourage specific picks. So we'll have to see what they do here.
And that's kind of the benefit of getting to a game 3 of if you have someone that's just really comfortable on something. I mean, there's benefit into kind of forcing someone to be a little bit more uncomfortable. If you're able to ban something that they're strong on, ban something that you've had a tough time dealing with, force them to kind of play out of their comfort zone. And that's something that you see a lot of times in these 3-game sets, or, in some settings when it goes to those 5-game sets.
Yeah.
I think it's really valuable once you kind of understand a team's play style.
No, I think you're right. I mean, with the way the balance has kind of shaped in this game, with a lot more frequent balance patches and players having to constantly adjust to these new changes, sometimes a comfort pick is a comfort pick. And even if something is broken or very, very good, it doesn't mean that a player will perform particularly well on it, especially if they have these comfort picks that they are very comfortable on, that they consistently perform well on. So, you can take the chance, I feel like, in certain situations to let some of these more broken or unbalanced picks go through, knowing that a player will be forced out of their comfort zone to play it, even if it is very good. But, we'll have to see what they do here in game number 3, because this is it for both teams. Whoever wins this match moves forward. Whoever loses this match heads down to our losers bracket, and they've got a long road ahead of them.
Long road indeed. I believe there was 60 plus teams today, so it's gonna be a long time. If you're gonna try to get through on that loser side of the bracket, it's going to be a long day for you. But either way, we got game number 3 on deck here. We're staying on the same sides, where we have Public Enemies going to be on your purple side once again, AMG on your orange side. And look at this, Husky. You turned it into a prediction.
Yeah,
Leafeon ban.
I didn't get caster cursed out of it, so the Mimikyu ban stayed, but Public Enemies pivoted to the Leafeon ban. So regardless, Bats is going to have to decide on something else that they're going to play here. But the Psyduck ban remains true, and Miraidon also getting banned, which leaves the Umbreon for Public Enemies to go ahead and take.
We'll take a peek. Once again on the Hoopa, DeLowen is going to grab that Blastoise again. I'm really excited to see how this plays out, but Public Enemies immediately grabs both a defender and a support. I mean, you have that Umbreon, you have that Blissey, an amazing core to start out a team.
We do see the Inteleon locked in again. Public Enemies looked really solid on it in that game number 1, so they might just be trying to go ahead and pivot back to what they ended up winning with. While AMG is going to once again lock in the Espeon, but they're also taking the Garchomp, the recently nerfed Ground Chomp.
We'll see.
It's going to be Dragon Claw, but it's just funny that Ground Chomp got nerfed. It's sad. Poor Garchomp. What did it do? What did Garchomp do? Oh, we're finally going to get to see the Serena potentially on Public Enemies. Like we talked about in the pregame show. Buffed Pokemon, very strong. Yeah, they do go ahead and grab that Serena, as well as the Blaziken, another Pokemon that has kind of lost a little bit of competitive potential, but one that's still an extremely, extremely solid pick. So I actually, in the Unite right now, in case anyone doesn't know, if you're logging into the game, you're getting to choose licenses, and you get to, for 5 days, you get to pick one of each role, and I selected the Blaziken, and I was like, whatever, I'll play one match with it, and I got like 90,000 damage, and I never played it before. So I feel like Blaziken, if you're a good Blaziken player, is still an insane pick.
I think a lot of it has to do with the passive healing, and yeah, very strong Pokemon. Also, another strong Pokemon got buffed recently, and Bats is on it once again, picking another speedster, a little bit of a different variety, though. Is going to be that Zeraora. Weakness, muscle, along with this focus band on it right now.
I think that this is set up to be a Volt Switch Discharge Zeraora, but I guess they could pivot it into the Spark as well. But the Zeraora last pick is something that I really like into this team composition. You don't have a ton of dive. I mean, you have the Blaziken. Serena can dive a little bit, but it's very single target, while Zeraora can do that area effect damage with Discharge, and I think that ends up making it a pretty solid pick into this Public Enemies comp.
And additionally, with it receiving a buff, and not this past patch this week, but the previous patch a couple weeks prior, you get a little bit additional shielding when you hit some enemies with that discharge. So it's going to be able to stay alive a little bit longer. So I'm really excited to see how this plays into this Serena, into this Blaziken, and honestly, if it's able to just blow up this Inteleon.
Yeah, I mean, Zeraora, I feel like is one of those picks that's really good, and one of those speedsters that I feel like with Discharge, running a Focus Band on it is actually just a really solid play. I think Focus Band on speedsters is something competitive players do a lot more than something like solo queue players, but on Zeraora, I really like it because you expect to be able to KO it, and then that Focus Band pops, the Discharge shield pops, and it's just a really, really unfortunate time for the enemy team.
A little bit of Gibble cheese here from AMG, looking to push forward into that T1 goal. And I don't know if you see this, Husky, but we are so back. We have a mini map. We have a mini map.
Let's
so
go.
Happy. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy. However, Public Enemies does push forward in that bottom path. Chansey looking to try to secure this one, and they're able to do so. I believe it was actually Hoopa that got that, though.
Here comes that level 5 gank. The slash slightly misses on this Inteleon, but Mystic is still going to have to run away because Bats is looking to push in a little harder here.
Yeah, 10 points going on in. Espeon going to have to peel back out because here comes this Combuskin looking to hunt down the Squirtle. Squirtle barely living on 1 HP in a dream. They get back to the pad and they're going to grab some shields, but I believe Public Enemies should be able to clear up all of these center Altaria.
Wow, no one ending up going down there in that exchange at all, even though 3 players were there for both sides. Everyone was getting very low, but nobody ends up going down in that moment. And look at Inteleon now chasing down the Zeraora with a huge eject button water gun. Yeah, they said, you know what, I'll do it. Whatever, I'm going for it.
They just Thanos, I'll do it myself.
Wait, is that Grand Trump?
I think it's
crazy.
Let's see. We'll see once it utilizes a move here. It's going to push forward towards this T1 pad. No, it looks like it is a dragon dragon rush at
I almost
least.
Had a panic attack. I think I would have had to get up and leave, actually.
Yeah, me too, honestly, yeah. I still think it's pretty strong here, but we'll see how this 8-minute objective goes. Mean Look is going to go on top of this War Turtle. It's going to at least keep them zoned for the time being, but AMG going to be able to take care of all this Altaria family, except Inteleon takes the big Altaria.
Yeah, that's all they needed there for level 7. So 2 level 7s there on the side of Public Enemy is now moving down into this bottom path. I like the mean look pick as well for this Umbreon. Really kind of keep the Zeraora at bay as much as you can. And if you can't target the Zeraora, Garchomp's another good pick for that as well.
Discharge, looking to try to hunt down Serena, unable to do so. They'll take Blissey as a consolation prize. But look at this in the bottom path. Overheat looking to take out War Turtle. They're going to have to Skull Bash on back towards it. But this Blaziken might be going down, but nope, they're able to go ahead and change their stance and get a lot of healing, a lot of dashes back to their path.
Wow, another big overheat takes out the Hoopa, but here comes Zeraora jumping in. They use the Volt Switch, able to get back out, but I mean, this Zeraora and the Blaziken are both just so slippery. It's going to be really difficult to take them down as Garchomp getting absolutely demolished by that overheat.
Yeah, these overheats into the mean look is really mean right now. Great play, great front lines by this Umbreon with the mean circle. Overheat going to line up the secure, but it's Inteleon that takes the Regirock.
I think that going with the overheat plus the snipe shot, again, is kind of Public Enemy's way of pivoting back to what they did in the first match with the double secure. If you take down one, there's still another secure you got to watch out for. But AMG answering with that Zeraora and the Garchomp, able to rip down objectives a lot faster, which they're doing right now in this top path.
And about a 30-something point overcap in that bottom path. Here comes Serena. Queenly Ascendant going to pick up the Zeraora, but they're going to return it right back with a Plasma Gale. Takes out Serena. Regilecki pushing towards this T1 pad. AMG on their back heels. Garchomp getting punched in the face. Maybe a little bit of a roundhouse kick from this Blaziken. Blaziken going to hunt down Zeraora, but they're not even able to as Inteleon takes him beforehand.
You can't avoid the snipe shot and try to dodge it when you have the Blaziken just keeping you interested and keeping you distracted, because then the snipe shot can just kind of do whatever it wants. I really like this combo here that Public Enemy's created.
Yeah, it's just so much burst from Public Enemy as it doesn't seem like AMG has an answer to it just yet. 167-14 as we near the halfway mark. Public Enemies, they've broken that T1 pad in the basement side. This T1 pad in the top side is pretty low. Serena's going to have to back on out, but Garchomp has them in their sights. Are they going to be able to get the KO? There's that Livid Outrage. Gets the KO onto Serena. Snipe Shot's going to chunk down Garchomp, and they're going to get their Focus Band popped.
How worth it that was, but I guess we will see another Unite move Psychic Solaire for the Espeon is popped. All 5 members right now of AMG. This top path, but another overheat snipe shot combo. That Espeon is dusted, and so is the Garchomp, Kyle.
This is mean right now, just time and time again. It's not even just the snipe shot and the overheat. It's that plus these mean looks. Like, they're just perfectly timing up all of these moves. And at the halfway mark, it doesn't seem like AMG has an answer.
Yeah, I think that this Zeraora just needs to hard focus the Inteleon, but Public Enemies is just not letting them have it as we see Espeon go down once again, Kyle.
Here we go. We have the Hydro Typhoon going to get popped. Umbreon's going to go ahead and steal all of those shields, and Public Enemies, it's got the perfect counters, perfect macro. Here comes Zeraora looking to pop their Unite move, and Inteleon's able to get out. Blissey's going to try to get them out, unable to do so. Serena's going to go ahead and utilize their Queenly Ascendant, take out the Zeraora. And here comes Hoopa. Rings are unbound. They're pushing forward. They're looking to defend this T1 pad. They're able to do so, turning this defense into offense. They're moving forward. However, Public Enemies has their sights set onto this Blastoise. They're going to get mean looked. Here comes an overheat. Blastoise going to try to get out, but they can't.
Oh my god, another big overheat. Regilecki's getting very low, though. The Zeraora coming in with a discharge. It is the Zeraora able to get that secure. That's kind of exactly what AMG needed right now to stay in this match, getting out on 1 HP as well, but not without losing the Espeon again, Kyle.
They just have every answer. They may have lost the objective, but they might win this path as Blaziken's going to take out the Garchomp, and now they're going to set their sights on this goal, but a nice little rotation from Hoopa. Here comes another overheat. They take out the Zeraora. Blaziken's going to have to back out. They're going to be dangerously low. This Blastoise does get the mean look. Here comes the Hydro Typhoon. Takes out 2. They might be looking for 3. This is Umbreon next. They're going to snarl, try to grab some shields. Are they going to be able to get out? No, Hoopa and Blastoise is able to take it out. That's a triple KO. Cowabummer.
That's huge for them. The Blastoise, in my opinion, has not been performing that well here, but that Rapid Spin and the Hydro Typhoon combo just able to pick up a couple KOs there, keeping them in this game right now. Even though they only have 33 points, they are still in this. Zeraora now has a Unite move available. Not quite level 13, but Hoopa gets taken down right there.
Yeah, I try to go back through the portal, but they just had too much damage on top of them. Registeel is going to get chunked down by this Serena. Going to give some kicks, give some presses. We have Blaziken going to lower this goal zone down to 5. Going to try to grab maybe another stack here. Blastoise going to try to defend, but here comes Zera Aura as well. Here comes the Calvary. Here comes some snipe shots once again. Registeel gets taken, but no way. This Blaziken able to get another KO before they go down.
Here goes Bats, though, jumping in with the big discharge pull. They ended up getting it last second there. They did do their job of taking down the Inteleon, but, you know, that's also given the fact that no one else was around. So if Bats can take down an Inteleon alone, I think AMG wins this game. But if the Blaziken is there, I don't know how Zera Aura gets out of that alive.
Only a 3-point overcap for AMG on that bottom path, but it does bring them in a little bit less than a 100-point deficit, or a little bit more than a 100-point deficit here in this Rayquaza pit.
We've got all 5, both sides kind of circling around, spreading out across the entire pit. Look at where this Blaziken is positioned. This is why we need the mini-map, because this is the best part for me, to be able to break down how they're positioned. Garchomp is focused on this top path, doesn't want anyone from Public Enemies to get in there, and Blaziken just circling around looking for an engage point while Bat's doing the same in the enemy central area. Looks like Public Enemies may just go ahead and pivot on this Rayquaza.
Here we go. Rings are unbound. Rayquaza getting mighty low. We're going to get a secure here. We have a lot of things getting lined up. And we got it! It is Garchomp! Wow, AMG pulls a rabbit out of a hat here, Husky.
No way! How do you out-secure Blaziken with Overheat and a snipe shot in Teleon? The Garchomp is the hero right now. 100 points going in for them. It's now 335 to 288, but this game is not over yet, Kyle.
There it is. Now it is. There's the surrender. I think they saw that Blastoise had a shield and 100 points were inevitable. But wow, AMG all game long getting out-secured by this overheat, out-secured by this snipe shot, and like I said, pulled a rabbit out of a hat, made the magic happen. Garchomp MVP.
Yeah, that rip was safe to say, not the call. I know you're confident that you can secure it, but in the event that you don't, or you get stunned, which I believe we did see the big Hydro Typhoon come out there and put up a couple stuns, kind of made sure the Blaziken couldn't get the overheat that they wanted. I'm sure we'll see it in a replay here in a second, but look at Bats again. 58k damage, the leading damage dealer of the squad, and Garchomp as well with 52k, but this Blaziken was just dominating all game. I really don't think that rip was the call. I think that Public Enemies could have easily won a fight there.
Tough pill to swallow if your Public Enemy is kind of winning a majority of that game and just kind of came down to that flip that they started, like you said. Very peculiar call. Unfortunate for them, it didn't go their way. And that's going to enable AMG to move on to your next round where they'll stay in this upper bracket. However, Public Enemies going down to the lower bracket, where they're going to have a handful of best of ones if they do want to get back up into the grand finals later on tomorrow. So got a tough hill to climb, a long hill to climb, and we're just getting started.
Yeah, I think you can't do that rip if you if there's that amount of crowd control on the side of AMG. You can really stun everybody out of those secure moves that you're depending on so much. We get to see some of these replays again. Bats with a big Unite move on the Serena, one of the turning points there for AMG in the mid game.
Very big turning point. 167 at this point in the game. And just like all match long, you're just seeing this Inteleon, you're seeing this Blaziken just really frontline, really put a lot of pressure on AMG, and they just weren't able to really respond until the late game.
Yeah, I loved this mean look play, and the overheat snipe shot combo was insane. I think the Public Enemies 9 times out of 10 wins this game as long as they don't call for that Ray flip. I think they could have easily won a fight there, but instead we had them go for that rip, and again we see the Blaziken just ripping through everybody on AMG. Even though Zera Aura was putting up some numbers, Public Enemies just had an answer to it. It felt like every single fight.
I did like overall, I loved this Garchomp. I think Garchomp, even though it did receive some nerfs to some portions of its kit, one being the attack speed, the other part being that ground chomp build that we didn't see, I still think it has a lot of value, and you saw a lot of times it was able to kind of duel until those Inteleon snipe shots came through in the backline. And here's that rip that we saw. Like you said, a little bit of a stun there from the Blastoise, but it's Garchomp. I believe it was their Livid Outrage that was able to secure that.
No, I think it was the Dragon combo. I think it jumped into the pit with the Dragon combo, and the last hit of the Dragon Claw, I think, is what took it, at least from what I could see. But it was a great secure by them, able to upset the best secure moves in the game, the snipe shot and the overheat for that move. So great playing for AMG. We'll have to see what they do as they move forward in this tournament.
Alrighty, and we are going to take a quick little break here before we get set up with this next matchup. So don't go anywhere, folks. We got a great matchup coming up to you in a couple of minutes. So go ahead, grab a drink, grab a snack. We'll be back in a few here. IceBound Invitational. We'll see you in a few.
If Leafeon learns Razor Leaf, he fires out a fan of razor sharp leaves that stick to the ground, which will eventually return to him on his side. While the leaves are planted, Leafeon gains a boost in movement speed, so he can adjust his speed and moves.
And welcome back, Pokemon Unite trainers. You're so back. IceBound Invitational round number 2. We have a wonderful matchup here on deck. We are going to take a look. Nouns Esports. You might be familiar with them here on
Might have heard of them.
channel. Might have heard of this team, maybe, possibly. And we're going to also see For Fun, another NA team. So EU, mostly, versus NA Husky. What are you expecting from these two teams?
I don't know. I honestly don't. I feel like this is one of those matches where it's going to be really fun, regardless of what ends up happening in this match. But Nouns tends to be an interesting team that, like, you don't know what Nouns you're getting. Like, you could be getting the best team that's ever existed, or you could be getting how is this team have been moving forward as much as they have. Like, I feel like it depends on where you pick up Nouns, where they end up, but they're still always a fun team to watch. It's going to be fun to see Inder playing with them as well. That's a support player that everybody knows and loves, so it's going to be fun to see them on this team kind of mixing in with this roster. And For Fun, another team that we've seen before in competitive play, still very solid and always an interesting team to see, so we'll see what ends up happening.
We'll see what team's able to cook a little bit more in the kitchen. Yeah, Ghatlue is going to be playing, like you said, a little bit of a different look up for this team, adding Inder to the mix, which is something that this type of tournament enables you to do. So this should be very interesting to see. But For Fun is going to be on your orange side. So some players that you might be familiar with. Vin Diesel, not the actor from, the car movies. What is it called? Tokyo
Fast and Furious.
Fast and Furious. Yeah, not that one.
Yeah.
Metallic, a member of Nemesis, and then Ducky Loco, a member of the team Sanguine. All these players, very high-performing players in the North America scene. We'll see how they match up against this EU team. Psyduck, going to be banned along with this Leafeon already.
Yeah, not surprised to see the Leafeon ban, Psyduck ban. I think that's just one of those that's like a perma ban. And similar to the last set that we saw, we've got a Blissey ban and the Mimikyu ban coming back out. So we'll have to see if Nouns goes with that Miraidon first pick. Umbreon's on the table. Bruv looking at that Umbreon right now, potentially going to lock that in here as pick number 1.
Umbreon, a very strong first pick. You can pivot it to a lot of different ways. You could pivot it into the support role. You could keep it as that true tank. So very safe first pick there for Nouns. For Fun, going to go ahead and lock in some maybe safe picks of their own. The Zacian, a very strong pick that we've seen a lot of Pokemon Unite players utilize in that top path. We'll see how they line it up. Metallic, though, going to switch it over, and we have the Hoopa picked.
The Zacian first pick is interesting, but I feel like Zacian is a Pokemon that you have to have a plan for. So what they could be doing is forcing Nouns into picking around that Zacian, which I think they might. I mean, it's a good mind game for sure. I don't know how worth it Zacian is as a first pick, but it's still very strong. That does mean the Miraidon gets picked up by a Desu, while Inder's going to lock in the classic Eldegoss pick, one of his favorites for sure.
I don't think Inder actually likes Eldegoss. We'll have to see. We'll see if that's a Pokemon that he actually likes. I don't know. We'll see. Ducky going to go on their signature Pokemon, that Trevenant with the Float Stone. I really love to see it. Mew also getting grabbed by For Fun, while Nouns is going to go ahead and line up their last picks. We have that Mamoswine, and then look at this. We have a Venusaur.
Toon's Venusaur is one that's always fun. It's set up right now to be a Petalsaur, which is kind of going to fill that all-rounder spot. You can tell with the full heal and the focus band. They could pivot it over, but I wonder if you'll see a Charge Beam on the Miraidon and the Petalsaur, or we could see a Solar Beam and a Electro Drift. We'll have to see what they end up doing, but Metallic going to lock in the Gyarados in that last slot.
I love the Gyarados pick here. You have that Hoopa to kind of help monitor that early game while you stay in that Magikarp stage. So I really do like that. Really look for Ducky to maybe invade here early on. It's something that he really loves to do as that Trevenant. So we'll see how that goes. But I think you're onto something here with Toon on this Venusaur. I mean, you see that focus band, you see that full heal. I really expect this to be that Petal Giga Drain something that recently got
Yeah.
buffed in that last patch.
Yeah, it looks really solid. I mean, Venusaur is just always a solid pick. It's just not one of the top performing ones. So it's something that you can always pivot, which is always a really fun pick. Also love to see the Ducky Trevenant. I think that's just a no-brainer. If you have Ducky on your team, you want to try to pick up that Trevenant. They're noticeably one of the best Trevenant players, at least in NA. And, you know, I think it's going to be really difficult for Nouns to deal with that Trevenant, just especially the way that Ducky plays that Pokemon. But still, they got the Umbreon, which is still, you know, even after the little slap on the wrist nerf that Umbreon just got with the foul play, I think it's still pretty insane.
Still very strong. And another thing that I think we are going to see here in this match is going to be that Electro Drift Miraidon. I saw this Shedin Jadal, so a Pokemon move that is benefited more is that Electro Drift, because you're able to go into that Shedin Jadal and then still get that move up. However, we have game one. Nouns Esports going to be on your left side, your purple side for fun, taking the Zacian to the central area on your orange side.
Nouns with the Endertoon reunion from year one of competitive play. It's always fun to see that come back, this time accompanied with Adesu and the Ghatlue as well. Very prominent Nouns players, and Bruv always been on the Nouns teams. The fun team to definitely watch for sure. Metallic in the top path already getting pretty low.
Here we go. Yeah, the top path. Ghatlue taking that kind of like brawler style pick on that Mamoswine. A lot of that farm going over to for fun, so not able to get Eldegoss online just yet is Ender. However, a little bit of a forward push here from Nouns in this early part bottom lane.
Vin Diesel looking for a secure here. They did not get it. It did end up going to the Miraidon there, but here comes the Metal Claw Zacian. They're looking to chase down Bruv. They will not, but they will pick up a stack here. 6 points do go in, while Toon has pivoted into this top path.
Yeah, looking to just deprive XP from Metallic onto that Gyarados, and they're able to do exactly that. Not able to get online, however, 4 members are going to push down here for fun. It's the Gyarados, the Magikarp looking to push forward. Umbreon in their sights, unable to get the KO. They're going to have to peel back, make sure that Gyarados not getting online, but 21 points is going to get them ever so close to that effort gauge.
And it is Charge Beam, so I don't know if they ended up taking off the Shedinjadal or what, or they just like it, but that is a Charge Beam on the Miraidon. So playing that backline mage character for Nouns Esports, Adesu picking up that Pokemon, while Eldegoss looking to get a little bit of an invade here, Ender in the enemy central area.
They're getting seen out by Metallic. Metallic does hunt down Ender, maybe like looming in that tall grass, trying to get in position for these center birds. Mew, dangerously low, going to have to retreat. Oh, and Miraidon's going to go back to the Pokemon Center, so that's a big pickup for fun.
Yeah, that's a good pickup for them for sure. 37-6 for fun, off to an early lead. Metallic getting that evolution a little bit early in the match is definitely exactly what you want to see, but here goes Toon. They have the Petal Dance available, going to move in on this Zacian and prevent anybody from getting the reset from Hoopa.
That was a really strong play there from Toon, just kind of standing right on top of that portal. Really strong play here for fun, though. They have 55-6 here as 720 birds are going to be hitting the map. 3 members of Nouns looking to try to grab them. Zacian going to get stunned out by Mamoswine. Good play there from Ghatlue is going to prevent for fun from pushing forward.
I didn't even call out the fact that they're running the double defender on Nouns Esports using Mamoswine as that top path Pokemon, but I mean, it's Ghatlue. Like, this player, the Mon pool that they have available to them, I feel like I see them play a different Pokemon every single match, so running that is not a surprise to me for Nouns. We do have the Rip starting there in that bottom path.
Ooh, Ducky's going to try to wood hammer away this Miraidon. Secures are going to be going over to for fun. It's Mew taking that Reg Ice for fun. However, Toon's going to try to press forward with this Venusaur, going to get that Petal Dance going. But here comes Zacian, Metal Claw. Here comes the Unite move. Toon wipes him from the Thea skies.
Wow, really good start for fun, but Nouns Esports coming in harder. And here comes Metallic. They clean up. Toon goes back to the Pokemon Center. Metallic's looking to push in a little bit harder here. Big defense there for fun.
We go. Looking forward is Metallic on this Gyarados. Regieleki still standing tall. They're going to start just going ahead and ripping. Ghatlue, along with the rest of the squad, just going to go ahead and ignore it, try to grab as much farm on their side of the map as possible.
We've got the charge beam coming out, just trying to chip down the Zacian, but Zacian, Gyarados, Trevenant, I mean, what are you charge beaming? It just seems like you're not going to be doing as much damage as you'd want to with this Pokemon. You're going to just focus in on the Petal Dance damage, as Toon is going to walk in. Metallic is stunned, but then pop the Dragon Current Unite move. Big full heal there for Toon, but they still go down.
Ooh, the Earthquake almost pulled the Regieleki in, but here come the Rings Unbound. They're looking to push forward, push the Regieleki in. However, nice little defensive stand here from Noun. Here come the Meteors falling from the sky. Miraidon able to pick up Ducky on that KO. Mew is now looking to push forward. Another big defensive stand here for Nouns as no points go in from that Regieleki.
The way that you would think, just based on the health bars, if you're watching only the health bars on the right and left side of your screen, that Nouns would definitely go down there. But somehow, the healing from Ender, the healing from the goal zone, it really kept them in that fight, preventing For Fun from increasing their lead in any way.
Here we go, 5-minute mark, and it's looking pretty strong here for Fun. They're pushing 4 members towards this P1 pad. Zacian's going to go in. Umbreon's going to go down. Venusaur going to go down. Now this Reg Ice hit in the sights of For Fun. They should be able to clear this out no problem, as Nouns unable to respond.
For Fun playing really well. Ducky goes in with a big eject button. Hornleech to pick up that Miraidon, and they're looking to push in this Tier 1 goal zone.
Here we go, yeah. Good defensive stand so far for Nouns. This Toon is going to look to try to peel down Ducky. Ducky's going to go ahead and steal a Citrus Berry, but might be too much damage from Toon as they're able to push them back deep into the flux zone of Nouns Esports.
I don't know how Nouns is continuing to make these defensive stands, especially their team seems a little bit squishier than the opposite side, but the healing from Pollen Puff, and we've got the Umbreon as well. The Venusaur Giga Drain just going absolutely crazy, and Ducky is still somehow living. I don't know how they live. It's not allowed.
Oh my god.
What is Ducky doing back there, Kai?
That is some criminal behavior from Ducky, and a great peel, great play from on that Hoopa to bring them to the top. As Regieleki goes into the pocket of For Fun, they're going to push forward in this T1 goal zone. But here come a lot of the Unite moves. Big Solar Beam from Mew. Hoopa gets a nice little reset as 2 members from Nouns are going down back to the Pokemon Center. Gyarados comes back to the Thea Sky Runes via that Dragon Current, and great charge beams here from Miraidon. That's going to keep the team at bay, and this Regieleki, once again, is not going to go in, at least for the time being.
The charge beams are now just shredding here, and Venusaur finally does go down, which could give For Fun the opportunity, but they needed to get that Pokemon down way earlier than they actually did. But the Giga Drain healing, I'm going to be interested to see the Venusaur healing numbers, because the way that Toon has lived these fights is just incomprehensible.
Here we go, another push here. Mamoswine going down. And For Fun, I mean, you look at these levels, Husky, and while the score may not show it, it looks like For Fun is really just able to impose their will on every single team fight that they're a part of.
For Fun is definitely the team that's in control of the map, and Nouns is just somehow holding on with a strong defense. That's the way this match is looking right now. We do have the Registeel going down. Could be a secure here. Bruv looking for it, but it is the Mew.
100% secure Mew, as For Fun gets another objective into their pocket. However, Trevenant going down. Toon is pushing forward, looking to push forward towards the T1 pad. Here comes another Dragon Current from the Gyarados. However, they might be going down. That's a crucial pick-off. Venusaur goes down, and it's a little bit of a trade here, and Rayquaza is about to hit the map.
Ooh, I don't know about that one. I don't know how good that was to use the Dragon Current Unite move there. Now, Nouns is in the lead, and though Venusaur is down, they did not use their Unite move. So we have a Verdant Anger available, as well as a Umbreon and a Mamoswine Unite.
Yeah, they're just going to get some positioning in this Rayquaza pit. They have a little bit of a lead going into this fight. There's going to be a reset. Some Unite moves are coming back.
We have to see how For Fun wants to take this. I don't know if they realize how far down they are in score, but seeing that 80 points go in definitely gives them an indication that they are not in the lead. And look at Nouns just take over this pit, Kyle.
Oh, Ducky's going to be going back to the Pokemon Center. That's a crucial pick for Nouns as they're going to push forward. Venusaur is going to push towards that T1, but here comes Vin Diesel onto the Rayquaza. They're going to start the rip. Ghatlue does suss this out. Here come the Meteors from Miraidon. Metallic's going to try to bounce on into the back line. They find a Desu. They're going to get pushed forward. There's a big charge beam going to zone the team out, but here come Hoopa. Rings are unbound. They're pushing forward. Look at that little play. Sneaky little play from Zacian to get back to the back line. Miraidon going down in the fray. Ducky gets a nice little push out there. Rayquaza going down. It's really low. It's going to be Hoopa. Hoopa gets the secure.
No way. I cannot believe the Hoopa ends up taking that one. That was absolutely huge. That was the Mew Unite move. The surf that they had pushed everybody on Nouns back, and there was no way that they could get into the pit with enough time. Nouns played that fight so well, but in the end, For Fun and the Rings Unbound take it.
Wow, For Fun. Huge plays there at the Rayquaza, and they're taking a game off of Nouns, but I don't think that is the ultimate goal. I think they're going to try to send Nouns down to the loser side of the bracket, so they're not going to be satisfied. They're going to go back to the drawing board and ensure they're able to finish the job, but a great start here for Fun.
For Fun would love to send Nouns down to the losers bracket in this second match. 2-0ing Nouns is definitely an accomplishment, but as we've seen, Nouns thrives in the losers bracket, so I doubt even if they lose this next match, it'll be the last that we would see of them in this tournament. 5-12 to 162, your final for game number 1, and what is going to be Nouns' strategy in the second match?
We'll have to see. I really thought that Odesu was going to be going that Electro Drift build with that Shedinja doll, but I still think Charge Beam did work there. But, you know, For Fun just had so much dive. Sometimes it was difficult to, stay alive, but, I mean, you see the value, 117k. They're still able to do a massive amount of damage just kind of watching where Toon was engaging, but at the end of the day, it wasn't enough.
And look at Zap on the Mew. 91k damage. And the huge play, I'm sure we'll get to see it here in a second, in the Ray Pit with their Unite move. I absolutely loved the way that For Fun ended up playing that, even though they knew they were a little bit behind in that final fight. Here we've got some replays for you, Kyle.
Yeah, the first objective going over to that Mew. You just saw Mew time and time again getting those secures. Obviously, Hoopa getting that last one was pretty huge, but, I mean, just really great team fighting from For Fun.
Yeah, the Mew, just being able to balance your moves with a Pokemon. I mean, we saw them right there if you're watching. They use the Agility Solar Beam to reposition the Solar Beam. Like, knowing the combos of the Mew moves is a really good skill to have.
Hoopa always getting the team into the right position here for this Regieleki push. Unfortunately, they weren't really able to get the value that they wanted. Nouns did a great job of responding. Great defensive stand, keeping that goal zone fully upright.
And we have this Regice fight that kind of just went over to For Fun for free, and that wasn't really much of a contest, but we're seeing again the Nouns defenses throughout the match. They just held their own, even though For Fun seemed to be in the lead the entire time.
And that was one of the funnier plays, Ducky just going deep into the Flux Zone and then getting bailed out by that Hoopa Unite. And again, you really saw For Fun lining up this Hoopa to really help try to push these Regielekis in. Unfortunately, the Regielekis just never went into this top lane, but they were still able to find a ton of value, finding a lot of KOs there, finding some value, just not the scores.
I mean, I think that Hoopa, the Mew was insane. We saw them get another KO right there, but I feel like the Hoopa, just the utility that supporter provides is just unmatched, and the Rings Unbound and the way that they were positioning around the team is, I feel like, what ended up winning this game for Fun.
Yeah, and this late push, really thought that Nouns might have been able to turn the tide there. They get those 2 KOs, but Toon goes down there. That might have been what really allowed For Fun to stall this fight out, and that's exactly what they did. They brought a lot of those Unite moves. Hoopa brought the team all the way back in with those Rings Unbound, and look at that peel. Look at that portal from the Zacian, able to get right back on in.
And look how far back Toon was after that. They had to chase down the Zacian, and then they just got too far away. Miraidon going down to the Gyarados, and there it was, the huge surf just pushing them out even more. The only one that was in the pit was Ghatlue. Even though the Verdant Anger came out and the Cotton Cloud Crash was there, it was still the Hoopa ending up securing. Just incredible plays there from that Mew with the surf.
Yeah, really strong plays, and that was just about it. Mew able to get those double KOs, Toon going down in the fray there, and then it was all history from there as For Fun was just able to get all of their dunks in and take game number 1 away from Nouns.
Yeah, and we are just going to get right into our game number 2 because these two teams are hype. They're ready to go, and Nouns is banning the Zacian.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to deal with that thing either. You just saw a ton of value out of that Pokemon all match long. Vin looked really strong on that one. We'll see how Nouns kind of lines up their picks. Obviously, no Mimikyu, no Psyduck, 2 Pokemon that we've seen, I believe, banned in every single match. However, a Desu lining up the Miraidon once again.
You want to keep that Miraidon. I think that was your big saving grace for Nouns in the damage department, but it does give Ducky access to the Umbreon. And instead, For Fun is going to grab the Blissey. I like the Umbreon Blissey core, but I wonder what their plan is because I don't know if I like that better than the Hoopa because now you give it to Ender.
Yeah, Ender on the Hoopa. You think about Eldegoss as Ender's main, but he's just as strong on the Hoopa. We'll see how he's able to utilize this, how much pressure Nouns is able to put on the map. But for fun, they're lining up some of their other picks. We have Mew along with Metallic onto the Scyther Scissor pick. I imagine we'll see the Scyther, but
probably.
with some of the overall buffs and changes to some Pokemon, Scissor is not terrible.
I wouldn't mind seeing a Scizor, but the double speedster from Nouns. I hate double. I'm so real. I hate double speedster. I feel like it's not good at all. But I trust Nouns and I trust Ghatlue's Dodrio. I'm surprised the Venusaur didn't come back out, but I guess Nouns didn't think it was that good. Instead, they want to go for a more bursty composition. And I think that after this Garchomp pick from Vin Diesel, we will be seeing a Scyther from Metallic.
Yeah, I completely agree. There's number 2 for you. Scyther, I think, still offers so much burst. And with some of the buffs that it got, obviously, Scissor didn't get buffed, but the dual wing beat, I believe it was the healing that got buffed on it. I think it's very strong. I thought Scyther was in a good spot before, but with some additional buffs to it, I think it might even be better.
Scyther's one of those outplay speedsters. It's really strong. If you can play a good Scyther, then you can outplay other speedsters really well. But I think the struggle that Metallic is going to go into is the fact that there are 2 other speedsters that tend to counter it really well on the opposite side.
We'll see exactly how this is going to line up for fun. They might be a squad that's playing for fun, but they looked really strong here in game 1. And Nouns, they are a squad to beat. And if For Fun can take them down, that's going to be a huge upset early on in this tournament.
Yeah, it's not surprising to see, Nouns struggle a little bit early in a tournament. I think that's something that ends up happening with them, and then they really come together later on, and they still looked really strong in the first match. I think it's good. It's up to the double speedster. I hate it, but, Nouns, I've seen them play it a couple times and do well, so, we'll have to see what they do.
We'll see if Ender is going to be able to get those speedsters out of danger with those portal resets. But we got game number 2. We have Absol taking that center path for Nouns Esports on the left side. For Fun on your right side, taking Scyther.
And again, we're seeing this Garchomp. I feel like the Garchomp is something that's never banned, but it's a really strong pick in really specific situations, and it does really well in the top path early, which we're seeing right now. They're going to try to prevent Ghatlue from getting too far ahead here in this early game.
Ghatlue going to be able to secure that bit of farm, going to get back to the safety of their base. Rocking the Hollowware spray. I saw some hearts flying. Snorlax, though, able to steal that red buff away.
That's really big, and Bruv on the Snorlax is something that we've seen quite a lot. He's really solid on this Pokemon, and I think that Snorlax is one of those sleeper picks, but,
pun intended.
Pun intended, I guess. That can come out and really do a lot of good work, especially against teams with some of this heavy dive that we're seeing from Scyther and Garchomp on For Fun.
4 members of For Fun lining up these center birds, but lining up another bird is this Umbreon, puts them in a mean look, puts them in a blender, but Ghatlue almost getting back with that portal reset. It's just maybe a tad late.
We see the Absol, though. They do pick up the Scyther KO, but they are then trapped in the mean look, and this is why the double speedster is just so volatile, and it really depends, because look, they pick up the Garchomp or the little Gibble, but the mean looks are just devastating if you're a speedster.
Might have just bitten off a little bit more than they can chew. However, down in this basement path, Bruv getting a nice 19-point dunk in. Another 7 likely going in from this Miraidon. Ghatlue getting mean looked, but they're going right back to base. Thanks for a good portal there from Ender.
Yeah, not quite enough damage yet on For Fun to be able to take down that Dodrio, even in the mean look, but those mean looks are something to watch out for. I challenge you in the chat to really watch out for some big mean looks here, because that's exactly what Ducky's going to be doing.
We'll take a peek to see how this plays out. But yeah, a lot of farm does go over to For Fun here. Another mean look going to go on to the Snorlax. Scyther looking to try to take them down, but a nice Astonish there from Ender is going to get them back to safety. Unfortunately, though, they both go down a little bit late on the portal.
Yeah, Scyther just early game is so solid. You have to try it. It's a really early game competition between these two teams. And right now, Nouns is winning it. Level 8 on the Absol, whereas only level 7 on the Scyther right now. So they're going to have to try to pick up some more crucial KOs, especially on this Dodrio. You know, get Ender if you can kind of thing.
Here we go. Yeah, 4 members up here for Fun. Nice little portal reset from Nouns. It's going to send them back, and they see the writing on the wall. They're not taking that portal back. Nouns is just going to try to get value elsewhere on the map and towards this basement path.
Big heads-up plays here from For Fun. I feel like this team is playing really cohesively. You can really tell that whoever their shot caller is right now is doing a great job, and the team is just really coming together well, being able to capitalize on that moment of pushing in and getting some points there. They will get the Regieleki, but Absol clears that objective at the bottom path.
Here comes a Unite move from Ghatlue, trying to defend this T1 goal zone. They're going to try attack and take out the Umbreon. Here comes an Electro Drift from Miraidon. Almost takes out the Mew, but they're going to be going sent packing. Scyther's going to Green Illusion dive, but the only thing they're diving into is the back of the Pokemon Center as they get sent packing. Another Electro Drift from this Miraidon, and 3 make it 4 members are trying to defend this T-Pad for Fun, and they're going to do that. Their mission accomplished for them. They're able to hold their line.
Scyther's doing great, but the problem with an immobile front line like Umbreon with Meanlook and Blissey is that it's really difficult to get them out after they've gotten in. And that's kind of the value that something like Hoopa can provide, because even though the double speedster is there, you can get out of those situations if you throw a hyperspace hole. But Blissey Umbreon is going to have to try to chase the Scyther into the fight, and it's really, really difficult to try to get them out after they've gotten in.
Great heavy slam there from the Snorlax, and here comes the Midnight Slash from Absol, looking to take down this Umbreon, able to do so with another great heavy slam from Bruv. Really putting in a lot of work on that Pokemon, looking pretty strong. Great zoning from them.
This is exactly what you want out of a double speedster comp right now. 2 level 11s, and it's not even past the 5-minute mark, and you just got to keep that momentum up, because the double speedster falls off hard in the late game. But if they can keep this lead that they've got right now, Nouns has a really solid chance of taking this game.
Ooh, there's another Green Illusion dive from the Scyther, gets the KO on Ender on that Hoopa, but here comes this Dodrio from Ghatlue. Pushes them back towards their own T1 goal zone. Some stacks coming in from Umbreon as a little consolation prize, but both sets of objectives about to hit the map.
And now that Garchomp is level 9, almost level 10, they could really make something happen here, especially with a big Bliss assistance. But look at the tri-attack catching out that Garchomp, almost getting them fully. They got like half HP there just from a couple tri-attacks. Really difficult to deal with a good Dodrio that's so far ahead right now.
Regieleki hitting the map. For Fun, trying to zone them out. Here comes some of the Unite moves. Mean look into the Dodrio Unite, stops them right in their tracks, and here comes Garchomp. Huge KO, double KO for them as they take out Absol and Dodrio. That's massive. Here comes Ender, great Unite move from Hoopa. However, that's going to just send a lot of Pokemon packing. Snorlax is going to take a quick little power nap right in the middle of the lane as a 4 KO streak goes on top for this Garchomp, who's now level 12.
That's off the back of the Bliss assistance as well. They were only level 9, almost level 10, like 30 seconds ago. And now look at them, almost level 13 now, taking up there into the later stages of that level 12. They're going to be able to rip this Regieleki. But as I said to challenge the chat earlier, the mean look on the Dodrio triple trample, that is what started that fight, and the Garchomp with the Bliss assistance on it is what finished it.
That's why you play mean look into speedsters, right? Regieleki making quick work of that was the Garchomp. Here comes the defensive stand here from Nouns Esports. A block is going to go right in the middle of that because we have almost all the members up here for fun. A nice little heavy slam, but they get met with a little bit of a mean look. Here comes Absol, going to try to dash on out. Green Illusion dive, tries to take out the Absol. Garchomp finds him. Great peel here from Bro, but they get found in the back line. Scyther getting the KO.
Yeah, the Absol anymore, just not doing enough damage. The Shedinja doll comes out, making sure Desu can get out of that one. But look, there goes the Garchomp and the Scyther coming in with a double KO. Hoopa, though, picking up that Scyther is going to be big timer for them, 13 seconds. And now they're going to have to just get ready for this final fight. But look at the score right now, Kyle. There is a 1-point differential.
I may not be good at math, but I know a 1-point lead when I see one. And a little power nap from Snorlax is going to knock up this Mew, get them sent packing back to the Pokemon Center. Ducky is going to get blocked down into, and that's a double KO for this Absol as a little bit of revenge happens right before Rayquaza.
Nouns is not willing to let this end here, and with that power nap, that is absolutely obvious for them. Little bit late on the Snorlax Unite move, but you want to try to get the levels up for those speedsters as much as you can, which they are. 2 level 14s on that double speedster comp, and we don't yet have any level 14s on the side of For Fun. And that's going to be the game changer here. If you can get your speedsters into that backline, take down that Garchomp and that Scyther before the Bliss Assistants can get you all demolished, then Nouns wins this game.
Ducky is going to be the key player in this fight. If they're able to hit a mean look, that's pivotal. It can really turn the tide as Dodrio gets taken down. They go back to the Pokemon Center. Great play there from Scyther, able to get the KO utilizing their Unite move. Hoopa, Ender is going to bring the team in with the Rings Unbound. Here comes the Bliss Assist onto the Garchomp. Are they going to be able to find the KOs? They find the Absol. They find the Dodrio. Another KO. They find the Miraidon. It's just Hoopa and Snorlax. This might be time for fun.
The Mew ending up carrying there again, taking down the Miraidon before they could even use their Unite move. And now we have Scyther looking for the rip, and it's just the Snorlax, but it's the Mew. Of course, the 100% secure rate for that Mew, and For Fun takes the Rayquaza.
They just need to get some of their points in. Here's a KO for this Garchomp once again. Vin Diesel. It may be Electro Drift from this Miraidon, but it's Vin Diesel that's Tokyo drifting into this next round as they have a 100-point lead, make it 101. We're going to add another 200 for Fun. And this may be a For Fun stack, Husky, but they are here for some wins.
Yeah, it's a possible push for Nouns, but, you know, I said it like 3 times, and I'm gonna say it again just to drive my point home. I hate double speedster, because look how horribly it fell off. As soon as the Dodrio went down, there's nothing really that you can do. The Absol couldn't make a stand on its own, not even with the Hoopa being able to provide so much utility. I mean, Ender doing a great job pulling in that Rings Unbound right there, but I don't know, it could have been the fact that the Snorlax didn't have Power Nap available. It could have been, you know, the Rings Unbound or the resets not being there, but the double speedster just doesn't hold up.
Doesn't hold up, didn't hold up in this match, and Nouns just gets 0-2'd. Very unfortunate for them. They're going to have a long trip, right, down in that lower side bracket where it is best of 1. So if they're going to want to do what they do best, they have a lot of work to do down in that lower side of the bracket because it is a long tournament, 60-plus teams, and that's a long trip back up into the grand final.
Yeah, we said it before, Nouns thrives in the losers bracket, while For Fun is going to be heading into our winners round 3 against No Smites, who has come from a 2-0 win and then a 2-1 win. So, solid matchup for them that we will be seeing soon. Otherwise, yeah, Nouns going to be heading down to your losers bracket. And look at the stats here. Ender with 3 KOs, more damage than Adesu on the Electro Drift Miraidon. You never want to see your support out damaging you like that.
Very tough there for Nouns. But yeah, you got to give props where props are due. For Fun really stood tall. Metallic looked fantastic. But the thing that I'm looking at, Vin Diesel looked amazing. But the player that I am the most impressed with, as I am time and time again, is Ducky. When you go into those speedsters, you really need to make sure that you're hitting timely mean looks. And time again, those speedsters were just shut down by perfectly placed mean looks.
I mean, we had the early game, and I feel like that's the draw of the double speedster. Is the early game is just so good, and we saw it. I mean, the speedsters got so far ahead. We saw a KO there that was huge, and the score lead was there. But this is the moment it turned around. The Dodrio getting caught in that 4 KO from Garchomp.
Huge. Yeah, double KO there, and like you said, it just win after win. It seemed like we're going into the pockets of for fun. And this was one of the biggest wins of the match, was this top lane fight. This Garchomp got crazy fed, right? The 4 KO streak. I mean, you just saw the perfect Unite move for that Blissey to really enable that Garchomp. And at that point in the game, like, this Garchomp was uncontested.
Yeah, as soon as you let that happen, I mean, it was really just Ghatlue getting caught there in that mean look from the triple trample. And as soon as they got dove on, it was just Garchomp City. And we saw again, they're doing, look at them in the central area of the enemy team. And there's just no damage that's even being done to them. Electro Drift did nothing.
Yeah, and you saw the damage numbers at the end of the game, like 39k, just really tough, unfortunately. But yeah, look at this. Like, those solar beams from this Mew were massive time and time again. The lock-ons with their boosted attacks were pretty good. And even though it was a close matchup at this point, like, you losing your Snorlax Unite move in that moment might have been pretty detrimental to the Noun squad.
Yeah, and look at the mean look again, taking down the Absol. Dodrio had already gotten taken down, and the Mew was the only, everybody. The Mew was crazy. The Unite moves on Zap that they were using throughout this set so far have just been monumental for taking control of these fights.
And here it is, the secure of all secures, the Electro Ball, ending it, sending Nouns down to the lower side of the bracket, and that was all she wrote. Game, set, match for fun. Looked fantastic.
Yeah, it was a really good set to watch. I think that, Nouns played a great set, but the double speedster.
Do you like double speedsters, Husky? I have not heard.
And look, it's not Meowscarada, so I don't care.
Very unfortunate for Nouns. We'll see them probably later on. I imagine that they're going to get their stuff together and make a heroic run down there, but for fun. Definitely showed themselves as a team to watch throughout. This has been the IceBound Invitational. Get a drink, get a snack, stretch your legs. We'll be right back after this, so take a quick little break and we'll see y'all on the other side for more Pokemon Unite.
thunder can interrupt and prevent enemies from scoring goals. It can create damage zones that forces enemies to take damage if they pass through it. So try to predict where enemies are likely to be. Unlike lightning, thunder does not have the ability to do sound or slow seconds, so carries the cognitive ability of its own or from an ally to ensure maximum voltage. Remember, lightning always location before slamming into the ground. Enemies in the area cannot be engaged. Fall into the air and level up with
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to the IceBound tournament. We're about to get into a really fun set. We've been waiting for the previous set to finish up, which is why the break a little bit longer than intended, but thank you for your patience and thank you for sticking around. We'll be getting in there very soon. We're going to be seeing Luminosity, which I know people are going to be interested in seeing, especially after their performance in the qualifiers last weekend. So let's look at the current state of the bracket. We're going to be heading into our winners round 3 very shortly, but a couple of rounds of winners round 3 have already finished. Orange Juicers is already in the winners quarterfinals. We also have Hoenn Plaga in the winners quarterfinals and a couple sets that have been going on for a little bit, Kyle.
I'm really excited to see how this bracket is played out. Like you said, Orange Juicers is kind of running through teams right now. They took down Kaizen, they took down Haha Brew, two really strong teams. Haha Brew, a very strong team out of the North America scene, so kind of a little bit of a rivalry brewing there. Like you said, we are going to take a look at Luminosity here in just a little bit. We're waiting for their opponent to be finalized right now. APG, which is Soreyu's new team in EU, taking on Easy, and that's a 1-1 set. So once we find out who wins that set, we'll be getting into the LG set. But if LG is able to win whoever they're playing against, that is going to set up, like you said, a winner's quarterfinal matchup of Orange Juicers versus Luminosity. And how about you? But that seems like the most exciting thing that's potentially brewing right now.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a salty run back, actually. So especially from the qualifiers last weekend. So that will be a fun one. So far, Luminosity has 2-0'd both teams that they've gone up against. OSU and Version 1 have been taken down. I see OSU and I'm like, did they mean Ohio State University? Because that's the only thing I can think of. But I think it's OSU. I think it's the player that is on it. But I see OSU and I'm like, yeah, Ohio State, whatever. Sorry, the Ohio State.
Yeah, you forgot the.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
The acronym. Yeah.
I'm in academia. Yeah, no, I know that. But yeah, Luminosity not yet to drop a map, and I don't think they're going to want it to start here. But both of these teams, both Easy and how do you say it? APAG?
APG. I think it's Apagnan, but I'm just gonna say APG? Because I will mess it up. So
yeah, and both these teams, I mean, they have been having quite an interesting set so far. As we said, still waiting on their game 3 to finish out 1-1 still, which is why we took a little bit longer on our break, just trying to make sure that we can get this Luminosity game because it's going to be a fun one.
I'm really excited about that. And yeah, looking at like the loser side, that lower side of the bracket, Nouns, they were able to 1-0 against Senmore, which puts them up against BH3 Esports, which is another EU matchup. I believe BH3 is a French team. So excited to kind of see them play or see how that one plays out. We don't get to see it. Another thing that kind of surprised me, T3 ended up getting knocked out by Les Loubards, and they are down in that lower side of the bracket. They were able to take down Micro and Cheese, So T3 kind of up against it right now too. So a lot of teams, I mean, and that's kind of what we're seeing is there are a lot of strong teams and not like a specific favorite. I mean, you see like teams like Gen 5, the team that was runner up in EU, already sent down to the lower side bracket as well.
We got a lot of lower side bracket games happening right now. We have Ego versus Team Growth. We have Octo Gaming versus Gen 5. So Gen 5 in that match right now. BH3 versus Nouns. T3 versus Requiem. Kiss Kiss versus Leftovers. And a lot of teams that I recognize, and honestly, a lot of teams that I don't quite recognize. But it seems like, you know, there's some upsets already happening in this tournament.
Upsets galore. We saw one in the last matchup, right? Nouns versus For Fun. For Fun, a very strong squad, but not a team that I had picked going this far, especially with the types of opponents they were up against. But they have showed everybody wrong that they are here to game, and I'm excited to see how far they're able to go. They're playing up against No Smites right now, and just got word in, not necessarily from production, but an update on the bracket.
But just looking.
Just looking. My eyes work sometimes, at least. Luminosity is going to be playing against APG, so we are going to see Soreyu's new team taking on this LG squad that is really... Husky, if you're LG, how badly do you want to win this matchup so you could go up against OJ?
I feel like this is a, like, you're not even thinking about the potential of losing this one if you're LG. Like, compared to what they dealt with playing OJ and ending up losing, they're the only team that has taken a map off of Luminosity in any tournament so far this season. Like, you need to get back in there and prove yourself. I feel like there is not even a question in any of their minds that they're going to be moving on. So it's up to APG to prove them wrong.
If this is some sort of professional sports league, this is that would be a matchup that you would be circling on your calendar. So they have that matchup in the bracket circled on their calendar, but they are facing up against a very strong team here. So they can't think too far ahead, right? They can't think about what the future is. They need to play in the now. They need to be present for this matchup because you can't sleep on Soreyu, a very strong EU player and a very strong team that made that top 8 in the EU bracket. So I'm excited to see what they're able to bring and excited to see how they match up against a titan of North America.
I mean, one of the things about LG that's so fun to watch is that they are the meta. You know, like, there are meta picks that you would want to have, but LG, it doesn't matter what they pick. Like, you've seen some of their team compositions. We've casted them together. Like, LG's team compositions are insane. They throw anyone who thinks they know something about competitive play, they throw them for a loop. It's like you're playing Pokemon Unite, and then you're playing Luminosity Unite, and it's a completely different game. And if APG can adjust to that the way that Orange Juicers did, they have a chance here. But otherwise, Luminosity just comes into any matchup with an insane advantage because of the way that they figured out how to play this game.
We are going to be getting into the matchup very shortly. I'm really excited. And like you said, Husky, LG just kind of drafts differently, right? You know, the roster is kind of reconfigured from what it was last year. You have it solidified. You still have your pillars, right? You still have Overlord. You have Kyrios back in that bot lane attacker. We saw him in the tournament utilize a couple of different things. We saw that Zacian in that bottom path kind of doing tons of work. And then you have that kind of, you still have Otter returning from last year, but in a different role. Previously was in that bot lane attacker while Kyrios was unable to play majority of last year, but now Otter is now slotted in that support slot.
Yeah, and Otter has been taking the support role to new heights. One of my favorite players to watch is an attacker, and he's kind of made the attacker support role very viable, and a lot of teams are starting to pick up on it. I think that was an Otter coined thing because he plays the support Mew, sometimes the support Espeon I've seen him play. And then, if they're like, wow, we don't want him to have access to that support Mew, then he plays a traditional healing support and it's still just as devastating. So having the experience of playing as an attacker and then being able to pivot to that support role and utilize those skills has been absolutely huge for Luminosity. And I feel like that's one of the main things that they have to overcome. Like many teams expect that Overlord is going to wash them, so they try to prepare to play against Overlord or Trainer, and then instead they deal with Otter and his support Mew, and suddenly they're like, wait, I thought, wait, hold on, like let's back it up a little bit. So there's like every single player on this team is an absolute powerhouse, and it's a team of the best players in the world. It's like your super team without it actually being like your traditional super team where they steal a bunch of players from like a bunch of different teams. They kind of have all been associated with Luminosity, and the real new addition this year has been Trainer.
Yeah. And
other than that, like, this team is very cohesive. They are familiar with playing with each other, and it's a real difficulty. Like, you have to practice playing Pokemon Unite and making it far as a competitive team, and then you also have to practice, like, what if we run up against Luminosity? Because it's totally different.
It's a different ball game. I mean, they still are. I mean, you still see Overlord pick Lucario, a Pokemon that many thought was dead in the water, but even before this most recent buff to extreme speed, still played it masterfully. Still was able to weave in and out, utilize those cooldowns to the point of where people are like, I'm just going to go ahead and ban this thing, even though it's not the strongest all-rounder. And that's kind of where they get you. They bait you into a false sense of security. Like, okay, as long as I can ban the Lucario, we're fine. And then he just pulls out Urshifu or pulls out something else out of his hat and just dominates you. But like you said, the big change here is the addition to Luminosity of Trainer. An amazing pickup, and he's fit so well into this squad. And you let Mimikyu through, the game's over. We've seen Trainer play Mimikyu so many times, and every time I see him on it, I'm like, I want to pick up this character because it looks so fun.
Yeah, his Mimikyu is insane. His Leafeon I've also seen is insane. And him and Overlord kind of have a similar Pokemon pool where they can swap into different Pokemon if need be, which is always a really interesting part of Pokemon Unite that I think we've started to see later on, as opposed to the early seasons of competitive play, because everyone just learned what was exactly in their role. And now we're kind of seeing players, as they shift roles, have Pokemon that they can pull in from their different experiences, and you can like swap into different types of strategies. And it's something Luminosity does exceptionally well, but something we've actually seen quite a lot with a lot of these top tier teams. I love
the switch up Otter on support. I think support and attack in that bot attacker role kind of fit really well together, in the sense that if you're good at one, you could kind of transition into that other one pretty well, because they generally have similar play styles. You want to try to stay in that back line. You want to try to continue watching where your team is. You're playing off of your engage point. But either way, here we go. Game number 1. We have a draft. LG going to be taking your purple side, whereas APG going to be on your orange side. And right off the bat, LG does not want to deal with this Miraidon.
I wonder if the Miraidon, I feel like that first pick slot is just unreal, because you can use your bans to play games with the other team, and they have already banned both. They didn't think about it at all, and they're just already putting APG in a position to have to think of how they're going to approach this, because right off the bat, LG has their bans set. They know what they want, and they are set up for an opportunity to get a really solid first pick here.
Looking at the board, they don't want to deal with Trainer's Mimikyu, and I can't blame them. Instead, they're going to have to face the Leafeon, a really strong pick for him, and I'm excited to see what they're able to accomplish early game.
I'm not surprised to see the Leafeon come out first. You're not really focused on getting a support pick, because Otter can kind of play anything. So instead, you want to lock down Trainer's second best Pokemon. Well, I guess I wouldn't order them as like first or second, but if you can't get Mimikyu, you go for Leafeon. So they are able to lock that down fast, but it does give the Zacian over to APG, which has been really solid so far today and throughout the UCS series as well.
Kyrios locking in the Mew. So at least for the time being, not being handed over to Otter. Slash locking in the Snorlax. We've kind of seen a little bit of a Snorlax renaissance over the last few months here. We're seeing a lot of tanks really enjoying that block, heavy slam moveset, and even sometimes yawn.
Yeah, and Slash is one of those players that really likes the Snorlax. He's been heavily favoring it, and I think that has encouraged other teams to try it out as well. I do like the Slowbro coming in on the opposite side. I think Snorlax is pretty good into the Slowbro, but I think they're pretty evenly matched in terms of frontline.
Inteleon getting picked up by APG along with this Sableye. Both Pokemon receiving some buffs here in the last patch. Inteleon to the defense, and then Sableye on some of the cooldowns. And look at this. It's after Thanksgiving, so you gotta equip the leftovers on Sableye.
Yeah, the leftovers, and not only that, we've got the Comfey Serena locked in. Overlord on the Serena. It is back, baby. And we have Otter picking up that Comfey, so we actually are going to be seeing an attacker Mew. Right now, Kyrios has triple glasses on it, so full damage on that Mew as your main backliner, and then Trainer and Serena are just going to be really in there on this team. I do like the Blaziken last pick. I think that's pretty good up into a Serena, but I'm loving this LG comp right now.
Yeah, maybe get them a ship from McDonald's, because I'm also loving it. But yeah, anytime that you can put LG... and you can put Overlord with this Comfey pocket and it fits into the comp, it's really good. And I think it really is enabled by APG picking this Sableye, because you know that, generally speaking, that Sableye might be doing a lot of off-laning, might be doing a lot of the Sableye shenanigans. So this should be a really interesting matchup. And with Serena buffs, I'd be terrified if I was APG.
Yeah, I have to see who, like, on APG is who, because they have, like, the Hunter names. So, yeah, they have Gon and Leoria. Where's Karapika? Give me Karapika, team. They changed Gek's name to APG Karapika when. Anyway, I'm trying to look at, like, who's where on this team, but I like the Sableye here, but I think that the Comfey Serena is a really good answer to something like that, because you can still do some solid CC.
We'll take a peek here, but game one, LG on your purple side, APG on your orange side. We're going to go ahead and take Trainer into the central area onto this Leafeon pick. Look for them to have an early push on, and Torchic taking the center for APG.
I think we also could have seen Inteleon go get level 5, but you really want that double water gun bottom path, so that's what they're going with. And we're actually seeing a split jungle for Luminosity, just taking everybody into the central area to get some levels as early as possible.
Huge push here for APG, who's really pushing Overlord to the back, trying to really deprive them from some of their farm. Get Trainer, though, looking for some sort of engage. They find Sableye hiding in the tall grass.
We did see a Shadow Sneak's buff to Sableye. I don't know if it's enough to have Shadow Sneak be the one that's used, but we will see as Serena goes down.
Serena going down is pretty big for APG. However, you still have to deal with Trainer. APG thinks twice. They're going to just go back, farm their side of the map, maybe grab a barrier too.
Yeah, and Klaus now already level 5, getting ready for the 850s. The classic with the Combuskin to just quick go in and blaze kick them away. You gotta be careful about the Leafeon though, but with 3 members up there and only 2 for Luminosity, Leafeon's just gonna be forced to back up.
It's going pretty well down here in the basement path for LG though. This 2v2, Kyrios putting in a lot of work, and as well as Slash really frontlining. But here come the cavalry. Here comes APG to the bottom path. Gonna get a nice 18-point duck. Another 2 going in from APG as they siege this 2-1 goal.
Really good rotations here, especially when you don't have to worry about a Hoopa being able to bring Luminosity all over the place. So I love that for them. Klaus getting very, very low, and Overlord actually goes down again. The Zacian is ripping through Luminosity right now. They're in the central area, and they go back, but Sableye does go down there.
Yeah, great play there from Slash. Heavy slam into just the big forehand slap right to Sableye's face. They're going to go ahead and clear out the center Altaria, the 8-minute farm, all going over to LG, and that's exactly what they needed. However, I don't think that they've gotten the value out of these picks that they've wanted, as you have a level 7 Zacian and Blaziken now.
Now we have the triple axle there coming in for Overlord. Have to see how they end up doing. They finally get level 6, a little later than they would have wanted, but we have a level 7 on that Blaziken, and Mew going down to the Sableye.
Finally have Overlord onto the Serena, evolved at level 6, and here comes the damage. Here comes the triple axle. There goes Trainer with a double KO, picking up the Blaziken, and now here comes the push onto this T1 pad. Sableye is going to try to put a little bit of a stop to it, steal some of the farm, steal some of the money, steal their lunch money, and here goes some goals, bringing it down to 6, now 3.
Really big bait there that we saw from Overlord, just kind of backing up, dragging APG over while Leafeon was on their way down, and that's really what turned that fight over. And now they're continuing to push here with an Emerald 2-step.
Oh, that was a big Unite move. Takes out Slowbro, sends them packing. However, a nice little overheat is going to return the favor as Klaus gets the KO onto the Serena. That's going to enable APG to push this Registeel. Here comes some Solar Beam. Might be a little bit early there from the Mew. So APG, they're taking this fight. They're taking the Registeel as Otter is Curious is going to be forced to get back up to their T1 pad.
Yeah, you would think it's Otter, but no. Otter also just hanging out on top of Curious with the Comfey. Now he's going to pivot back onto the Queen herself, Overlord, and they're going to try to take down the Slowbro. But right now, with only level 8 on the Serena, no Unite move yet, Overlord needs to spend some time farming and getting online because they're up against a level 10 Zacian and a level 9 Blaziken.
Yeah, that's only going to get a little bit worse as Zacian takes another KO onto Snorlax this time. As Slash is going to be going down. Here comes the Sovereign Sword. There goes Overlord once again. However, he does pick up a nice little assist. That's going to get them their level 9 as APG takes a lot of farm.
That was a really good pickup, I think, against this Zacian, and that's going to be who, I think at this point, LG has realized that that's who they're going to need to really watch out for because this Zacian has just gotten so ahead. I think that mindset could be detrimental if they don't watch out for this Blaziken, but it looks like they are going to jump in on them right now. Yeah,
Queenly Ascendant is going to go ahead and pick up that Blaziken, throw them down, and it's Otter on the Comfey that's going to be able to get the secure, get the KO. And this Regieleki, this is going over to LG. That's really the first big win of this match that they've gotten. And hopefully they're going to be able to get some points for it.
Now that we've got a Serena, I think we will start to see this turn around. We have Leafeon in the back line going for an Emerald 2-step. They take down the Zacian, but they go down to a snipe shot themselves. Overlord now heavy into the Flux Zone. They take down one. Comfey hops off just to make sure that Serena can get that next KO. Double for them, and Regieleki does walk in here.
Ooh, big play there. However, the Chaos Glower is not going to get the send back to base that they were looking for. Slow Beam is going to go ahead and go on to Overlord on the Serena, but there's no follow-up from APG. So that doesn't get the value that they want. Another objective is spawned on the map. It's a Basement Reggie.
I don't like that Slowbro Unite move at all. Maybe they thought that Klaus was going to be there to go in on the Serena, but they just weren't there yet. And I feel like not having that now in this bottom fight, if that's what you're going to want to go for, is detrimental. You just kind of wasted it right there on Overlord. When there's a lot of other targets, you could just wait, kind of let her do her thing.
Oh, big block there. Great play by Slash Can. That's going to enable a couple of KOs going over to LG. And this is where they're starting to heat up. They're going to go ahead and push into this line. Here goes Leafeon. Here goes Trainer. Double KO. They're moving forward. Huge plays by Trainer. Overlord combo. And this Reg Ice is going to be an objective that LG should be able to put in their bag.
I feel like we're watching Otter just like pick between Overlord and Trainer here on the Leafeon and see, which one gets to earn the Comfey for that moment. It's kind of funny. It seems like a little bit of a competition of who can hold the Comfey for longer here, but we do have them sitting on top of Trainer right now, looking for that Zacian. Probably maybe try to chase him down here. Slash is in the enemy central area.
Ooh, great block there from Slash. And I believe that Zacian was forced to utilize their Unite move, but I don't believe they even got that second part of it proc. As Serena is able to find the Inteleon, picks them up, puts them down. And look at this. Husky might be able to get another 50-point dunk here in this T2.
Wow. We're just seeing the strength of Luminosity able to control the entire map, while APG only really works as one unit. And we're seeing everyone from Luminosity just able to fight on their own, which has proven to be really important. Look at Overlord down here distracting 2, going in with some Grassy Glides. Now 3 are looking for him, and who knows if he's going to be able to get out of this one. He will not. But look at the way that they have distracted 3 members of APG in that bottom path, while Trainer can just handle the Regieleki on their own.
going to give a little bit of pressure onto the side of APG, force them to deal with it or let it walk in. And they do. They just let it walk in. So we'll see if LG wants to migrate up to that top lane, see if they want to get some points, or if they're really just going to prioritize getting their levels up.
I don't think they need to go for it. I mean, they have over 100-point lead. They're going to be kind of in control heading into this last fight, the Rayquaza, as it hits the map, the shiny Rayquaza, actually. So they're going to just have the positional advantage, and they're going to be the ones having to force APG into a fight. We do see a bit of a snipe shot there landing. Slash is in a bit of a disadvantageous position.
Rayquaza hitting the map. Nice little heavy slam there. It's going to force Snorlax to go into a power nap. No Poke Flute in sight, so we'll see if APG is going to be able to take them down. Serena goes down. Overlord back to the Pokemon Center. So is the Pocket Comfey. Trainer might be next on the block. That's 3 members down. APG is starting to take to it. Mew might be next. Nice little engage there from the Sableye, and Zacian cleans them up. That's a double KO. It's just Slash on the Snorlax. We have the Rayquaza. It's getting ripped. Here comes a block. Rayquaza continuously getting chipped. We might have a heavy slam. There it goes, but no, it's Inteleon.
Very well timed heavy slam, but it is indeed the snipe shot to take it on the Inteleon. And again, we're seeing the Inteleon Blaziken combo where somebody's going to have that secure move up, and there's not going to be much that can out-secure it here. And I mean, LG, losing a map to APG right now is going to be a really big momentum shift for them if they can hold on to their lead. But Sableye does go down, and we could see a push start to mount here for LG.
There's still a minute left. The game is not over, but they need to make something happen. Zacian is sussed out. Blaziken also loses their shield. But here, look at this little macro play. Here comes 200 points. Might be 300 once the Zacian's able to get in.
Yeah, we do see some points going in, but it's not going to matter. As long as APG continues to put points in, there's nothing LG can do to come back unless they get everybody out there and getting up every single point they can. Then LG is going to lose this game number 1 to APG. Really big plays for them. I think that... I mean, we saw LG kind of spread out across the map throughout the match, but you just can't really do that in that last fight, and there were just too many of them by themselves.
Unfortunate for LG. They need to wake up here in game number 2 because APG had the great Ray fight that they absolutely needed. It seemed like LG was really winning a majority of that game, and APG just kind of sensed blood in the water, and they found Overlord at the most pivotal moment, and then it just kind of snowballed from there.
I think Overlord got a little bit too excited and thought that he could go in and fight everybody at once and, like, 1v9 the entire team, and unfortunately it was just not it. I think that APG was ready for it, and then they were able to take them down. You get the 2-for-1 with the Comfey, and you get Trainer, and I think the engage by Slash there into the power nap was just a little bit of a miss for them. They didn't really hit anybody.
I also really enjoyed the Sableye play. Didn't obviously show up on the score sheet a ton, obviously only 1 KO, 3 assists, but the amount of vision that Pokemon was able to provide, it was invaluable, right? Like, they were able to suss out where Trainer was on that Leafeon, where Overlord was multiple times, and really enabled APG to get into an advantage position, especially in that Ray fight.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking earlier about how LG just kind of plays a different game, and their strategies are just completely different from everything that we usually see, and I think that APG answers that with the Sableye, because, Sableye is not going to take a ton of damage, it's not going to heal a ton, it's not going to do a lot of damage, but look at them up in the top path, finding Overlord and stunning them, takes the whole team down there, eject button Slowbro onto them, and then they just pivot the entire team on top of Overlord, and they don't even get any KOs before they go down.
And that's why you play eject button on defenders like Slowbro that can really shut down a Pokemon within a Ray fight. I mean, Overlord was still able to find their Unite move, but at that point, there's just too much damage done on top of them, and they were able to be closed out by the Inteleon. And really heroic effort here from Slash, just falls a tiny bit short. Great use of the block to give themselves a shield and give themselves a chance to maybe secure it with the heavy slam, and they were oh so close.
Yeah, I mean, it was on time, but, against an overheat and a snipe shot, one of those is going to win over a heavy slam every single time, especially when they're all timed so well. Like, when you get enough precision on those moves, the heavy slam's not going to be able to take it. But it was a good effort by Slash. I think Overlord getting caught in the top path and no one else was around to be able to try to help them out of that situation just kind of threw Luminosity off. They weren't able to recover from that. They were like, okay, I guess we're going to lose Overlord, and then all of a sudden they just fall apart.
Yeah, they fell apart. The Overlord, losing Overlord, they're tough. And then I believe in that bottom path, I think the Zacian just wins a 1v1 against Trainer on that Leafeon, which is so valuable. I mean, anytime that your all-rounder can take that 1v1 and win, especially against a premier Pokemon like that Leafeon, who has been running amok through them all match long. I mean, you take that every day of the week, and APG just catching some luck, catching some skill, and they're one game away from knocking out LG. Yeah,
that's where I think that the Speedster kind of falls off in that late game, and you really need your all-rounder to be able to win that fight against the Speedster. Leafeon's one of those that does scale pretty well into the late game. I would say that probably, Zeraora, Meowscarada, and Leafeon are pretty good into the late game. Sorry, okay. Let's see it. Let's bring out the Overlord Meowscarada. I'm with
honestly,
it. But otherwise, the Speedster class is just not supposed to scale super well into the late game. But let's take a look at our bracket right here.
Yeah,
we are now able
to
see it, which is fun. And I mean, as we talked about, the winner of this set will go up against Orange Juicers, and Luminosity wants to take that. So
they want to get there so bad, but like we talked about before this match, they cannot fall asleep during this matchup. APG just proved exactly why they performed so well in the EU AOS Cup play-ins, and LG just was just not ready for it. APG looked really good, but LG, like you said, they want to go against OJ. They want that grudge match. They don't want to go into a situation where they're having to come out of that lower side bracket.
Yeah. And further down, we have Fusion taking down Church of Michael. They're up against Hoenn, who has taken down Don't Lay Luboard. Never seen them. But yeah, they're going to be moving now into the winners quarterfinals for fun. We saw them a little bit earlier take down Nouns. They also 2-0'd No Smites. They are getting ready for their next matchup that we are waiting for. That set is 1-1 so far.
Yeah, Stamina Esports 1-0 right now. I'm trying to take a peek to see what other teams might be a really good matchup here. AMG, we saw them earlier on today. They looked really strong. Obviously, Stamina Esports a very strong team as well. But AMG, they're kind of cooking up, right? Like they took out Public Enemies, they took out Team GoGo, and they're down 1-0 right now. But I mean, we saw them go down 1-0 previously.
Yeah, and they're going to be trying to. I mean, they're down 1-0, but yeah, like you said, they're gonna. If they win that, they're gonna be going up against Yatagarasu, who's also qualified now in the winners quarterfinals. And the losers bracket right now is kind of just a lot. We have Nouns down there against Haha Brew, trying to make their losers bracket run of the century. We have T3 taking down Requiem, trying to do the same thing and make it back through. But a lot of good teams now getting sent down into this losers bracket.
Losers bracket, best of one down there. So you obviously don't want to stay down there. But, I mean, you're seeing teams like Nouns right now. They've won both of their losers side matchups. They won against Senmore. They won against BH3 Esport, which is another EU team. Gen 5, like we talked about this before this match. There are a lot of really good teams down here. Gen 5 being one of them, the runner-up in EU, getting sent down to the lower side bracket and having to win a best of one every time is very taxing. So very good for them that they've been able to win those two so far.
Yeah, and I'm seeing MQL talking in the chat about how AMG is making crazy upsets, and they're a team from EU, so they're playing on some pretty heavy ping, if that's the case, and they're playing against some of these NA teams. So a lot of these teams that are coming from EU, got to keep in mind that they're playing on some rough pings, so they could be getting more lag spikes than you'd expect some of these NA teams to get, which, you know, maybe they can use that as their justification for why they're down in the losers bracket.
And that is kind of one of the challenges that you do face in these types of global tournaments, right? I mean, you can't deny that ping, and it is a little bit more difficult to play on ping. So it is tough, but hopefully these teams are ready to go. But as I say that, these teams are ready to go. LG going to be staying on your purple side. APG going to stay on your orange side. And we're going to have some bans come out. We'll see how LG wants to line this up. They banned the Miraidon in that first match. They're going to stay true to their strategy, ban it again here in game 2.
Yeah, and I imagine we'll see the Psyduck ban come out. We do. We'll see if LG goes with the same bans that they did previously. Looking like they want to ban the Umbreon. They're covering over it, but they're pivoting away from it, and they wow, okay, they banned the Sableye. That is an interesting call.
And I think that's kind of what we had mentioned after this match. It seemed like Sableye was just able to provide a lot of value for APG because it was able to continuously get vision, and LG really just thrives on those 1v1 matchups, and Sableye was just able to kind of suss out, figure out where Luminosity was trying to set up, where they were trying to get value, and if you don't have to deal with that, you can continuously play your game.
Yeah, and we're seeing the same picks lined up here, so regardless of losing the Sableye, APG still wants to go with the Zacian Slowbro as their core, but now this gives the opportunity for Slash to head over to the Umbreon, so that double stacking EXP share Umbreon that Slash loves so much is going to be coming out, and Kyrios again going to lock down the Mew.
I thought the Mew played really well. Obviously, it doesn't go to Otter, but I think Kyrios is a fantastic Mew player in their own right. APG lining up a potential Inteleon. They do lock it in. They also lock in that Hoopa. So they're going to play a little bit different of a game here. They're going to deprive Otter from playing Hoopa.
Yeah, so the Hoopa is something that is absolutely ridiculous in that support slot, and I feel like the banning of the Sableye, it seems like when we were talking earlier about the Sobi tweet where she's like, I played Miraidon so well they banned it, so I don't have to anymore. That seems like something that you'd want out of the Sableye. Like, oh, you banned the Sableye, so now I can play a support that's objectively better, and the Hoopa is just so strong.
Hoopa is definitely one of the best supports in the game, regardless of how much it gets nerfed or buffed. Just the utility of the move set of the Unite move can really turn the tide. It can really enable you in your playstyle to play with tempo, play for the objectives, and then even just bring in the team if things get a little sticky. Kloss, though, lining up that Dragonite last week.
I was gonna say, the Dragonite coming out, so a bit of a different composition for APG, but nothing different on LG, except the Umbreon. So they're running the same comp. Otter back on the Comfey, Overlord back on the Serena. He believes in it, so I believe in it too. And the only difference is the Snorlax has been substituted out for the Slash Umbreon, which again, you can't go wrong with an Umbreon pick.
There's not really a lot of things Umbreon doesn't do well. Whether you play the Mean Look Wish moveset or Foul Play Snarl or Foul Play whatever other option, it can do a lot of damage. It can push the team into danger, or it can lock down things with that Mean Look. It can heal, it can stun, it gives some shields. Like, it's one of the most versatile defender picks because it really enables you to play it in many different ways. Just depends on what your team needs.
Yeah, and I think that APG's comp is pretty good. I don't know how well it answers to the dive of the Leafeon Serena with a Dragonite. I wonder if we will see that Hyper Beam come out from them. I can only imagine that's what we will see, and that kind of leaves it up to Zacian to be the main diver of that team. But they did it once. They have taken a game off of Luminosity, so they are looking to take the second one.
Absolutely. Game number 2, LG on your purple side, APG on your orange side. Trainer once again on this Leafeon, sporting the Heart Hollow Air Spray, going to be taking that to the central area, whereas Klaus is taking this Dragonite to the central area.
I like to see the Dragonite heading into the central area. It just does not have a very good early game if it's not getting that level 5 very fast, but that gives the opportunity here. Kyrios gets one of those stacks in on that triple glasses Mew. Slash getting one of the stacks in on his double stacking Umbreon, and LG so far looking pretty solid.
LG Trainer coming up to the top lane, looking to get some value immediately. They're going to scope the Zacian and the Hoopa in their sights. They're going to throw the Razor Leaf, have them come back, and they don't get the KO that they're looking for, but they do push them back to the goal.
Yeah, we have the Serena now already level 4, and Trainer on the Leafeon. They headed up so early that they didn't even get the rest of the central area, so it looks like, if you can see on the mini-map, they might be swapping around a little bit, getting some EXP funneled into the Serena and the Leafeon at the same time, as we have a rotation up here from Kyrios.
Kyrios going to throw that E-Ball onto the Altaria fam. That's going to enable LG to push on forward. Hooba's going to try to send some people back through that hyperspace hole, but they suss it out. Trainer goes down at the hands of Hoopa.
Yeah, Comfey, good play from Otter to kind of just back up there. You don't want to get anybody else KO'd, but Trainer, a little oversight on his part, just not going as far away as they should have there to avoid getting KO'd. But they now they're paying for it with Leorio in the jungle.
Yeah, the Metal Claw is really slowing down the tempo for LG, and it's going to push them back towards the back of their central area. But here comes another play here from Trainer. They're able to take out the Hoopa and barely surviving 1 HP in a dream. Trainer gets out of dodge.
Wow, I mean, it just kind of shows that there is some skill that you can use on the Comfey, because Otter hopping up there was the reason that they ended up picking up that KO. So good for them for that heads-up play. We now finally have a Serena fully evolved at that level 6, and Gone just also about to evolve here into the Inteleon at level 7.
Likely see a snipe shot. Obviously, they have the Fell Stinger that we've seen already. 720 birds going to be hitting the map in both sides. Looks like LG, they're going to prioritize the top lane.
Yeah, Overlord now jumping in onto Leorio. They really want that KO, and they get it. Wow, big pickup there for them. Leafeon showing up at just the right time here. Snipe shot goes through all 3 members there of LG, and now we're seeing a different team in the second game.
73-0, so holding APG to a goose egg currently. Overlord is maybe sussing out where this team's going, see if they're rotating top or bottom. They see that they're staying top. Nice little play there from Serena to try to keep themselves healthy. Comfey, Collar is going to get those heals. Meanwhile, Klaus looking to take down Regirock.
Yeah, I imagine we are seeing that Hyper Beam there. Just you get the Dragonite so that you can take objectives down, secure them, and then that's what you do. That's your plan. Meanwhile, we've got Overlord moving in to look for this Inteleon pile.
Oh, and they cannot find him. Instead, they only find the back of the Pokemon Center. Zacian gets the double KO, but great response there from Luminosity to make sure to just close out that Regieleki, get the KO onto that. And here comes a nice Unite move, Mythical Mirage from this Mew, tries to push APG back to the brink, and they're able to do so. Almost a nice little push from Slash on that Umbreon.
I like that play a lot, the Mew just being able to hold everybody back. Kyrios playing it really well with that extra damage items, but the Hyper Beam is really intense there. Wow, really big Hyper Beam, chunks that Serena, and the Snipe Shot chunking the Leafeon. I feel like that's how APG wins this game. You just chunk them down enough to get some KOs.
You need to find a response to get on top of this Inteleon. You got to think that Leafeon's going to find them sooner or later, but right now is not the time as 3 members of LG get hacking to the Pokemon Center at the hands of that Azure Spy Vision on that Inteleon. Now they're going to enable this push of the T1 pad, going to get some scores in, but Husky, I think they might have griefed themselves. That was an even break.
Yeah, maybe, but they might have also just wanted to go for the break, just get some momentum, get a little bit of the map cleared off, and try to push a little bit harder. We've seen Leorio on the Zacian kind of live in the enemy central area, and that might be what they want to do. Just continue to put as much pressure on as possible, but, you know, an even break is never really the greatest.
Yeah, level 11, though, on Klaus is the highest level in the match, and LG has not scaled exactly how they want. They're hiding in this top grass, looking for a time to push. The time is now. They find the Zacian. Here comes Hoopa's going to send some people up top. Here comes Emerald two-step, dodged by the iframes of the Rings Unbound Unite move.
Oh, I actually really do like this play from Luminosity. That was, wow, this is a mind-gamey play for them. They're going to just move down into the bottom path instead because the Hoopa already used the Rings Unbound, and while they're in that form, they can't use the hyperspace hole to transport everybody. So APG has to manually come down, and they will get Umbreon, but really good play there by LG.
Yeah, they're going to try to go ahead and rip this Regirock. It's Regirock number 2. Here comes a Hyper Beam. It's on time. It's on the marks. Regirock goes into the handbag of APG. Slow Beam goes on to this Serena. Overlord down. Comfey is able to pop out. Mystical Mirage once again from Mew. Going to try to hold the line, hold this T1 pad. Here comes the Azure Spy Vision. All the Unite moves getting expended. APG, they're pushing forward. Slowbro looking to get a 40 cap. They're able to do so. More points are going to likely rain on in, but instead, it's Luminosity. They're holding the door. They're trying to do their best snipe shots just a little bit offline.
Wow, that's a rough defense for LG, but somehow they're able to make it happen. Look how low they are. Serena gonna try to go in, just barely able to get out, but the Comfey chasing down Klaus. They finally get them. Just a basic attack. Almost able to do it, but Leafeon Trainer goes down to that Zacian, who, again, is just excelling in these 1v1 scenarios.
Get Comfey KO'd. As Zacian's able to close out Curios onto the Mew, and now they're going to go shopping in the enemy jungle. But here comes Trainer on the Leafeon, going to grab their own red buff, but they might pay for this. They do. Zacian looking really strong this match.
I mean, this is exactly what I said, right? Just having the opportunity for the Zacian to live in the enemy central area by freeing up a lot of this map has just been the saving grace for APG. Woo. But here comes Overlord, looking to say something about it on the opposite end.
Yeah, they just got a double KO and then added another one after that timer goes. They're looking to get the Dragonite. There's their second double KO. There's 2 more Pokemon. This Comfey collar is looking really fashionable on Overlord once again, reminiscent of seasons 1 and 2. LG staying in this match.
Yeah, I mean, Overlord just being the carry, the true carry of LG, while this Zacian's doing the same thing for APG, trying to get back into that Hoopa hyperspace hole. They will force his Overlord to back up for a second, but wow, this player has just not been stopping the entire match. A lot of buttons being pressed. So
many buttons. Leafeon, the only level 11, Trainer has not been able to find value on this map against APG's team comp, and look at this, though. 20 seconds until Rayquaza. A Reg Ice likely going over to APG. Yeah, not much that Slash is going to want to do there. He's just got to get some vision, make sure that he sees where all the members of APG are at so that Overlord can position, which is exactly what he's going to do, jumping into the enemy central area. A little bit of a distraction there, just making sure they know where he is. But again, we're seeing him hanging out in the top side of this pit by himself. Kind of gives the opportunity for APG to poke at Ray here. Ooh, Slow Beam goes onto the Mew. There's a big Hyper Beam, takes them out. Curios getting caught there. Here comes all the Unite moves, and Teleon gets dove on by Trainer. Double KO for Overlord here, as this Rayquaza is getting terribly low, and LG just steals it out from under APG's nose. I don't even know what happened. All of a sudden, Ray was going down. I thought that there wasn't anyone hitting. I thought that nobody was hitting Ray, but I guess they were the whole time. It ends up being Trainer. Was it a Razor Leaf that got it, or I don't even know what ended up taking it down for them. But still, LG wants to look for some scores. Overlord's shield is broken, but they're still going for 50s. They don't get it, but the Comfey does end up getting it. I can't believe Overlord. I was watching them score, and they somehow did get through the entire scoring animation. Oh, Overlord didn't score as the Comfey was able to pop off and then score their own. So we're going to see if this Comfey is able to fill up their pockets even more. There's still a minute left. There's still plenty of time for APG to get across the map, but LG is sussing it out. They're going to try to hold the line. Klaus going for it. They have an X attack popped, and they're trying to chip away at Slash, but he's going to be up there in that front line, making sure they have the vision. They waste the Surf there from Gek, so no stuns, and there's Trainer in the top path going for another 50, but this could be a push, Kyle. Could be a push. They're going to need to get a little bit more than 280 points on in. We'll see if they're able to do so. Hoopa's going to bring the team in. Rings are unbound. They get another 32, bringing them within under 300 points now. They're going to need to get more than this goal, and this is going to be a tall task as Leafeon goes down, though. The 10 seconds left. APG going down here in game number 2. Great comeback for LG.
I mean, they had the pickup on Leafeon there, but just not enough time. Look at Overlord with the Serena just wearing the Comfey collar the entire time. I feel like maybe LG hadn't practiced enough with this comp in the first match, and then all of a sudden we saw them lock into the second match, and we are now at 1-1.
Overlord 100% locked in. Put the team on his back. 9 KOs, 5 assists. Otter doing the Lord's work, making sure Overlord was topped off. Those HP bars where they just didn't go down. Great job from Otter to really recognize who they needed to stay on. In this game, it was Overlord. Previous game, we talked about him kind of hopping back and forth, but you knew exactly who to hop on in those late game moments, and it paid dividends. I think Klaus in that Ray fight might have missed the Hyper Beam. Otherwise, we might be having a different conversation.
Yeah, I mean, the Zacian, look at the Zacian damage, 99k. They were still living in the enemy central area the entire time, and I don't know what ended up happening with Klaus in that last fight there, but they did not end up getting the secure that I guess they thought they were going to. That's why you take Hyper Beam, and, it just didn't work out for them.
We'll see exactly once we get through some of these replays. But yeah, I mean, you're seeing early game. Usually we're talking about Trainer doing just work into the top lane, coming through with that Leafeon, but it just got off to such a slow start this match.
Yeah, I mean, we see the Comfey KO right there on that replay. It's always a fun one to see, but I think the Leafeon definitely didn't do as good this time for LG. It really was the Serena just popping off in that late game, but in the early game, the Hyper Beam looked great, and in the late game, it just didn't seem to hold on.
Yeah, those snipe shots are also hitting like a truck. And I think the key for LG was once they were able to find some KOs onto that Inteleon, once Trainer was really able to, kind of penetrate that heavy front line, get to that Inteleon and keep them from just chunking down LG time and time again. And that's really when you saw LG starting to kind of come back in this one.
Yeah, I mean, APG played a really solid game. Like, I thought that they were definitely in the lead, at least in the early game. And like we've been saying, it was just kind of an Overlord locked in moment. And when Overlord locks in, like, I don't really know what defense you kind of have over that. We're seeing, like, this replay where he ends up getting taken down and forces the Unite move out of Kyrios. But this is one of those moments where LG just kind of came together here for this defense. And even though they kind of lost the fight here, they ended up winning against APG with the defense.
Really huge hold here. I mean, obviously, you do give up some points, but you have 5 members pushing and only 3 to defend. There's only so much you can do. They still end up finding the KO onto the Hoopa, and I believe this is where Overlord was able to also take down, I believe, the Dragonite. It was actually Otter with a nice little
Otter.
basic attack that got it. But this is the big moment. This is the Rayquaza. You start to see it getting ripped. I think it might have been getting ripped from the Zacian.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, the Zacian is in there with the Metal Claw. They were looking for the secure with the Unite move, but did they get stunned out of it? I think that's might have been what I saw. I think it was the Magical Leaf. It might have been that stunned them out of the Unite move and ended up giving the opportunity for Trainer just to kind of steal that away.
Yeah, and you saw in that moment, too, the Hyper Beam from Klaus kind of turning the wrong way. Otherwise, I think that might have been on time. That might have been able to burst the Rayquaza enough. But either way, we have game number 3. Sides have been flipped. Luminosity taking the orange side this game, whereas APG, they're going to be on your purple side. They're going to have option of that first pick, and they take that Miraidon, and then they also grab that Slowbro again and the Hoopa.
I like the decision for LG to go with the Zacian ban. We're noticing that they went with the Sableye ban last time, but APG didn't end up taking it. They liked the Hoopa, which I also personally like a little bit better. Not sure how I'm feeling about this triple attacker LG comp. Trainer on the Glaceon's going to be an interesting one, but we do have Otter back on the support Mew that we've been liking all season.
And I'm taking a look to see what this Ninetales is cooking. If these items stay true, I imagine that this is going to be a Aurora Veil build, that really heavy burst with those A presses. And you're going to see that likely too with this Glaceon. Look at Husky.
What is this? What is this?
What is LG cooking here? We have 4 attackers. This looks like a solo queue game.
I feel like I shouldn't be surprised to see something like this from LG. It's like, you know, it's so bad it's good. Like, if this is my solo queue match, I'm like, what is going on? But it's like LG, and I'm like, yeah, this is perfect for them. I know it's 4 attackers, but like you said, I imagine, you know, we're seeing the Aurora Veil, we're seeing the double kind of attack speed items with the focus band on Kyrios, and we're seeing the pedal dance set up. So I think we're seeing a potentially top lane Venusaur or even the Alola Ninetales and a central area Glaceon. Looks like they are set up for Icy Wind. So I expect to see them in the central area, but it's an interesting team comp for sure. That would make me scratch my little head seeing that in a solo queue game.
Yeah, and you said it perfectly. In my solo queue games, I'm scratching my head, but when a team like LG is picking this, they are cooking something up fierce. They're going to be Gordon Ramsay in the kitchen on this one. I think there's going to be some things. We saw Venusaur buffs recently with that Giga Pedal build, so we're going to see them staying alive for a long time. That Aurora Veil Ninetales is also going to help them stay alive, and we'll see how this Umbreon goes, see if they're going to go lock in with that Wish. And I honestly think that this can work really well. We'll see how it plays out here. Game number 3, APG going to be on your left side, LG. They're going to be taking this orange side.
Yeah, I'm going to be heavily watching this Alola Ninetales because with the focus band and the healing that you get inside the Aurora Veil, I wonder if they're going to be able to tank a little bit more than you'd normally expect an Alola Ninetales to do, which can be useful against something like that Dragonite and Miraidon, who are just heavy in your face the whole time.
I think it kind of works out too because APG kind of scales late with that Metagross, scales late with that Dragonite. So it kind of works out well because Bulbasaur notoriously not a great early game player. Glaceon also not entirely great until it hits level 6 either.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, they have level 4 now coming in from that central area. We do have the Dazzling Gleam on Kyrios, so we can pretty much confirm that we're going to be seeing the Aurora Veil, and both teams kind of playing a little bit passive here in this early game.
Looks like Klaus is going to prioritize going towards this top lane. 850 birds coming to fruition. Overlord not quite level 5 yet. Looking to try to grab that Giga Drain or move as fast as possible. All the birds getting chunked down very quickly. APG taking majority of them.
APG off to a pretty good level start, but we do have the level 5s on 3 out of the 4 attackers on LG's comp, chasing now this Dragonite into the central area. They do end up getting taken home by the Hoopa, but look, now Kyrios is in there too, getting in on the action, and they are not letting them have a breather.
Yeah, they're converging, putting full damage, and wow, Mew's Electro Ball is able to track down the Hoopa before it's able to enter into that hyperspace hole for a reset. That's exactly what LG needed here early on. You got this Ivysaur gearing ever so close to the Venusaur.
The Otter support Mew is back. It's something that we've seen Kyrios on in the attacker spot, but you can't discount the damage it's still going to do here as a supporter.
Oh, Icy Wind onto the Glaceon. Going to look to line up some chunk damage. There we go. Overlord able to take down Matang. That's going to be a big pickup for them. Almost level 7 is over.
Yeah, how do you get out of that there? That's crazy. 4 squishy attacker. Well, I guess Venusaur is not super squishy, and they're trying to make Alola Ninetales not super squishy, but still a lot of attackers that are able to escape that charge beam.
Here we go. E-Ball once again on top laner here with Hoopa and Matang. And Dragonair, not quite Dragonite yet. 720 birds coming out. Gyro Ball goes right on top of Overlord. Doesn't get the damage that they're looking for. Going to try to get some secures here, and we have a Venusaur.
Yeah, we've got it now. Overlord's going to be walking in, getting some healing with those Giga Drains, having the pedal dance, and if you can start giving them, or getting some blue buffs in some way, then the pedal dance is basically up the entire time, but I imagine they keep the blue buffs on the Glaceon so that you get permanent Icy Winds, but it can go either way. A lot of special attack here over on LG.
Ooh, big gyro ball from Matang is able to take out Overlord. Here comes a beam. It's of the hyper variety, and APG able to steal away Regieleki.
There was a beam of the solar variety as well, but it was just not good enough because the Dragonite was there and the Hyper Beam able to take it. Another big gyro ball takes down support Mew. And I was going to say that the Metagross is going to struggle into something like coaching on the Mew because the gyro balls are a little bit more difficult to hit when you have Mew bouncing around like that, but they make quick work of them in that top path.
See, I said here comes a beam because I saw both of them and I didn't know which one was going to get. There's also the charge beam that we have to talk about.
Oh, yeah,
as Miraidon's going to go. Here goes the Reg Ice. It is going to get secured. It is Alolan Ninetales that's able to take it. Now we have the Moonlight Prance from the Umbreon. Steals some shields. Let Slash go back to that T1 pad, but here comes Metagross. They're going to set up that Beyblade Arena. However, that is a death trap for them as they go back to the Pokemon Center.
APG just abandoned that Metagross. They left them out to dry right there. They were like, oh, actually, we're not going to go in with you.
Actually.
Sorry. We're going to have to back up. And now LG is taking advantage of that mistake. They're going to go in trying to get this Dragonite, but they will not be able to grab any. Even with a big Hyper Beam, they will go down. And the Dragonite now down. A double KO for Alolan Ninetales and a double KO for the Venusaur.
The amount of damage reduction that LG has right now is kind of insane. You think about the damage reduction from Giga Drain, from Aurora Veil, and then also the Wish Umbreon. So I think there's something to this, and so far this match, it seems like it's going pretty well for them.
I think you're right, yeah. Damage reduction team comp with a lot of extra damage in your backline as well. We've got the Mew being able to deal some of that backline damage, but here comes the Dragonite. They want to look for Overlord here.
They are looking for him. They find him. Hyper Beam closes that out, but LG is going to look to respond. Mew's going to get chunked down. There's a nice big surf there. Are they going to be able to agility themselves out? They are. Great response, great peel for the rest of the squad.
This is kind of, what happens when you don't have a healing support, but you do get the slipperiness of Mew to kind of make up for it. So you do lose the Alolan Ninetales there. You did lose the Venusaur because of this no healing, but here comes the Slow Beam on top of the Glaceon, but Trainer! Oh, they almost get out there. The Hyperspace Hole is the one that ends up taking them down.
Pretty big there. Mew's going to utilize their Mystical Mirage, but here comes Hoopa sending the team up with the Rings Unbound, takes out Otter on that support Mew. Overlord in the front line trying to do the damage. Here comes the Verdant Anger. It's popped. It gets the KO onto the Metagross, and that's going to force APG to go packing, and Regieleki going to start getting chipped here by LG.
Overlord got hit with a Wish, followed immediately by a Giga Drain, and they went to full health. But ends up stealing it away with a secure of the Hyperspace Hole, and now LG is going to have to deal with that while it's just Otter in this bottom path trying to handle this Dragonite who ends up securing the Regice away.
And then adding insult to injury, getting that basic attack KO. Big plays here for this Dragonite. Big plays here for APG. And this is exactly what the doctor ordered. They're holding the line. They're getting some luck here as Hoopa. Maybe a little bit of luck, a little bit of skill. What a fantastic secure either way.
This has been a really fun game to watch. I love these game threes because they just get so interesting. You kind of see teams pulling out all the stops. We see Metagross get absolutely chunked right there in that central area. Nobody else is around them, and these teams are kind of balancing the line between fighting on your own and staying together as a group, and now we're seeing LG as a group head up into this top path.
Yeah, they're going to get a nice little overcap here. 26 points, add into their score lead. 247, 137. A little bit more than 100 points. So at this point, they have a huge lead.
Defenders going for a little bit of a battle here in this bottom path, but it's not really going to do much. Seeing the Assault Vest on the Slowbro is definitely refreshing because of all of the special attack damage, but it hasn't really seemed like it's mitigated much because of how this team of LG with these attackers is just running through everybody.
APG utilizes Hoopa to bush check. They find Overlord hiding in the tall grass. It's not a Pokemon that you really want to see hiding because it can just really just hold you down. We'll see if APG is going to be able to enter into this Rayquaza pick as LG is positioned very aggressively. 15
seconds with a level 13 on Overlord and on the Glaceon and Alolan Ninetales, but that Petal Dance is going to be absolutely huge. Already trying to poke at this Metagross. They can't get in. As soon as you've got the Metagross positioned away, then it's going to be solid for them. Klaus now getting caught out looking for that 50 dunk.
Yeah, they're just going to go ahead and teleport with the rings are unbound from APG. Here comes Miraidon with some big charge beams into the front, into the back. 2 members go down. It's Overlord along with Dragonite that are sent back into the Pokemon Center. Metagross is able to take down that Alolan Ninetales. Now 2 members of each side are down, and now it's Metagross that's hunting down. They're going to try to gobble it with another Gyro Ball. They get a double KO. I don't think they're done here.
This fight is an absolute disaster for LG right now. This Metagross, they just can't get them down. I don't know why they would send so many looking for Klaus there when there's a Hoopa Unbound on the map. But now, Overlord is back and looking to make some work of this Metagross. Slash doing his absolute best to distract. But look how slow Overlord is. Looking for a Hyper Beam with a Burning Anger is able to subjugate it. And the Venusaur staying alive here right now, Kyle.
I don't know how Overlord was able to stay alive. Perfect timing on that Unite move. And now there's 4v4 here. Rayquaza is getting chipped. Metagross is chunking it down. It's down to a little bit less than half. We're going to have to find a secure at one point. We're going to see what this Venusaur wants to do, what Glaceon wants to do. Here we go. Big Gyro Ball. 3 members of LG go down. Rayquaza's really low. Metagross goes in for another hit, and they have a double KO, but they're still down here, Husky.
They have to finish it off, but they're distracting enough, and here comes the Mew. They could get in with an Electro Ball, and if they can get this secure, but they're down, and it's Metagross! Metagross ends up getting the secure. What a hero play! This Metagross, it didn't matter that the Zacian was banned. The Metagross was what they needed the entire time, Kyle.
I cannot believe what I just saw. LG going down to the lower side bracket. APG. You're gonna know them. You're gonna hear them. Huge plays here in the late game. LG just could not hold the fort down long enough. No secure tools were available. Unfortunate for them. They're gonna have to battle back.
Maybe the 4-attacker team comp just wasn't it all along. I mean, as soon as I think that this team comp, looking at it now, this is a mid-game comp, like early to mid-game for LG, and in the late game, you have something like a Metagross. Look at that, 79,000 damage. And even against the Overlord with the Giga Drain, just able to heal so much, you have a Wish on top of you. It's just not enough against that Gyro Ball, and I want to see that again, that final fight. I'm sure we will here in a moment, but the Metagross just able to stay alive for so long is what was able to end up winning that fight.
Metagross is so tough to deal with, especially once it hits that late game and it hits level 13. Just the amount of self-sustain, the amount of shields that Gyro Ball provides, and just the overall tankiness of it. If you don't have a lot of things that can really stun and keep it at bay, you're going to see exactly what happened. It was able to close down a lot of those fights. But let's take a look at some of these replays. APG... well, I guess we'll take a look at my and your face, right? We'll get to the plays a little bit.
Yeah,
but fine. APG looking pretty good here. They take down a Titan. Don't look at me anymore. I don't want to be seen. Replay time.
Yeah, we've got some of this early game here where LG was excelling pretty well. They were able to just put on so much pressure into the enemy side, and that's kind of what you want to do against a Hoopa who has so much map control. You just push in as much as possible, distract the Hoopa, don't let them make big macro plays for their team, and that's exactly what we saw LG doing in the early game.
And you're seeing just a clinic from APG. Miraidon providing a ton of value, staying safe in that backline, firing out those charge beams pretty conservatively, but aggressively at the same time. And then you're seeing exactly what Klaus is able to do. Secure after secure, time and time again. Did not want to see another replay of the previous match where they were not able to secure on that Dragonite. They took it to him this game.
Yeah, Dragonite didn't look that great in game number 2, but they definitely showed why it's a good pick in that game number 3, just getting those hyper beams perfectly well timed the entire time. This is where we saw the Metagross not do as well. They kind of jumped in, and we see Gek throw in one surf, and then APG was like, actually, never mind.
Actually, you're on your own, buddy.
Well, I don't think that was a good idea. We're just going to have to defend.
Yeah, LG had a really good push here, but also an even better defensive stand by APG. I believe it was Miraidon that was just able to time and time again throw in those thunders to kind of keep LG from breaking this and kind of forcing them to settle for just one break, right? I mean, double KO there from Venusaur, but I don't know. LG, this comp looked really good until it didn't.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what ends up happening with a lot of these. Like, as soon as you can't scale into the late game, like, you can't depend on early game because the Ray, a lot of the time, ends up winning you this game. This is one of those big turning points with the Rings Unbound, the Metagross just living for so long here. They did end up going down in that moment, but we had some big pickups there from APG, but it still seemed like at this point in the match that we had LG just dominating.
That's what they do. Just unfortunately couldn't convert that into a Rayquaza win, and this secure there from Hoopa was not necessarily a nail in a coffin, but it's an objective that LG really wanted in that moment. That would have really enabled them to go for an even bigger score lead, which would have helped them even more in this late game, and then this is the Rayquaza fight to end it.
Yeah, this is where we kind of saw that a lot of LG was pivoted down to try to focus on this Dragonite that they did end up getting, and it was looking really good for them. They got the Dragonite down, but here comes the Metagross getting ready. They jump in on top of the Mew, another big Gyro Ball that we saw, and now they're pretty much full health. They can chase down Trainer even with the passive. I feel like Trainer just needed to back up there, but they went for it, and unfortunately the Metagross was able to tunnel vision them really well, jumping in on that Mew and just distracting for so long, just living forever. The Hoopa giving them a good reset there too. The Metagross was the game changer.
Makes you wonder if you just let Dragonite score that T1, knowing that they have a Hoopa and they can just teleport him. Maybe you just full send into the opponent into the top lane.
Yeah, I feel like maybe you just go for Hoopa. You just try to target them down instead of like going for the Dragonite there. But I just don't think LG was in the position to do it.
Yeah, you see Overlord utilizing their Unite move, giving themselves a huge shield, and this is what it all came down to. A little bit of a flip here. Metagross going for it. LG getting knocked up here. 3 members end up going down, and that opens the door for APG to go ahead and try to secure. It's just like a hope and a prayer for this Glaceon to try to secure, but a great play by Slowbro, a great play by Hoopa, and they just kept them at bay.
Yeah, and we saw, Trainer on the Glaceon looking for a Ray secure, but it was the Metagross, definitely the MVP of this match, just able to bring it home there with that secure. Really big for APG. This is now going to be a big team to watch out for because they are only the second team to send LG down in the entire UCS season so far.
So far, I mean, they're going to have to come back. If they want this money, they're going to have to go through that lower side bracket. It's the thing that we've talked about time and time again. So many good teams are competing down there. We'll see who comes out on top in this upper side bracket. But either way, we are going to be going to a break. But this is Husky and I's last game that we are casting for the day. Don't be sad, folks. We'll be back tomorrow for day 2. So we'll have plenty of time to talk about there. You'll be in good hands. We have Spartan Tano. We have it's Mifu and it's Lobo. I'm excited to see what these other casters are able to cook up. But before we go, Husky, anything that you want to talk about?
No, I think stick around for the rest of this tournament. This is going to be big. We're going to be finding out who's going to be making it to day 2, and then we will see you tomorrow. I'll be here watching, but you'll see my face again tomorrow.
You'll see my face, and I apologize for that. But we're going to hand it off to 3 wonderful casters for the rest of the evening. Spartan Tano, it's Mifu. The Lobo Life will be taking you home here in day 1. It is the IceBound Invitational. We will see you in a little bit. Grab a drink, grab a snack. We will be back.
Another quills in the quiver. This one forcing their opponents to stay on their toes, lest their spirits become shackled around their base. Keep in mind,
Snake will also briefly reveal all enemies within range to Decidueye and his allies if they are hidden into tall grass, but will also reveal himself to the enemy team in the process, regardless of whether he's in tall grass or visually hidden. Shadow Snake can detect the chase and will
Hello, everybody. Winter has come. Winter has settled on Athea Sky Ruins. Welcome to the IceBound Invitational. Sitting in front of you at the caster's desk are not the absolutely gorgeous duo of Kyle and Husky, but it is the absolutely wonderful duo of Tano and Lobo. Welcome back, everybody. Tano, my friend, it has been a hot minute since you and I have had a chance to sit at the caster's desk side by side. How are you finding the IceBound Invitational so far?
Ice cold, buddy. There has been some amazing games that we have witnessed. You can see me, I got my beanie on, we got the Umbreon prepared. It is freezing up in this tournament with some amazing plays that we've already witnessed so far. Incredible kind of games. We've been seeing Nouns get beaten, sent down to that loser's bracket. We saw Luminosity getting beat against Pagden. Incredible plays, buddy. So it's only going to get better from here.
And I know it is going to get so much better from here, because the next game that we are going to have the privilege of watching is going to be a battle between the north and south of the LATAM region. Our next game is Yatagarasu taking on Stamina Esports. Now, Stamina Esports is from LATAM North. Yatagarasu is from LATAM South. I absolutely love these multi-regional tournaments. We get to see so many different teams go up against each other, different playstyles, different metas, different compositions, different bans, all over the shop. Now, one of the biggest things of the talking points that we've had is mostly what stays in ban jail and what gets let out, because that patch that we had recently, Tano, was a doozy, but it doesn't seem like it's changed much in regards to the bans. We're still seeing the same Pokemon banned in and out.
Yeah, and I think we're going to continue to do so until they finally do the bans that they deserve. I know we were doing a bit of casting yesterday, buddy, and I know you don't want to call it out, but that Mimikyu needs a little bit more onto it. Leafeon, I feel, needs a little bit more onto it, but until that happens, we are going to continue to see the bans that we will always see. It is just that all-rounder defender meta at the moment, and I don't think it's going to change anytime soon. But we did see Garchomp get some play and then get nerfed, so yeah, I'm going to go cry about that a little bit, because we finally had the big boy back. The Landshark came back into the meta and they just nerfed it again. So anyway, we'll head straight into this game here, buddy. Stamina Esports versus Yatagarasu. So who is going to take these bans? I suspect Umbreon. I suspect we're going to have Miraidon, Mimikyu, probably throwing out some sort of defender as well.
Bro, first pick. Why does Mimikyu get picked first? The reason its Unite move is named Play With Me. All it wants to do is be on a team of 5 and play with some friends. But it's stuck. It's the kid that doesn't even get picked at school. It is so unfair that this little Pokemon just gets banned out. But joined us, Lobo, Psyduck, and Zashid. Just to let you guys know, Stamina Esports on the purple side and Yatagarasu on the orange side for this one. I'm very keen to see what these teams are going to pick. Umbreon is the first pick, and that seems to be region-wide, Tano.
Yeah, I think that is going to be across the globe, to be honest, buddy. Like, Umbreon is so fantastic as a first pick. The thing is, you only get the one, and you're going to be giving counter picks over to the side of Yatagarasu because they have that orange side. They're going to get 2 solid meta picks. Hooper probably going to be the first, and the Mammothswine, another great defender. A lot of these defenders are in a great position, but it's just the power of that dual capability of Umbreon. You've got Foul Play, you've got Wish, you've got Mean Look, you've got Snarl. It's ridiculously good.
Absolutely. I do agree. A lot of the Pokemon that have dual capabilities, even Hooper, we can either see the Hooper Highway or we could see the Trick coming out from the little Trickster. Holmes and Ranma are going to pick off the incredible backline duo, frontline duo in Blaziken and Inteleon. Bubble 07 reporting for duty. No triple glasses on this one. It is going to opt for that spoon item as well. Gohan looking to go beast mode and bring out this Super Swole Buzz.
Ooh, I love that Swole hitting the gym. I gotta say though, I think the Inteleon pick is genius. You need to have that backline attack coming in, the ranged damage, and you don't get any better than a snipe shot. These pro players do not miss those shots, and you've got that Blaziken for that front line. Yorch locking in the A9 is a great decision. We've been seeing a lot of Auroraville even, but I'm surprised with it because I know it has that damage reduction, but the CC is fantastic on that Mon. But I tell you what is also fantastic, Zoroark. We see that a lot in the EU region. Everybody runs away from it. It is scary, especially when you get that Elder Goss to go with it.
Absolutely. I know Zoroark would love a floral necklace, but this time it gets a little bit of pollen to make its day. Gohan's going to actually swap with Piplup onto the Leafeon, which is just as dangerous. We know, having you and I casted a lot of the Asia region and the EU region together before, Trick Hooper likes to take a little bit of the central area, Leafeon likes to take the rest, and depending on who's going to go into that central area, it looks like it's going to be a level 5 evolution between the Blaziken and the Zoroark. So we could see a straight Leafeon invade. Tint is going to switch on over to the A9. Whether we see the Northern Lights grace the IceBound tourney is going to be an interesting thing for us to watch. But Freeze Lane, Tano, is this 2 years ago?
Buddy, are we back in season 3 or something like that? It certainly feels like it, doesn't it? I also absolutely love the name Piplup. I think that's fantastic. I'm a huge fan of that. So it's going to be an exciting game, buddy. We have 2 solid comps here. Zoroark is going to be the main target. You've got to make sure that that thing cannot snowball, because when it does, it is incredibly scary to go up against. But they have the Swole, buddy. It's been hitting the gym. They are prepared to slam that back to the Pokemon Center.
Pokemon that tend to scale very, very strongly are those speedsters that do have that high skill ceiling cap. Zoroark is one of them. Leafeon also one of them. We have seen it around in the grassroots scene in the unofficial tournaments. Not really living up to its potential, but when it's in the hands of these world-renowned players, it is a different story. As we correct, Zoroark's going to head on into that central area. Leafeon for the side of Yatagarasu is going to head it on in, and I love this to just stall it out until the 9:45 before they take that big Xatu.
Yeah, interesting that the Hooper hasn't gone to provide the assistance for Yatagarasu. We see that a lot, but they want to go assist the Buzzwole. This bottom lane, they do have a swing up of an A9, which is going to be tough for them to handle, but nice stacks going in there for Torchic already. They really need to get an Evo quick because they're getting pretty weak there. A9 does quite a bit of damage. It does great DC considering the fact that it is just a Vulpix right now, but they're going to steal the Citrus Berries away as well. That's going to be a lot of healing they're not going to have access to when they get those Evos.
Torchic's so good at stealing that little farm with the aerial ace. Managed to get about 3 stacks. I think they're taking both central area buffs as Zoroark takes another one as both of those central area buffs, but it's gone on in on this Mamoswine. It is out in no man's land.
Oh, Leafeon, tasty pick up there. Nice KO. We do see Spin up just diving up this foot zone, buddy. They're not worried. They're going to try and hit that bus back, but Zoroark tries to stop them. They are the conductor. You don't have a ticket to go up there, Spin up. You are back to the Pokemon Center.
Absolutely. All of those Altarias are going to go right to Leafeon, but Zoroark's just going to Night Slash right in on out as Hooper and Buzzwole are going to take that hyperspace hole. We are seeing the Hooper Highway going to be in full effect in this game.
Nice level 5 on Buzzwole already. They have the power of that Super Slam that they can use. Super Power is so good as a power spike. We're about to hit 820. It seems like they're just waiting for the right opportunity for an ambush, especially with those portals and rotations that they can get in.
Yatagarasu could send people up. No, they're actually going to keep everyone bottom. About 15 seconds till this middle Altaria decide to spawn. Yatagarasu going to try and take their farm. Zoroark's going to head back on into its central area. Torchic still hasn't evolved into Combuskin yet, but 5 seconds here. Altaria's about to spawn in that middle, and both teams are converging.
Zoroark is prepared. Hooper, the only one here for the side of Yatagarasu. We see Leafeon coming on in, but there's a dive for the combos of that Night Fox. A lot of damage they can drop, but they decide to retreat from those mid-area sections. A lot of experience Stamina Esports has just grabbed.
Absolutely. Combuskin's going to have to fight a freeze lane all by itself as Stamina Esports are going to send every single person apart from the little fire chicken into that top path, but the Hooper Highway is going to send everyone back up. 720 Altarias about to spawn. We could see a very quick and deadly skirmish about to take place right here, Tano.
I'm so happy A9 has gone up with an Avalanche. It's going to be so good against the Zoroark. The Emerald two-step cleaning up that Fox, buddy. They ain't concerned about that damage. The Umbreon does manage to get away with 1 HP and a Dream, while the rest of Yatagarasu are managing to lock in all of this farm. Are we going to see the Buzzwole slamming that Elder Goss? You don't have a Glock today, buddy. Back to the Pokemon Center for you. They're just going to rotate onto the Regieleki. Get a nice rip onto Zoroark here, though. We do also have the Inteleon, but no, A9 locks that one in. in with a good secure pressure coming in from Yatagarasu onto Stamina Esports. They can push onto this pad right now, Lobo. They can get plenty of dunks in, giving themselves a comfortable lead in this early game.
My man is spitting bars over there, and Yatagarasu is making it easy for him to find those lines. But Blaziken's not going to let anything. The Ice Mammoth Pokemon is going to have to fire its way away from the Fire Chicken. Even the Fire Fists are not enough. The ice is just too much inside of the IceBound Invitational. 124 to 11, Tano. But Leafeon coming out of absolutely nowhere. The Emerald two-step to really lead that engage. And we might get another engage right here.
Gotta watch that Zorak. They just know it is going to be hunting them all game. The Emerald two-step, though, the Nightfall Daze does a huge amount of damage, but they do manage to take it out before it can finalize that one. Buzzwole comes back, and I'm not sure that was the right decision, Lobo. They try and go for that Super Swole Slam, but they've been sent back to the Pokemon Center.
Trying to dance when the weather is cold might not be the best decision. Yatagarasu are here to do a intense defense of their top pad. They want to keep that Hooper Highway standing. And A9 managing to do that with the Blizzard and Avalanche build as Umbreon goes down. But that Hooper Highway still standing. And they're just going to pour bottom to stop the Zorak from getting any points in. Oh my god, 5:30 on the clock. Beautiful ice back, Tano.
Buddy, Mama Slime was saying, baby, it's cold outside. Let me wrap you up in this Ice Fang. Goodbye to Zorak. Now they want to push onto this T1. A nice stack coming in for the Buzzwole yet again, but they do have a heavy defense here. There's the Moonlight Brand from the Umbreon. That's going to be enough to drop that huge damage, but Mama Slime's in the Flux Zone yet again. They don't have a ticket this time either, but they're going to at least be a massive nuisance for Stamina Esports. That allows Yatagarasu to get the rest of their team out of there.
Sending Mamoswine back to the Ice Age where it belongs, where that woolly mammoth belongs. But it does not matter. Stamina Esports going to try and keep this up, showing that they have the stamina to push down onto this tier 1.
Oh, so much pressure. The Azure Spy Vision comes on out. Hooper lets the rings unbound just to try and answer to it with the CC. And Eldegoss and Inteleon have to back up here. We have a rip onto this bottom Reggie coming from Yatagarasu. Great decision. This Lecky's going to be locked in the top lane by that Blaziken. They need to get some benefit out of this Lobo. And that is a really good decision from Stamina Esports.
Stamina Esports have to regroup to get that stamina back, but it does not matter. Yatagarasu is just going to take the fight right to them as Zorak tries to defend with a Unite move, Tano.
Mate, I'm so happy that we see the CC build coming in from this A9. It is so important. I've been calling it for ages. It's fantastic in the meta right now, and it is working a treat against Zorak. They need to give themselves a Michelin star, buddy, because it's working.
Some people say that Timmy don't know what they're doing when they released that Alola Ninetales skin. Absolutely glorious, showing the power of the Ice Fox in full effect. But, buddy, we thought that Ice Lane was done and dusted, but with the Ice-type Pokemon now showing their full force on Theia Sky Ruins, it is something that people are going to have to worry about. But with 30 seconds to go until 3 minutes are left, this could be the last chance for a skirmish and last chance for a Unite move to go flying as Inteleon tries to find a snipe on the little devilish Trickster Hooper.
I gotta say, I feel like Yatagarasu currently have this Zorak's number, and that's so difficult when you are a team, but the Inteleon has that Buzzwole's number, and now they want to push onto this T1. There's the Spy Vision. That's going to drop a lot of damage with those basics. It's getting a crit every single time. There's a snipe shot. That A9 ain't going to survive that one. A huge amount of pressure coming in from Stamina Esports, but those Unite moves have now been burned. We're a minute away from this big green dragon spawning, buddy. They're pushing onto this pad. There's the overheat kick. It doesn't land on anybody. Zorak is diving in. They've got those boosters, but this Mammoth is putting on a mammoth defense. They finally take it down, and with that Nightfall Daze, they take down the rest of Yatagarasu. They're going to get some nice scores in here. That is a tasty 43 overcount.
Fire is super effective against grass, it is super effective against ice, and it is super effective in this game. Those Fire Fists were flying. Zorak finally trying to find his way out of all of that CC, but this Mammoth is chasing him down.
Oh, that they are. This Mammoth is not happy with not being able to defend that top pad. They're going to try and get some revenge. We're 10 seconds away from the Rayquaza here, Lobo. Nobody's going for those objectives because they're not going to have time, but we are getting a nice setup coming in from Yatagarasu. We're going to see a little bit of not having that Zorak there on the side of Stamina Esports because they want to make sure they get that Unite move back. We saw that used quite early in that game.
30 points between these two. The Green Dragon has spawned. Snipe Shot hitting a beautiful Inteleon and onto the Mammoth as well. Leafeon defending the back cap and A9 defending the bottom pad. It's all going to be about who decides to blink first, Tano. Neither team going to rush into this one. This is an interesting one. There's the Hooper Portal going to go in. It's Snipe Shot just has to stop. But check out that top path. Blaziken and Zoroark hovering dangerously around a Leafeon, and we could see the first team decide who's going to blink first. They don't know who's ahead. They don't know if it's a close battle, but it's coming through, and A9 has found the Umbreon. Wow, still no action. 1 minute 20 on the clock, and I think it's about to pop off.
Yeah, they're just waiting for the right opportunity. They may have seen it there, but that was a huge snarl coming in from the Umbreon. Nice Ice Fang. They do send that Hooper Portal down, so that Mamoswine's going to go back home. Leafeon going for the back cap. They've used the Moonlight Prance and the Spy Vision onto the Buzzwole. That's going to say goodbye to the Mighty Swole, and now A9 and Mamoswine are running. The Leafeon has come back with the Hooper Portals, and that is the power of that support. Now we see the rest of Stamina Esports putting the pressure onto Yatagarasu, but buddy, they're on their own team. They're not concerned. They go for the rip onto the Rayquaza to Stamina Esports. A9 is there. Can they do enough though? We do have the Snow Globe. They've had to back off the objective now of Stamina Esports, but look at the Snipe Shots coming in from this Inteleon. They need to zone that out. Mamoswine tries to do just that. These Hooper Portals are working a treat, and there's the Snow Globe. There's the Nightfall Daze though. It's done so much damage in return. Mamoswine is going to fall. The Umbreon does also fall, and Stamina Esports, as if from the jaws of defeat, lock in the objective. They need to score some points though, buddy. We have 15 seconds left. That Hundo Burger may put them in the lead. Yes, it will. Hooper trying to answer in return, but Elden Boss says no. Stamina Esports are going to take your first game.
This may be the IceBound Invitational, but it is heating up in the Bruins of Thea Sky. What a raid fight. It came right down to the wire, and it was a secure from absolutely nowhere. But unfortunately, they got the score, Tano, absolutely out of nowhere. The shields were ripped with precision and efficiency. Unbelievable. What a first game between the Titans of LATAM South and North. Oh my God. York on the Leafeon doing an impressive 9 KOs. Piplup, which is the sound of, thwacking feet. I like to imagine a penguin walking when I hear that name. Doing a brilliant job on the bus, but I really just want to shout out Alola Ninetales in this game. Really held on to that slow globe and doing a lot of damage. Make sure that Stamina Esports did not have the stamina, and they had to make sure that they took that Rayquaza as quickly as humanly possible, especially seeing as how it got taken with only 25 seconds left on the board. But when we look at the battle point in the graph, it seemed like, Yatagarasu were pretty much in control score-wise over that entire game.
Yeah, they felt really comfortable, and I'm with you, buddy. I feel like that Leafeon and that A9 had that Zoroark number, and that was the decision. That is how Yatagarasu managed to get themselves comfortably in that game for the majority of it, to be honest, Lobo. I think A9 was an inspired pick for the CC. It worked so well with what they were running. But I gotta say, what a Rayquaza battle from Stamina Esports. It was, nobody wanted to make the engage. They were kind of at a position where they didn't know who was in the lead, who was winning, who had to go for the engage. Umbreon went in knowing how tanky it was. It's got that snarl. It's capable of going in and take a lot of damage. And they just used that capability to get some quick KOs and then get that objective ripped. Crazy battle going in that.
There was a moment in that Rayquaza fight. You said how far in front the the Umbreon was, but then there was an entire push on to Inteleon, who had to pop the Azure Spy Vision to really get those crits. But Umbreon came running right back into the Midnight Prance and Inteleon was targeted by the Super Soul Slam of the Buzzwole, really trying to take that Inteleon out. But it was the Unite move of the Umbreon that saved it, managed to take out the Buzzwole, which really swung the raid fight into the favor. An incredible job. Ice Lane, buddy, it's ridiculous right now. How many other Pokemon are you going to pair with Ice Lane? You've got Lapras, you've got Glaceon, you've got Alola Ninetales, you've got Mamoswine. Utterly ridiculous, the ability, the amount of freeze that we have. When we talk other crowd control options, we have so much sleep coming in now as well. The stun ability. I don't think we have too much electric stun right now in the game, but I think mostly it is all just freezing at the moment, which is probably why we're at the IceBound invitation. Let's shout outs to all those ice type Pokemon players, but that was only game number 1. We're still in store for possibly a second and a third installment of this fight. This is the pride of LATAM on the board. Who's going to take it north or south? I'm so excited to get into this next game. But as we get into this next game, bans. It's something we always like to talk about. Who is going up on the banned block this time round? Who is up on the chopping block?
I don't think it's going to change. I think they're going to stay with what they've got, buddy. I think they may try and take the A9 away, just because of how much it worked against them. But I don't think Yatagarasu are really concerned about anything that came up against them on the side of Stamina Esports. They felt quite in control of that game. So I think they're probably quite annoyed that they didn't manage to have the Rayquaza battle they wanted and ended up losing it. So I don't think they're concerned about anything Stamina Esports have in that meta anyway, unless Stamina Esports shake it up. I think we're going to see pretty much more of the same. I think both teams are probably going to run that one back over.
Absolutely. So I want to talk about the 2 speedsters that we saw in that match. Obviously, that was the big talking point. Those 2 speedsters were going to have at it. We saw, for me, especially in that match, I felt like the Leafeon was just a little bit more effective. Absolutely out of nowhere, we saw the Emerald Mount towards after the 8 o'clock Altarias. 8-minute Altarias. But Zoroark just was not able to go weave in and out of the ice type Pokemon. It was a hard one. Do you think either of those Pokemon are going to get changed? Because for me, I think Zoroark probably needs to be the change there if they're just going to let Yatagarasu have that ice lane once again.
Yeah, I'm with you, buddy. I think they do. If they want to go for a speedster, I think they need to change it maybe to something that even a Cypher, to be honest, would have been quite useful. If you were going to go for that kind of speedster route or even a Cerulege, I just feel like I'm with you. I think there was too much CC for Zoroark if it doesn't have a Comfey to be able to do what it wants to do. Maybe they shake up the support that they had and they take away the Eldegoss and they go for the Comfey instead, but it just feels like it was too much. They really had a good plan, did the Yatagarasu, and I think that was fantastic from them. They need to answer to Stamina Esports. They need to shake it up a little bit. I know that they won the game, but it did come down to that Rayquaza battle for them. They had a really great fight. They managed to lock it in. Fantastic. But it didn't feel like they were in control of most of that game.
Absolutely. And I do agree. It's interesting. We always see Zoroark paired with a Comfey, but it's a double-edged sword, because if that Zoroark goes down, which it almost got caught out a lot of time, it's a 2-for-1. That Comfey's going down unless there is a teammate. And obviously a Pokemon like Zoroark and Leafeon, they don't want to be bound by their teammates. They come in and they try to find their way in and around to really get those surprise takedowns and those executes going for the side of their team. But doesn't matter. We don't have to speculate anymore. It looks like Hooper is being taken off. Unfortunately, Mimikyu still inside that ban shell alongside Psyduck. Looks like Zacian is going to join it, which means we have a possibility for a Zacian. I just said it was banned. We probably have a chance for a Miraidon to head into Theia Sky Ruins.
That we do. A lot of capability on that Mon. Yeah, I suspect we will see it picked up. Trying to take away the support would be a good shout as well. We know how good Blissey is and Eldegoss is, so they're going to take that and the Blaziken. Great lock-ins, but interesting they haven't gone for the Miraidon here. Will we see it picked at all? I don't know.
It is crazy that a Miraidon could get picked in the 4th or 5th slot going into this, but we have Stamina Esports is going to pick up the Mewtwo Y, accompanied with that Blissey. Could we see a Garchomp also picked up alongside, because we know how devastating that composition is? Tint is probably going to pick the Mewtwo, the Mew original is going to come on out with that EXP share once again, and Seamus is hovering over a Greedent. I absolutely love it.
Buddy, we're going to have a replay of Pokemon Movie 2000. It's Mew versus Mewtwo. This is the beautiful comp. I'm excited for this one. I mean, hey, Taj, one of our favorite casters, loves Mewtwo Y, so I hope they're watching around somewhere, because that X attack on it as well is going to be great coming in from behind. But what speedsters are Stamina Esports going to cook? They've gone for the Zorak Dodrio, trying to take a note out of Nouns' book with the double speedster here.
A double speedster is very interesting to me. Not a lot of crowd control potential on the side of Yatagarasu this time. They've opted to not go for the Alola Ninetales and Mamoswine combination, which was so effective for them in the previous game. Ooh, are they just hoping to rack up the scores with Dodrio, as Holmes on the Zorak is just going to try do whatever he can, but Blip Bloop, I can't say it any other way. Please don't hate me.
It makes me so happy.
It's going to pick up the Absol, but he's going to swap with York. So York's going to take that Absol. Piplup's going to go on. Almost saying like a Piplup. Piplup is going to go on to Blaziken, and it seems like, I believe we had a swap around. No, we didn't. I thought we had a swap around on the side of Stamina Esports with Axel. No, but it's all good now. Woo, on paper, this comp's kind of interesting. A little bit of juice coming out from these teams heading on into game 2.
That there is, buddy, and I'm with you. I feel like Piplup sounds very much like a penguin, and it almost makes me like Pingu want to go newt instead. I'm very excited for this one, buddy. We've got some great comps, and I love this IceBound tournament. I love everything that Unity Clash does, because of the fact that these comps are ridiculous that we see in it, and it makes me very excited. A lot of these teams, they try and practice things. They want to cook up something for UCS. They want to see how things go. It's probably why we saw Luminosity go for those 4 attackers, right? They're trying to try different comps and see what works for them. That's why I love casting these tournaments, buddy.
It's always interesting to see, especially these unofficial tournaments come in, because sometimes they're just for fun. They're for these off-season tournaments. But let's not forget, it's a $1,500 prize pool on the line, so you can practice as much as you want, but you, at the end of the day, you want to take home that prize pool. As Absol's going to head on into the central area, with Dodrio following suit for the side of Stamina Esports.
Buddy, that would buy me a lot of Pokemon-themed beanies, so yeah, I'm 100% with you. Squavit looking like they're going to approach for some stacks, but Mewtwo Y's not going to be happy with that. They're going to build up that Mega Meter, get themselves to level 5 and get that quick Mega.
It's very interesting to see a Squirtle not decide to be the annoying little greeter that it can, but it just wants to nom those berries, make sure it gets ready for Hibernation series. But Mewtwo is going to hunt it on down, but the double tackle is going to be enough with the coaching.
It's got to be risky, because if they do manage to get that Umbreon Evo'd and get a level 5 on Mewtwo Y, that is a Mega Meter ready to rock and roll. But here comes Absol. That is an XEXmon in disguise with the amount of damage that thing can drop.
Unbelievable, just came out. Dodrio has come down to the bottom lane. Drillpeck's gonna run on in. Mew's gonna coaching on out. It is on a live and a prayer. It does manage to get taken down. Absol versus Dodrio. Central lane is gonna fight. Dodrio caught out in no man's land, but it does not matter. Mewtwo showing why it is the superior clone in the Pokemon universe, and it is gonna pick up a 2KO streak. And Stamina Esports off to a strong start, but Yatagarasu answers back kindly in the top half.
I absolutely love how the power of that legendary Mon wasn't enough to take down that little squirrel. But what is enough is Absol demolishing that Zorak there, and they're gonna take down the Dodrio in return. This Absol does a huge amount of damage with those back swipes.
Turnabout is fair play, and the covet is out. The berries are swelling. Mewtwo has no answer for the big chunky squirrel, but Umbreon is online right now, and that's going to be even harder to deal with for the side of Yatagarasu. Those 8-minute Altares are about to spawn, both teams converging, but Absol's just going to take it all for themselves with no contention, Tano.
Seems like Zorak just wants to try and grab themselves some more stacks. They want to make sure that they are fed. They've hit that gym. They have plenty of tasty stacks, but the Combustion wants to stop that coming on in. 15 from that Blissey is a really risky thing. They wanted to get the Evo, right, Lobo? But I tell you, that is sneaky.
Blissey has to go back to Nurse Joy, as we now have a contention between Blaziken and the Zorak. Drillpick's going to miss its mark because Overheat was in, but it does not matter. Blaziken gets taken down by the three-headed menace, and Mew and Greedent are just going to have a little bit of fun of their own inside this bottom path. 20 seconds until those objectives hit the map.
I think what Stamina Esports need to do, and what everybody needs to do when you're up against a Greedent, is ignore it as most as you can. Because the thing is, it's just going to be a nuisance. That's what it's there for. One thing you can't ignore, though, is the damage that Dodrio is dropping. It's really difficult for Yatagarasu to really answer to it right now. They've got these two speedsters online, Lobo. These objectives are in, but we don't yet have an approach on them.
Both teams are split. It's 3 top lane, 2 bottom lane for each team. Zorak is just going to try and do this. Helping hand. Blissey is going to provide it. The triple trample comes out, but it does not matter. It was just a distraction. Can Blaziken go in for the overheat? The illusion's going to come on in. Zorak managed to go in with the Night Slash. Blaziken on a HP and a prayer, but it does not matter. Night Slash going to come in from the Absol. Blissey, beautiful distraction. Allow them to get the citrus berries. The Night Slashes are going to go in. There is the Midnight Slash on Absol, and Dodrio is just gonna be like, you know what? I'm gonna go the other way because the Regieleki is in, and there's a Reggie still down the bottom that both teams are now fighting for. Because Greedent is just stuck in that mean look.
Greedent's doing what Greedent needs to do. It's bought so much time for this Blaziken to head down here. They have the overheat kick. They have the power of that God Secure. But we do have a Mewtwo Y that has got the Mega. But hey, it doesn't matter, buddy, because Registeel is going to the side of Yatagarasu right now. But the Bliss Assistance is going to save the Mewtwo Y. The damage coming in is crazy. Absol with the Sucker Punch is still going to fall to the Dodrio. And this is going to be a push that Stamina Esports can put onto this goal. Although it is a risky one. A nice serve coming in from the Mew, but it isn't enough. They break that pad. Moonlight Prance is going to help take down that Elder Goss. And what an effort from that Greedent to take down the Umbreon in return, Lobo. This is crazy. Nice serve again from the Mew, but now they're going to go their separate ways.
It does not matter. The Mewtwo was Mega Evolved, but then it managed to get its own takedown. The Greedent once again. I did not see that Absol was playing that Pursuit moveset. I thought it was Night Slash. My apologies. The moves are flying left, right, and center. They just want to hack and slash everything. Sometimes with the speed of everything, Absol looks a little bit like Zoroark, but you know, that's just my mistake here. But we have 5 minutes left on the clock. 2:18 to 72. I think these teams just want to keep on fighting, but Zoroark could get caught out. 4 of them, but thinking of being caught out, Greedent gets caught in the mean look with a Mewtwo looking down on it, and now Yatagarasu just want to take this, helping out Blissey. Night Slash going to come in from Zoroark. Is going to get the boost. If Cotton Cloud Crash is going to come on in to heal everybody back up. Drill Pick's going to come on in as well. Does not matter. Triple Trample, kind of try to get it out. Nice Midnight Slash hits nothing as Absol hits the air, but has to run right on out. Stamina Esports showing that they have the stamina for these fights as they're going to take a Regieleki for free, Tano.
That they are. This is fantastic play from Stamina Esports. They're going to decide to put some pressure onto this pad. That Lecky is going to be another person for them with that damage that comes on in. But even if they just show their face, Dodrio's going to try and score some points into that bottom T2. That Blaziken's not concerned about it. They're going to take the opportunity to go score their own here because they need to. There we go. The instant Sideburn comes out of the Mewtwo Y, but it's not going to be enough. The surge from that Mew is going to push that Lecky away from the goal. And that's exactly what they needed to do. And we're getting a belch from that Greedent, that burping all over the team of Stamina Esports, and that's going to be enough to scare them away from that push.
Bad breath is enough to ever back off any kind of Pokemon, but now both teams are just going to go back to their farming. This poor objective down the bottom lane hasn't even gone back, but Zoroark's going to go in for another fight. He's going to get caught by the Absol this time round, surrounded by 3, taken out by the Greedent. Absol's going in 4 more this time round. Belch coming out from the Greedent once again. These teams just want to fight. Umbreon takes down the Absol, and Greedent's just going to nom his way up, and Blaziken's going to go in with the Fire Fist, gets pushed back with the Drill Pick. Mean Look hits its mark, and the Solar Beam just misses the... Oh my god, the Focus Blast out of absolutely nowhere. There is fights going all around. 2 KO streak for the Blaziken. Mega Mewtwo Y. Now he's getting KO on the Blaziken, and Greedent is the last person standing. Oh my god, Zoroark pulls out the Unite, gets a KO streak of 2 on the Elder Goss, and the KO streak of 3! Woo!
Buddy, wow, we just saw Blaziken absolutely cook the whole of Stamina Esports, and then Zoroark comes back and does the same to Yatagarasu. Insane play there.
Bro, our mixtape is dropping soon. Keep your eye on X for the links. These teams are not giving us any respite as Registeel is going to spawn down the bottom here. There is still about 150 points in this game with the Rayquaza with 30 seconds left to spawn, Tano.
They're going to get a nice Reggie steal. That's going to be good for Stamina Esports coming into this objective. Looks like they want to push onto that Lecky in the top lane. They have the Zorak. That is the damage to lock it in. They got 20 seconds, but it does seem like Yatagarasu are going to try and show their face for it. We have 3 here. We have 4 here. That is a lot of damage. Can they pick out the Zorak and the Blissey? That's what they need to do. Sucker Punch goes onto the Zorak, but they get away. They score those points. Not much of an overcap. We're 3 seconds away from the Rayquaza.
Oh, I thought these teams were about to fight. Drillpeck's going to go in onto the Blaziken. The Blaziken gets moved on in, back out to its wing using the Fire Fist. It looks like the fight's about to start. A Focus Blast hits the Umbreon, but it shakes it off like it was nothing. And now these teams have decided to seize each other out. As I say that, I'm mistaken once again. Creedon is inside the Ray Pit. Blaziken's in there as well. So is Absol. They've just decided to go for the root. Bliss Assist is on to the Zorak. The Infinite Cyber comes on in. I have no idea who secured that. Blaziken got the secure for the side of Yatagarasu. The shields are broken on the Mew though. It gets taken down. Absol is going to make sure that Zorak does not get away, or I'm mistaken, but Eldegoss is going to score. Blaziken's going to score. That brings it to 330 to 355. There is 25 points in this. Absol gets stopped. Whew, they don't know who's in the lead, Tano, and they don't even know. They're going to find out in 10 seconds.
Yeah, and they do have a lot of shields over on the side of Yatagarasu, so they don't need to be too concerned. You've got a Blaziken with a shield. You've got an Eldegoss with a shield still. You're going to be able to score more points if you need to, but this is ridiculously close. It looks like they're going to try and utilize these shields to actually defend their pads instead, although we see that Blaziken just grabbing every piece of farm that they can. That all those little yellow changes on the floor, they're going to sneak on round, but he pretend to be AFK while you get round to that home pad. This is going to be too tough because Stamina Esports have no idea what Blaziken is doing here.
30 seconds, 35 seconds on the clock. Absol is on the base. Dodrio is there with a pocket full of 50. Blaziken is still got shield. There's a tier 2 up. Helping Hand's going to go in. Mew is there. Eldegoss is going to jump, and now we've got another fight going on. Miluk's going to go in. Blaziken's going to score that 50. They know what is happening going on here. The Unite move coming out from the Green is going to belt absolutely over everybody. It does not matter that Mewtwo has Mega Evolved into Mega Mewtwo. Why? It teleports away. Does not get away from the pursuit from the Absol, and there is the surrender. And that is game number 2 to Yatagarasu.
Wow, we're going to a game 3 in this incredible battle between these two solid teams, buddy. That was fantastic. The berry belly flop coming out from that Greedon saved so much damage onto that goal, as well as the Rayquaza. Zebus was an absolute annoyance on that squirrel, but I gotta say, what a game that was. I feel like Absol was cooking at some points there, buddy, but Stamina Esports, what a battle.
Oh my god, everything was flying so fast that I forgot the names of Absol's moves, and I got them mixed up with the Zoroark. Oh my god, Rama doing 101k damage with the Mewtwo Y. Woo! Oh my god, dude, I need to take a break. It's okay, Piplup. You know what allows me to reset myself? I say the Blaziken thing. Piplup. Managed to do a great amount of damage there, but look at the side of this. Stamina Esports, once again, a kind of flip from the previous game. Yes. Flip from the previous game. They weren't in control in the first one, but they won the Ray fight. They were more in control in the second game, but they managed to lose the Ray fight. But in what a Ray fight that was, Tano. Absolutely all Unite moves flying absolutely everywhere. Infinite Psybeam, Bliss Assistance came out, Night Dazer came out from the Zoroark, and then in all of that, Blaziken managed to get a secure in all of that chaos. The snowstorm, if you will, on Theosky Ruins was completely whiting out the vision, and Blaziken still managed to get the secure.
Yeah, I feel like there were moments in this game where we saw Yatagarasu coming back into it. They had some inspirational moments with Absol, and we saw that Greedon being a nuisance, but Stamina Esports felt like they were in control majority of this game. Definitely not like it was in the first game, but the Rayquaza fight, the thing is, the Blaziken is the god of secure, right? That is why people pick up that Mon. It does a heavy amount of lifting when it comes to getting those secures, and that's what it did at Rayquaza. Hooper. But there were a lot of team fights in this game where it did feel like Stamina Esports were cooking. This Mewtwo Y knew exactly where to position itself. It's got that X attack. Look at the damage it's managing to drop here, and it did that all game. The Bliss assistance onto it just to try and keep it alive. They knew that was the thing they had to keep in this game, did Stamina Esports.
Not only the X attack that increases its attack speed, but it also had the helping hand from Blissey. And then this push here, this defense of this part, Zorak going in with the Unite move, doesn't manage to hit anything into the Bliss assistance. An infinite Psybeam comes on down to just provide a little bit of a stun. But again, the defense was so good from Yatagarasu, being able to push everything back. Oh my god. If game 1 was a slow burn with crowd control, like mostly determining the pace of this game, 3 speedsters causing that level of chaos is insane. But not only that, you add 3 speedsters causing chaos, but then you also add the Greedent in there causing even more chaos. I don't know what, I don't even know what to expect from game number 3. Like, where do you go from here, Tano?
But I feel like in game number 3, we're going to have both of them just constantly fighting, and no one is going to get Rayquaza, right? I feel like both teams have managed to take it away from the other that was dominating the game, so we're going to see them both dominate the game, and then no one is going to take Rayquaza. I feel like it's the only answer.
I think this is our first set that we've had to cast for this tournament, and you and I already need a water break. Our throats are gone because of the amount of action that both of these teams are about to unleash onto our screens. But we don't have to wait for any longer. The viewers don't have to wait. We are not going to get a break. I think Game 3 is very close to being underway now. I've talked about this every single time before. Where are the bans going?
We're going to see more of the same. I need to take this Umbreon hat off for a moment because that was very intense, was that game, buddy. I ran out of tea. It is going to be the Mimikyu getting that ban straight on up. I'm sorry. And it's going to be Psyduck doing the same. I think we're going to have more. Hooper, probably something like an Umbreon, or maybe they do want to go for that Zacian, or look for maybe the Zorak.
I don't know. Maybe take the Blissey out of play. I think the Blissey was one of the biggest enablers. But Zacian, you're right. It's going to be taking play, which means Miraidon is available. Blissey is available. Pretty much everything's available to these people. It's so surprising to me that we haven't seen a Ho-Oh too much. It's really dropped out of that viability in terms of being selected. Maybe just the idea of being revived is not that enticing to teams, but GM is going to pick up Umbreon, Gohan is going to pick up the Blissey, Piplup is going to pick up the Blaziken as well, Yatagarasu on the orange side, Stamina Esports on the purple side for game number 3.
We have enough birds in this game. We don't need that Ho-Ho as well, buddy. Nobody wants to see all those birds. We got the Fire Chicken here. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some more, but the Inteleon going straight back to that for Stamina Esports. We have a Lucario coming into this game. We're back in Season 1. That's a fantastic pick. It's actually in a pretty good position right now, buddy. Whether you go for the Power-Up Punch or you go for the E-Speed, I feel like Power-Up Punch is probably the better one to go for, just with how good that Secure is.
This always is so interesting, considering how similar power-up punches to the Wicked Blow. Both don't allow you to be stunned. Both are incredible secures. And I'm surprised the Stamina Esports didn't pick up the Urshifu, considering it's available to be played this time around. But we've got an answer with Tint going with the Alola Ninetales, Seabus going with the Trevenant. So no full Ice Lane this time around, but Reggie kind of hovering over a Scizor pick, but with that Energy Amp and Razor Claw with the full heal, that is almost definitely, I could be wrong, could be a Scyther.
Nah, buddy, stick to your tradition. I'm with you, but it's a Cypher.
It's a Scyther. It's a Scyther.
A Cypher. Watch Reggie just decide to go for the Scizor now just to call us out.
He's listening. He's listening to you be like, nah, I got to prove these casters wrong. I'm going to go Scizor. Which, Scizor's not a horrible pick into here, but usually with Scizor, you kind of try to see a weakness policy go onto that Pokemon because it wants to stay in and brawl. You're going to pull out the Leafeon once again. So interesting combinations all round. No Trickster Hooper, no Hooper Highway, no Mamoswine for repositioning. This is a different comp. Once again, only one. Previous game, we had 3 speedsters. Now we've got 1. We've got 3 all-rounders picked this time round. Whoo-wee. I am so excited. Tano, let's do a little bit of a casters gentlemanly wager between us. I'm going to give you the first one. I'm gonna give you the first one. Where's your pick? A gentlemanly agreement between casters. You pick one, I pick one, and then we don't be sour about it at the end.
No, I'm gonna be sour about it. No, I mean, I honestly think I'd prefer the comp over on the side of Yatagarasu because I feel like the CC is better over there, buddy. That's my opinion.
See, I see that, but then I see the Lucario power-up punch. I also see the Scyther's full heal as well, and that seems to be like the only CC. So I actually do like the comp of Stamina Esports a little bit more, as well as the possible output damage with the Green Illusion Drive compared to the Emerald 2-step.
I mean, full heal isn't even relevant anymore. It got nerfed about 50 times, buddy. So, we'll leave that one there. Lucario trying to sneak that 4 in. They only just managed to do so, losing half their health. And look at that eject button just out of the way of that punch from Lucario. They may take it down. Torchic, the power of the chicken, comes out on top.
Well, Lucario is a steel type, so fire does bend to steel. Leafeon's going to get a nice little 10 stack in there and get its attack weight. Just taking that one central area buff this time around as Alola Ninetales takes that blue, but the dual wing is going to come on in. Phantom's going to go down, and Alola Ninetales is staring down 3 members on that team as one Citrus Berry goes to Scyther, who tried to take the other farm instead.
I mean, yeah, you want to grab what you can. Fair play to you, buddy. They have managed to hit level 5. They're going to have that dual wing beat. A9, that's really risky going in there. The Umbreon tries to back it up. They do take down that Fox, but they're going to get the Umbreon in return. No, they're not. Yes, they do. But Cypher takes out the Leafeon as well. That was pretty much handshaking with KOs down there, but Stamina Esports comes out on top.
Oh, it does not matter. Blaziken's going to go in with his Blaziken, but it decides against it. Eldegoss with a red buff is not something you want to play around with. Lucario is just waiting in that bush to try and take something here. Both teams scoring and getting KOs. Levels across the board pretty decent, except for that Eldegoss sitting on that level 3 as we're heading on into the 8-minute mark down here. 100% Tano, every single member is going to come down here to try and fight for these because these teams just enjoy a good brawl.
Just got to watch out for that dual wing beat, buddy. The execute damage on that is fantastic. A9 showing their face. They haven't hit that level 6 yet. All of that farm is just going to go to Stamina Esports for free.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, A9 with such a good moveset doesn't get let down by its passive, which just, gives away its positioning or whether it's around. Snipe Shot hitting its mark and really almost putting a whole bullet in that tree. But we've got 3v3 inside this top part. Scyther versus Leafeon, Lucario versus Blaziken, and Eldegoss versus Blissey. Almost a mirror match if you kind of think about it. But Trevenant is just going to hold this bottom pad firm as we're heading on to those 720 Altares that are about to hit the map.
We're going to see who can push these away. The Blaziken does a fantastic job to do so. Dual Wingbeat does go onto it, but they aren't able to lock in the KO. And now we have the big chicken on the field. They've got that level 7. Do they want to make an approach, though? We do have Emerald 2-step here. Lucario pushing them out of the way. We're about to have these first objectives spawn onto the field. Inteleon has made the rotation top. Nice bit of damage onto that Blaziken there with that snipe shot. But we're just going to have a bit of a handshake while we wait for the engage here, Lobo.
It's a 4v4. It's a song of ice and fire for Yatagarasu to see how well it melts together. It's a song of water and steel for the side of Stamina Esports. But Lucario is just going to try to take this. Felsing is going to try and get those stacks up. That Regieleki is very low. Blaziken is going to look for this, but Lucario manages to get the secure. Overheat hits absolutely nothing as Umbreon is here. As Trevenant is left in its wake trying to catch up. As soon as 5-inch is going to come on out, Blaziken's going to hit the overheat. Has to eject out. Midnight Press to take down the Blaziken. And the Green Illusion Dive is going to come on in. A9 caught out in the middle of nowhere as Regieleki decides to walk right on into that tier 1 pad. And Stamina Esports are not done, Tano.
That they are not. We did see Trevenant try and get themselves away from it. They were like, I don't want any of that smoke, but they did go into the backline with that curse. But the Inteleon as a spy vision does so much damage with those basics. They crit every single time, and that was enough to help push that in. I feel like the oppression of Stamina Esports when you have that Umbreon in your face with a Lucario, and then you've got the Cypher diving on in, Lobo. It's been a bit too much for Yatagarasu right now.
It does not matter. Curse is going to go on in for the Trevenant, just going to scoop up all those bees. It looks like we're going to get another team fight. I think Stamina Esports just want to wait for Cypher to come on back down, get that Unite move as a Registeel. Super important objective as Umbreon and Blaziken are just going to circle this top path.
Yeah, putting a lot of damage down this Pit Blue, but I don't think they're going to survive this. Nope, Cypher cuts them back to the Pokemon Center. Whilst this Registeel gets a rip onto it, look at the zoning from that Trevenant. Yatagarasu locking down that experience and that buff. It does seem like this Trevenant has really pushed on in. Will they be able to make it out? The close combat from the Lucario. They try and dive in with a power-up punch, but no, the tree hasn't been felled. They've made it out. They try and catch out the Umbreon. They push it to their own pad. But what a fight from Yatagarasu. They're back on this T1 pad. They've got those citrus berries, buddy. They're feeling pretty good right now.
If you're thinking of playing Trevenant, watch this game. That was textbook. How far do you have to be into the enemy's territory before you think, I've gone far enough? But Trevenant has not had it enough, as Yatagarasu going to push onto this bottom tier 1.
Oh, push they are, buddy. They take down the Inteleon, and without that, you don't have to be worried about those snipe shots. Leafeon just diving onto that Eldegoss. Umbreon may be a tank, and boy, can it take damage. But this is a huge amount. The Snow Globe comes out, the Bliss Assistance to keep A9 kicking, and the Umbreon still hasn't been felled. Eldegoss keeping it around, and with Lucario felling that tree, they just have to dive these points in, break that pad, because they were getting pushed, and they were getting pushed well. As the Spy Vision comes on out, they're going to be able to take down that Blissey with that Lucario doing that stun. What a defense from Stamina Esports, but it was just a little bit too late.
There is no shot that Leafeon just got out of that. Allure Spy Vision didn't have the vision to get a crit, but it does not matter. The fight is going to continue as Regieleki has decided to walk into the top hat, as Yatagarasu have to do a big defense, but they're going to counter score on this one. 272 to 218 with 340 on the clock, Tano. I have no idea, but it looks like Trevenant is going to try and take down its plant counterpart.
Oh, they're running though. They're breaking ankles, buddy, but Blaziken is going to cut them down. Pop that cloud back to the Pokemon Center. But, buddy, I called it coming into this game. Both of these teams have been fighting so well against each other. That score is so close. No one has dominated this game yet.
With 13 seconds left to go, there's the Green Illusion Drive. Blaziken gets taken on out. Blissey has to run for its life. Easter is coming on, and Scyther wants those eggs. It doesn't get it, but as we head into the 3-minute mark, we have a level 13 Scyther, 2 level 12s on the side of Stamina Esports. Same goes for the side of Yatagarasu as they're circling for this Regice, and another fight is about to hit fever pitch, Tano.
I love that Yatagarasu just goes straight for the rip, and they have that Trevenant zoning. It works so well for them. Umbreon has managed to sneak through those back lines. Eldegoss backs up because they know that Blaziken's there. They have the secure. They need to get away from this. They have picked off the Eldegoss. We're 30 seconds away from the Mighty Dragon spawning. We have 13 seconds until Aleki spawns in that top side Lobo. What a team's going to do here?
I don't know. If they decide to go for the Regieleki, a fight could pop off. They could go for Vision here, but what I'm seeing is a level 14 Scyther, level 13 Intel, level 12 Lucario, level 13 and 13 Alolan Ninetales, those spikes, and a level 13 Blaziken. Yatagarasu could have the advantage in levels, but they're just going to seize each other out. 2 seconds to go. I don't know if they're going to get their teams. Lucario's hit that level 13 as well. Umbreon, GM is just making sure its presence known, but Alola Ninetales does not matter. He says, walls what? Walls who? I'm going to find you. And no matter what, Lucario is still lurking. Yatagarasu is around that top path. Any team could blink first. And it seems like each team is still just going to seize each other out. It does not matter. Lucario Pulse is getting caught out there. Ooh, no one's touched that Ray, Tana, but I think with a 1:30 left on the clock, I think both teams are getting close to deciding it because there's only 80 points, as Blaziken almost has to pop that eject button to get out.
I think they both think they're in the lead right now. Nobody is really going for the Ray because they're scared about back caps. We saw the Blaziken back on up. The snipe shots from Inteleon are doing so much poke damage. The Blissey can't heal all of it. They only have so many eggs that they can pass out, buddy. And here's the engage. The Cotton Cloud Crash comes out from that Eldegoss. There's a Bliss Assistant. They haven't taken anybody down with it though yet. The Overheat only just hits the Eldegoss. The Phantom Forest from that Trevenant is going to drop the damage over onto the side of this Cypher, but the Green Illusion Dive hasn't done enough to fell it. Azur's Spy Vision comes on out, and that is going to be enough basic damage to take down, at least on the side of Yatagarasu. This Blaziken has only just been felled, and it does seem like Stamina Esports had the advantage, but they've just lost it, buddy. We have 40 seconds left in this game. I don't think anyone is going to go for the Rayquaza. It looks like Leafeon is going to try and go for the rip now, whilst yet again this Trevenant puts up a massive zoning fight over there with that Inteleon. It has been felled. Here's the Rayquaza getting the damage put onto it, but I don't think this rip is a good decision now. They need to look for backcaps or something like that. We have 20 seconds left. The Inteleon is there. Who's going to lock it in? I believe it is Stamina Esports. The Aura Cannon blows that Rayquaza back to the Pokemon Center. Stamina Esports are going to win this third game.
Woo! Stamina Esports were in the lead. They didn't know, but it was an 80-point difference. So what message comes up? Was it struggling or is it close? No, close battle is 20 or less. So
I think it's 30 or
Yatagarasu,
less.
30 or less, but Yatagarasu had to know that they were struggling in that one. But again, Trevenant's so far deep. Cebus went so far in to try and take down Radma, but again, Inteleon had its boosted autos up and available, which meant Trevenant living on a 1 HP in a dream. I love that phrase of yours, by the way. I've stolen it from you, by the way, just to let you know. But look at the damage output from Ranma, outdoing the Mewtwo Y that we saw earlier with 101k, pulling out 117k damage. Absolutely insane numbers, but Gohan deciding to go beast mode with the healing and 113, but well played to Stamina Esports.
Wow, honestly, I like the zoning that Cebus managed to pull in, buddy, but yeah, I'm with you. It was a bit too deep at that Rayquaza. I feel like they realized they weren't in the lead with a message popping up, and that's when Yorch was like, I need to go put a rip onto this. You know, they did as much as they could to zone out anyone from the side of Stamina Esports, but there's only so much a Mighty Tree can do and so much damage that Inteleon is capable of dropping. But this game was so close the entire way through. Whenever Stamina Esports got an advantage, Yatagarasu came in and did the same. We take down the A9, but hey, we're going to say goodbye to this Leafeon. They managed to grab this, the Cypher, but they just take down the Phantom. And that is exactly how this game was, the entirety of it.
I want to know how they decide what highlights to play up, because that all 3 games had so much. The Azure Spy Vision doing a fantastic job here. Blaziken not able to escape the combination of the Azure Spy Vision with the Moonlight Prance into the Green Illusion Drive. No, Lola Ninetales got caught out of nowhere. Slow Zone who? I don't think they care that there's a slow zone there, because, you know, it just wants to go all the way through. I have no idea, bro. I need a drink and a break after watching that. The Emerald two-stepping all the way through that slow zone to just take the KOs that they want to take. Mate, these teams are playing with such freedom, and it's a joy to watch.
Yeah, no, it really is. Such freedom and such fury. We had, in game 1, Yatagarasu dominating it, losing the Rayquaza. Game 2, Stamina Esports dominating it, losing the Rayquaza. Game 3, both of them were playing with so much fury, fantastic picks across the board, and they just managed to get the Rayquaza with literal seconds left in the game. Nobody managed to score any extra points. Incredible set that we have just witnessed. This replay is incredible. I believe that we are going to head to a break while we prepare for the next game, chat, but this has just been such a fantastic tournament so far. We need to grab ourselves a drink because of that one.
I can't believe what we just witnessed. All-to-all fights. And it's so interesting to see. I want to believe that these teams brought it out because it was LATAM South versus LATAM North. There's the rivalry. There's regional rivalry differences between these two teams. And I was really, really excited to see it. But I think we need a break. I think the chat needs to catch their breath, because these battles are insane. It may be called the IceBound tournament, but these battles are absolutely red hot. So you look like you're ready to go on a summer vacation, my friend.
I'm telling you, buddy, it may be IceBound, but that set was so on fire. I've had to put the sunnies on, mate. There was so much sun coming out, so much fire coming out of that team that, yeah, I had to put the sunnies on just to witness it on my monitor right here. Insane battle. Really, really enjoyed it. I think we are going to head to a break, chat, so grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We will catch you very shortly.
help assist knocking out enemies from afar with Spirit Shackle or Knock, forcing Kevin the Infected to take the objective from the enemies on Shrunken and Shrine the Infected, causing faction control.
Eevee's second basic ability is quick attack.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Woof! What a set we have just witnessed, and who better to come on in and take this next one than it's me, Fu. How are you doing today, Fu?
No. We're not about to. Fu out here not ever gonna beat these allegations. No. We're not doing. We're not. I'm still breathless from that, but I'm still trying to recover from that, like from what we just watched. I'm so interested to see after that game that we just watched. We are going to go on to from LATAM South and North over to EU and a mix of EU and NA with a Pugnan versus Kiss Kiss. Now, are you anticipating that one out and out fight between these two, or more control and kind of play easy kind of game?
I think it's going to be an electrifying match just because it's going to be a best of 3, and whoever wins this will go back into that winner's side, right, for tomorrow's finals and main event. And I guess for Kiss Kiss, just looking at the bracket so far, they've been in the losers since the get-go in round 1 after getting knocked out from the winners. So they have trudged their way through the losers, winning each game in the best of 1s and made it all up to the final set, if you can call it. And Pugnan is the only team standing in their way to prove that, you know, it doesn't matter how well you play at the start of it, as long as you can keep it together and win all these best of 1s and just win this final best of 3 logo, then they deserve a spot in tomorrow's main event.
But Pugnan are looking strong. Tano, we get to see them weekly through the weeklies that we get to cast with all 3 of us over here. How strong are Pugnan? How strong are they looking? And how much is their presence being felt right now in the EU scene?
So heavy. I feel like there is 3 teams in EU right now that are so strong. Pugnan is one of them, Gen 5 being the others, and of course Nouns Esports will always stay there. They unfortunately have fallen out of this to have Nouns Esports, and Pugnan haven't though. They did just lose to Orange Juicers, but hey, it's Orange Juicers, right? They are one of the heaviest teams in this tournament, so Pugnan are really going to need to lock this one in. But when you have gone through the gauntlet, as Fu says, of Kiss Kiss, and they have gone straight to the losers bracket, they've won every single game since then. They're coming up against some seasoned tournament players here, so it's going to be a tough game.
There's something very magical about making and watching a losers bracket run from a team that is relatively well known. Fu, we want to get your thoughts. We're going to talk about the ban as well, but Tano, I'm going to get your thoughts before we head on into the game. Give me 2 bans from Tano. Give me 2 bans from Fu. What are we seeing?
We're going to be banning the Mimikyu. We're going to be banning the Gengar.
The Gengar. Okay. Just 2 of our favorite Pokemon for those that don't know. Fu, what are we? Let me get 2 bans from you.
Well, I was going to say Mimikyu because Mimikyu seems to always be staying in that ban jail. But I think, you know, apart from that, Blissey is a great ban that we've seen come out so much. Psyduck as well, very, very strong. I do know that Darkrai is not playable today, so that's, I guess, 1 free ban for both these teams. And the other Pokemon a lot of these teams are banning is just Miraidon. It's just the poke damage that you have from the range position is a little bit scary for a lot of these teams. And if they don't want to commit to something like a double dive comp, then it just takes one problem out of it for them. So I'm keen to see whether any of us are right. Not sure about the Gengar though, Tano.
Tano is, you know, what do they call it? They're He's just got stuff in his head. He wants to manifest the Gengar ban, I guess. But it's really interesting that we talk about Miraidon. It's got two really, really good movesets. We thought Charge Beam was the best moveset that we were going to see in competitive because it just allows you to stay at range and kite as well. But Electro Drift really coming into play gives Miraidon a completely new kind of dimension when it comes to play, acting as more almost in that speedster type role. But unfortunately, when it stops that Electro Drift, it does get caught out. So it's going to be interesting to see this time around, but let's talk about the Pokemon on everyone's mind, Garchomp. We have not seen it played too much just yet. Hasn't entered the ban jail. Is this a situational Pokemon, or is this a Pokemon that people play because they know how to play it through? Give me your thoughts.
I think it was really that there was an opportunity for it to come back in the competitive meta, and I think it's still very much viable. But the recent patch notes did, I guess, reduce its viability a little bit. So I think teams are still wondering whether it is the best pick for now. I mean, if you have Blissey on your team and you secured it for the match, I think it's a really nice pick. You know, able to rip through the objectives, able to, outlast a lot of the other all-rounders in that latter part of the game. So we'll see whether it comes out today. But there are plenty of other all-rounders that are very, very popular now as well. Urshifu is another one that comes into mind. And regardless what type of supporter you have it there, as long as it stays on the map for that final secure on the Rayquaza, sometimes that's all you need to win a game.
Is this just the better of all rounders? We've got Mimikyu, we've got Urshifu, we've got Blaziken coming into play. We also have we have other popular picks that are just fully central around secure in this game, because Lucario and Urshifu, we talked about it before, really Pokemon that mirror each other when it comes to the Dark Bear versus Lucario moveset. We saw Lucario use to great effect before. Tano, why aren't we seeing Urshifu being picked at the moment? What is it with Dark Bear that Lucario is getting picked ahead of it like we saw in the previous game?
I'm actually quite surprised that we did see that Lucario, but I'm not sure whether it was a bit more of comfort picks or the fact that you don't really need to Evo it and you just go straight for those stacks. I'm kind of with you. I feel like we do. I've got to say, though, the Lucario changes that they made with Aura Cannon a while ago have made it a much more viable Pokemon. But I am surprised that it was there instead of the Urshifu. I'm with you. I feel like Dark Bear does so much right now. It's kind of up there to compete with Blaziken when it comes to secure, and also the Unite move just takes one mon out of the game, especially if it is a squishy. And we've seen the amount of teams that use those mages in the back line. Shifu's really good, especially Dark Bear, at taking that straight out of the game. So I was quite surprised at that Lobo. I'm intrigued to see if we see more of those overall rounders that we don't see a lot of coming into it. But one that we don't talk about a lot, that is a fantastic one and completely underrated, and we've seen it dominate so far, is Metagross. And I'm surprised we're not seeing more.
Absolutely. So I'm going to draw this question to Fu as well, because another two Pokemon that we have seen that are actually quite good, especially in the right hands. And every player that picks a Pokemon in this tournament, they're in the correct hands. So we've got Metagross, and I also want to bring something else in here. I want to bring Scizor into the mix as well. Fu, why are we not seeing Metagross? Why are we not seeing Scizor? Is it that high level scaling that Metagross has?
I think Metagross is actually picked. It happened today, right? Metagross was such a great pick into that Petal Dance Venu. I think Scizor is probably the worst counterpart to Scyther. We think about Scizor having that sustain going in, but there are just so many more Pokemon that can do that job better. Whereas Scyther has kind of like that speedster role that you can go in with this Unite move, really eviscerate a lot of the squishies on the enemy team, and then get out of there. Whereas Scizor takes a little bit of time, right? It's like the more you fight Scizor, the longer it can kind of like do deal damage and then outlast in those 1v1s. But in this fast-paced match that's Pokemon Unite, a lot of the times it's go in and get out of there, not just go in and just wait, a dilly-dally for 30 seconds. Because by that time, maybe the enemy's team has summoned, their members there, and in a 1v3 scenario, you can try your best as Scizor, but a lot of the times you're going to be outstunned and outgunned, really, and back to the Pokemon Center you go, right? So I think that's probably the reason why we don't see that many Scizor plays.
I was thinking about this as well. Like, in a meta now where we're starting to see a double secures coming through, Scizor just lacks that secure. There's no secure move on it. I know Metagross doesn't have one, but it has a Unite move in Compute and Crash that really sets up that Beyblade arena that can really close in teams and really shut off the support from its all-rounder or a team's carry. So it's really going to be interesting. Another one that is just more secure but less, ability to stay in is Aegislash as well. So Pokemon Unite has so many all-rounders, but it seems like only 4 or so are getting picked in this current meta. I guess we'll see how we go. But what do you, I asked this question a lot. Sorry, I am talking a lot. What Pokemon do you see that is underrated that has not been in the meta that you want to see come into the meta?
Gengar?
I think, Tyler, do you want to go first? Or I've got one in mind as well. So
I was just going to throw out the classic Gengar. But no. Well, one thing that I do, I feel like, and I'm genuine with this, is Talonflame. I feel like Talonflame is actually in a decent position, can be utilized in quite a few different comps, and we don't see a lot of it. I think it could be very viable as a speed stayer.
Actually, adding on to that Talonflame, the recent patch actually saw it get buffed on the Brave Bird moveset, and I think, if I'm correct, so this is very interesting, right? So at level 13, Brave Bird Plus gives you a damage reduction for the next 5 seconds or so. And beforehand, it was capped at, I think it was 25%. So it's 25% per enemy hit. I think it was capped at 25 or 50, but now it's capped at 75%. So if you do hit 3 enemies or more for the next, I guess, 5 seconds, you're essentially invincible. Any damage, let's say you time it really well, let's say a beam hits you afterwards, 75% of that damage is going to be reduced, and you're going to be able to do your aerial ace with much more, efficiency, right? And also, not being able to get taken out after you land your Brave Bird could mean that you are just nuking the area. For something like an Inteleon or a Delphox or something like that, even though the damage was, the defenses did go up, you're going to be knocked out, and, you're going to be saying hello to Nurse Joy. But we're going to have this first game starting out, Lobo. A Pugnut against Kiss Kiss. Let's see what happens.
Pugnut's going to be on the purple side. Kiss Kiss is going to be on the orange side. Miraidon looking like it. No, it's a... let's just move on.
And with
let's just move on. It's first pick every single time.
From Kiss Kiss as well. Now, we have 2 bans left, Lobo. I'm going to be curious... I'm going to be surprised if Gengar actually gets banned there, but in all seriousness, I do anticipate something different. Oh, and Absol will be banned out from Pugnut.
That seems really interesting to me. We have seen a lot of Absol players come in and really show their worth. And Absol is a really hard Pokemon to deal with, especially with that Pursuit moveset. Its movability almost likened to Leafeon, except Leafeon gets that spike just a little bit sooner. Gon is going to pick up the Miraidon alongside Wereamp is going to pick up Blissey and possibly Wigglytuff. As Zacian is also going to join that ban jail. EX-Mons ex-EX-Mons are just not getting any love this time around, Afu.
No, and I'm actually surprised that Umbreon is not taken out by Kiss Kiss here. Normally, Umbreon is just very high priority for both these teams, but Gon taking out the Miraidon. No, there we go, Oblivion. I am correct in saying they're going to be picking up those double evolutions there. Leafeon, another great pick for Celestial, and I know Celestial personally is very, very good and very comfortable at that Leafeon.
Very strong on that Leafeon as well. Oblivion also no slouch on that Umbreon, but I saw the Garchomp being hovered over for the side of a Pugnut. With Blissey being open, is the combo of Garchomp and Blissey possibly available, as Narami's going to pick up that Mew and Gek is going to go onto that trusty Slowbro, but it looks like Wereamp is going to pick up that Blissey to take it away just in case Leo Rio wants to play that Garchomp, because we've seen him so effective on it before.
Rightly so, and I think the fact that Gon and Narami have picked up their Pokemons and showed really a double ranged attacker comp, it gives Kiss Kiss a little bit more heads up into what they want to play for the final 2 Pokemons, right? I think Blaziken, Blissey, and an Umbreon is such a great trio of Pokemons to bring to the table here, and it's going to be a little bit of a task for Pugnut to actually take down this Blaziken, having Celestial on that Leafeon as well, able to just nuke out an area. But we're going to see Klaus on the Zoroark, and Metagross makes a comeback for Leo Rio.
Metagross is going to be an interesting one to see how it can do, really put on big damage. Be very specific about who he targets this time around. Celestial has got to be that prime target. JAH on Blaziken with a great secure, but we see a Chandelure with only 1 item. Foo? I think Reka probably needs to change that, unless that's a glitch on our end and it's not just showing us all 3 items.
I think they're just thinking about what is the best item there to put against this team, and they are going to be putting that Cursed Incense. So it's going to allow them to really rip through something like a Slowbro and a Metagross a little bit easier there. You can see that Celestial actually going to be opting for the Blaziken there and switching with WWW, I'm just going to call them that, on the Leafeon. So I do anticipate something like a Blissey to either buddy up with the Blaziken or buddy up with the Leafeon going in. And I mean, the prime target here, Lobo, is going to be that Miraidon, isn't it? It's
absolutely going to be that Miraidon. It's going to be really interesting to see where RMP decides to go with its moveset. If it's going to go with Eggs or if it's going to go with Helping Hand and Safeguard, that's going to be super important. It could be really interesting to see it change up here, as we could see an Electro Drift come out from Miraidon to really kind of counter the Umbreon and possibly counter into the Leafeon pick. But there is a possibility it could get caught out with Melook. But usually when we see it be taken, it has that Shedinja on it. Tano, you are back with us as well. We're going to get your thoughts quickly on the draft that we just witnessed before we head on into game.
Fair dues, buddy. I was in a world of my own there. Yeah, amazing, honestly. I'm excited for this, buddy. I feel like it's an interesting one. I was completely in a world of my own there, completely not where this was going on. I believe are we still waiting to see what's going on?
No.
Tano, you're going to be worked till you're 90. I think Lobo just throwing questions at you all.
I'm so sorry.
A drink.
I'm so sorry. I just want to talk to you about the draft and essentially the ban, you getting banned. No Gengar, unfortunately for you, but Zash and Psyduck also getting banned on that pick. Miraidon, Leafeon, Umbreon combination as well. Sorry, Leafeon, Umbreon, Blaziken, Blissey combination is going to be a problem. We'll let Tano head back into his little world as we head on into the game, but it seems like we have a pause straight up, Fu.
Yeah, that's all right. You know, like I said, we have Stabilized rampant today. It messed up with my system at the start of today's broadcast, so it seems like to be messing with this game as well. No worries, though. We're going to be able to sort this one out real quick for everybody. But going back to, I guess, the draft, just to remind everyone of kind of the strategy that both teams are bringing, right? We have the double ranged attacker on the side of APG, and they're going to be looking to make use of that. And I don't know whether it's going to be an Electro Drift or not, but if it is, it will be able to sustain itself a little bit better there. But we can see Klaus going into the central area here.
Yeah, Klaus is heading on into that central area with Mew joining it as well. Possibly a split central area. I'm not too sure. Beldum is going to stay all the way up by itself, but it's just going to get the secure on that one, which is exactly what it wants as Mew comes up with the coaching and that red buff.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what they want, to quickly ambush this path, and hopefully they can get a pick off. Beldum needs it at level 5, obviously, so he's going to try to go 1v1, 2v1 now against Leafeon, and that boosted might just KO. No, just able to get out there, quickly munching up on that Citrus Berry. They don't want to get KO'd at all, especially seeing we have a Leafeon obviously wanting that level 8.
And it's going to go in with that Razor Leaf. Going to get the KO on... Blissey's going to get the KO on Mew as these Altarias are about to spawn. Top lane is fast and furious very quickly, just as bottom lane is, Fu.
Yeah, just stacks going in for Pagnan. They're very aggressive, and I think this is just a textbook play from a Pagnan. They like to come off really, really strong. And, you know, if they can keep their hands on the steering wheel, that's going to send them to win this first game number 1, right? We have a tackle that's going to be successful and actually allows Leorio to hit that level 5 against this Combuskin. And they're going to be looking very good because the Zoroark is also here to clean up. Blissey, not able to be sustained in that fight, goes back to the Pokemon Center as well.
Pagnan is hacking and slashing and punching anything that can move, and with all of those Aeos energies just scattered around that base, they're just going to get their stacks nice and quick. It seems like Leorio does not really care about what's going on in that top lane. He just wants his stacks through. Zoroark's going to come on in, and there's the 2v1 versus a Blaziken. A Combuskin as Electroball tries to find its mark. Both teams heading on into this central area for these Altarians.
Oh, Altaria's going to get massively soaked up, but I think it's going to be WWW that actually ends up getting the Altaria there. So, still experience able to be provided for Kiss, but they're going to be providing themselves back to the Pokemon Center there as they get knocked out by the Zoroark. And Zoroark is now in the Flux Zone, so confident trying to get out, but may have bitten more than they can chew. Yes, they have KO'd out for Klaus there. And I think just there, giving experience on the enemy team after being so high ahead is probably going to be a mistake that might cost them this game. We have a 1v1 between the Matang and the Blaziken, and Matang is actually going to come out on top as well. We talked about how strong Matang was, and the fact that it is now showing us in that top part is super, super exciting. Another KO coming out from the Fragment as well. We'll send them the lead, though, coming up in this 7 minutes, mark.
Nurse Joy is busy in that Pokemon Center. The two all-rounders fighting on top lane. Mew is taking beams everywhere. Beams, charge beams, and Zorak is just going to Night Slash everything down as they're going to head to a Reggie steal. That's exactly what a Pugnance wants to see, with just a Chandelure to contest, Boo.
And the beams will come through, and that's going to be good enough for Pugnan to secure that basement Reggie for them. A steal is going to be great to increase that damage, but we have the 2-step to go through. But the Shedinja though, to counter that, absolutely. What a fantastic play. Narami trying to get out now. WW trying to find any value after that misplay. Going to go through. The charge beam is going to be too good. And I think Klaus, once again, able to just slash and dash through the Blissey, will give them the edge for this fight. Zorak will go down though, but oh my gosh, Umbreon's so low now. Mew goes down, and maybe this is a swing of momentum in the favor of Kiss. They're looking for more here as the overheat will come through and shred through the Slowbro. Imprison will allow the Shang to get some scores here, but Metagross here looking to clean up.
Oh, it's going to go in with that compute and crash. It's just going to try and fight its way out. Leo Rio missed half of that fight. Ignite's going to miss its mark. And now Leo Rio is caught in between a rock and a hard place, Boo.
A rock and a metal place here, but it seems like they're still very, very healthy as the Blaziken is now here to defend this pad. I think Leo Rio might need to really get out of this fight now. They missed the Zen Headbutt though, unfortunately, so they will go down to the Chandelure, and Chandelure having that level 10 now. The Night 4 days to go through and delete both the Chandelure and the Blaziken. These teams just like fighting and fighting. Now they're getting value from getting these dunks in, Lobo. I mean, there's just no point of going for the wild Pokemon when you can farm the enemy team, right?
These teams took out Tano and my voices in the previous game. They're trying to take out your voice in this game. They just want to fight. Leafeon's going to go in with that Emerald 2-step to get a quick KO on the Zoroark, and Mew's going to follow quickly in suit. 5 minutes through, 163 to 129. We have a level 12 Zoroark on the side, and Leafeon is going to hit that level 12 by taking that central farm area away from a Pugnant.
Both these teams are neck and neck here, and you can tell the stakes have never been higher. Whoever wins this game will send them into that advantage going into the second one, right? They won their spot in tomorrow's event. We have beams comes through. The double beam is going to be too good. No, the Bliss Assistant on the Leafeon is going to able to take down the Zoroark there. Blaziken able to do that, but gets shut down by the slow beam. Can anyone take it down? The follow-ups are going to be good on the side of Pagnan, and members of Kiss are just going to be falling down. Oh, Chandelure not on a lot of HP, and WWW just taking this opportunity. They give up the Regirock, but they do get the 40 in.
Kiss, your teammates goodbye. They're going to get sent back to the Pokemon Center. Unfortunately, Zoroark should not been able to hit absolutely anything, but it does manage to get a takedown on the Leafeon. Mate, these brawls are back and forth. As again, Blaziken tries to 1v3 to no effect. Still getting the better of Metal that time around, as I hope and think that teams are going to head on up to this Regieleki, which is left kind of completely unnoticed through that poor Regieleki all by itself in that top lane.
Yeah, all by itself. Both teams just want to keep fighting, as we can see from this game. Only 6 points in terms of the disparity between Pugnan and Kiss here. So very, very close game. And maybe both teams are just waiting for a good engage. The beam will come through. Chandelure so close. Has to use Ignite Midnight to blind everybody. And it's going to be good to maybe melt down Leo Rio. But Leo Rio attaches onto the Blissey. And with the Zoroark there to take out the Chandelure, a lot of the damage coming out from Kiss is going to be taken out. But they somehow find the edge over a Pugnan there. Umbreon getting a KO streak of 2 means that this Regieleki could get ripped by the Leafeon. Running it down, Celestial able to spin to make sure that they have the kick ready to go for the secure, but the beam not going to be good enough at that time. Good effort, however. I don't know whether they're going to be actually using this to push this pad, or more of a distraction here, Logo.
It doesn't matter if they just want to keep fighting. That charge is going to put big damage on Blaziken, as it's going to try and separate the Blissey from the Blaziken. Night Slash going to go on in. And Pugna don't really care about that Regieleki. Leo Rio's got it covered in the back line. Zora picking up a KO streak of 2:45 seconds until the Rayquaza decides to spawn a level 14 Zoroark is something that I think Kiss want to be really, really scared of.
It's so impressive to see Claws not having any sort of typical supporter to heal them up, but yet again, they're just playing with just the utmost confidence, dashing in, and just staying in the playing field for a lot of those engagements, which I'm really surprised, because they're the highest level on the map right now, Lobo.
Yeah, Reggie Steel is going to make sure that these teams get even higher, because Apagna are going to make sure they're going to take it. Roll of the dice, but look at where Kiss is. But Leo Rio is out in no man's land, having to use its Unite early and getting taken down. It's not going to be there for that raid fight. That's one of their level 14s for, and Kiss have decided to engage early.
Yeah, well, fire melts metal, right? So getting that taken down is not going to be good for Pugna at all. And there's another member down, Slowbo, not able to use his slow beam at all. And the Rayquaza going to be so low. The Blaziken, as the insurance policy for Kiss, is going to be able to secure that. And now, I mean, a good time is to get some dunks in, isn't it? You have the level lead here. You have the score lead after those Hundo Burgers on the top side. And Celestial going to try to get their hundreds in as well. Blissey able to do that. And now the mountain is looming over Apagnan. 300 points they need to climb here for the next minute and a half.
They took that raid fight so early, so they have a minute and a half. Leafeon still has shield. I believe Celestial and the Blaziken still has shield, but nobody's checking that bush for the Leafeon. The Claydol might give it away, but no. WWW is going to get it in, as I think Apagnan are going to go for a fight on this tier 2.
16 seconds and a dream, but Zorak going down is not a good look for Apagnan at all. We have the Shandy still with so much HP there, and I think they can even gift this pad and they'll be sufficiently ahead. Meteor Storm just on the pad to delay the inevitable as the Leafeon will come through. WWW doing what WW does best. It is going to be searching for those KOs, and with the surrender vote, we are going go the second game here, but Kiss coming out on top here.
Unbelievable. I cannot believe that Leorio just managing to get caught out at the raid pit whilst his team were doing the Regieleki, probably just looking for vision. But Kiss found the moment to pounce in that moment. The mean look into Leorio on the Metagross, had to pull out the computing crash, set up the Beyblade arena, and try to take down anyone that he could. But that's a 5v1. Tano, you're here with us this time round. Wow, what a play to really take advantage of a kind of a misstep from the side of Apagna.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was, Lobo. Apagnan felt pretty... I mean, both teams did fantastically well in that game, but Apagnan were coming into that Rayquaza battle with a level 14 Metagross. They had the Klaus level 13. We had Gon level 13. They were feeling really strong coming into that battle, but that must have been some sort of miscommunication. Like Kiss, they were prepared. They recognized that Apagnan were going for that rip on that objective. They were setting up the ambush. They were prepared for that push coming into it, and it was just a great advantage to take Metagross out of that fight. Easy win that way.
It's incredible as we watch some of these highlights. The Unite moves flying from every which way. Beautiful KO streak of 2 into the Midnight Prance. Charge Beam doing such a fantastic job. And here is where Leorio got caught on out. Slowbro tried to help on out, but couldn't hit anyone with that Slow Beam to help out. And then it kind of seemed enigmatic here. Even though it was a 4v5, Apagna put up a good fight, but Blaziken secured that for the raid to take game 1.
I don't even actually know what the Blaziken needed to use its overheat there, Lobo. It seems like they just got it with an auto attack or something like that because they got ripped so fast. I am surprised at the Mew, obviously good effort to try to secure there, but when you're going up against a numbers advantage and maybe just the sheer intimidation of having a Blaziken on the opposite team, it's going to maybe mess up the ticks a little bit for the solo beat. But all is not lost though. It is a BO3. So even though Kiss took this first game, there is still a potential for Pamang to come back, and given how both these teams have played today, I can't wait to see how the second game goes. Do you guys think that there's going to be a difference in the ban, perhaps? Because Absol was quite surprising for me, at least. I thought maybe an Urshifu or even a Miraidon ban was probably overdue, but is there a great player on both these teams? I'm not too familiar with these players and whether there is a Absol god lurking in these 10 players there.
Tana, these teams are from your region. I'll let you take this one.
Well, all of the top teams in EU, really, majority of them have a great Absol player. And Absol dominates the EU region on those players. So that's kind of why they want to get rid of it. I mean, we've seen Utah destroy things on Absol. Pagnan do the same. A lot of these teams just have really comfortable players on that mon. And the thing is, when you have a good player on it, it's like an EX mon with how strong it can be.
Well, thank you so much, Tano. Well, Lobo, looks like the same bans yet again. It's going to start off this game. Number 2, Mimikyu and Psylocke going to be banned out.
Yeah, but Leafeon's going to join them in that ban stage. Emerald 2-step into the Razor Leaf is just too strong right now, especially in the hands of players of this level. Zacian also going to round that off. It's an interesting one through, which means Absol does get let out of the ban jail. I'm curious to see who's going to pick it up.
Oh, Leo Rio hovering over the Garchomp. I don't really think this is going to be their prio because Gon will take that Miraidon for them as anticipated. And that's going to set up a ability for Kiss to think about how they're going to respond to this. Maybe switch up their comp.
Yeah, I understand that. Again, it looks like where RMP is going to hover over that Blissey this time with Oblivion going to secure that Umbreon, the same thing that they did this time around. Kiss on the side of the orange, Pugnan over on the side of purple this time round. Narami is going to get access to that Mew. We've seen how good of a Mew player that Narami is, and Gek is going to lock in that Slowbro.
Slowbro and Narami on the Hooper as well. And that's going to be responded by a Blaziken yet again from Celestial. I mean, don't fix what's not broken, right? It helped them in that first game to a great degree. And WW now going to think about what they can pick since Leafeon is going to be taken out for them in that ban jail. And Inteleon might be the attacker of choice here for them. Inteleon actually got buffed in the recent patch here, Lobo. The special defenses were going to be able to help them sustain a little bit more from something like a charge beam coming out from that Miraidon.
It has such good maneuverability with Felsting and the ability to crits and do such high damage if you're accurate, and we know these players are accurate. Leo Rio is going to roll the dice with the Metagross once again, hoping not to get caught out this time around. Klaus is going to pick up the Cerule Edge, first time that I personally am seeing a Cerule Edge so far in the last 2 games, and Sad Reka is going to pick up the Absol. We know that they are a very good speedster player, so it's really going to be interesting to see how well he does and how much chaos that Absol is going to be able to bring to Theia Sky Ruins.
Now I'm very interested to actually watch Sairika play the Absol, because there has to be a reason why it was banned in that first game by a Pagnan, right? And now having the Pokemon that potentially is the best Pokemon to play, going back against some of the very best coming out from a Pugman as well, it's going to be a sight to see for sure. Plus on that Cerule Edge is going to be very interesting as well, because we know how much damage something like an X-Attack and Revenant Ren can actually do to the members of Kiss. So whether we have a Slow Beam that can lock onto the Blaziken into something like that, I think that's going to be the telltale sign of how much confidence they have in some of those team fights. But if it's anything like the last game, Lobo, these players just like to fight it out completely and consistently throughout. Wild Pokemons, haven't heard of them. Enemies, KOs, the stats at the end, that's what we want.
Look, why farm yellow dots when you can farm red dots, right? That's just the enemy team in general. Go take their farm, then take them. That is the best way. Crowd control, getting knockouts is the best form of crowd control. So, you know, these teams know what they're doing. You mentioned Revenant Rend as well, boosting that with the X attack. It's also such a great secure, such a way to get out, but it's also a very, very hard Unite move to make full use of.
And we're going to go off game number 2. A Pagnan, very important game for them to send into game 3 if they're able to take this away from Kiss. We have Sakyo going to the central area for them, obviously looking for that level 5. And Shadowkit's going to go through the central area for a Pagnan here.
I like this. I do like this. Blaziken's going to get paired once again, but we know Narami is so good on that Hoover, causing so many problems, especially now that Beldum has a partner in that top path. We didn't see it too much with a partner in the early lanes, but Leorio did so well, and it's just going to try and get its stacks on here.
Yeah, I think Hooper's definitely objectively a better support to help Beldum because of the stun from every boost, and also the ability to get a nice secure, because the range is quite nice against something like a Chansey and a Torchic. They're definitely going to struggle on the side of Kiss, and that's probably why Abs is now heading up top very fast, just to make sure, you know, the Torchic doesn't stay a Torchic for too long.
Yeah, so Cerule Edge is also heading on into that top lane to make sure that Absol does not get full scope of these middle Altares. Here we go. Beldum is evolved. Leorio is online. It's going to look for that Gyro Ball Eject. He's found them. He's gone in with the Zen Headbutt. There we go. And they're going to soak up all of those Altares. Let's see if they push on. Torchic is dangerously low here. And Naomi has decided to go with the portals, which means that Leorio is going to get all of the resets that it wants. And now the little Trix is going to head on into the central area. Make sure Absol doesn't get everything for free.
It's a really good tactic just to quickly clear these jungle buffs because they know what's coming. APG is going to be looking for these buffs on the side of Kiss, and I guess Riki are very, very close to getting knocked out there. Has to quickly back away, and that's just the strength of something like a Gyro Ball, right? The more you fight it, the closer you are to it, the more shield it's going to get as well. We have the Phantom Frost that's going to be good enough to KO streak of 2 for Klaus there, and that's going to be able to get some stacks in for them.
Yeah, stuck in the me look. It does not want to get KO'd. It's going to try and get 10. The Hooper portal is there. Is it going to get out? It is. Naromi is so good on this Hooper, and Absol's just going to get all that free. But Miraidon is still here to put some pressure on. Leo Rio is going to join it on in. Absol's going to make it on out, but it does not get away from Leo Rio as it gets a beautiful headbutt takedown on the Absol. And now we've got 20 seconds until middle Altaria. 40 seconds until those first objectives decide to hit their Sky Ruin. Is that Electro Drift?
It is going to be Electro Drift for Gon there. They definitely feel like it's easier to fight the Absol in a 1v1 matchup, as well as access maybe the Inteleon once that comes online as well. But 720 Birds will be coming on here for the first next bit of experience here, Lobo.
And it's going to try and get a Blaze Kick from the Combustion just to take it all the way. It gets stunned by Naromi into the mean look from Cerulege. It's still going to manage to get a big bit of damage. There's the Bitter Blade going to come on in. Blaziken just has to walk out. Naromi is just putting on as many heals as it can. The Hyperspace Hole could come out here for a thing, but it does not matter. Lid down into the bottom path. Leo Rio is just making sure that this Absol stays away from Slowbro. Gets caught in the surf, picks up a Citrus Berry. Slowbro just wants to score. Telekinesis into the... Oh, come on. That can't have been a computing crash whilst it was in the telekinesis.
It's just they make sure that the Absol goes back, right, and feints it there to make sure the scores go through as well. And that's going to leave them in uncontested basement Reggie as well. Klaus may be caught out here, Lobo, as it's stuck in the mean look.
Overheat gets dodged by the Phantom Force. Leo Rio is in that top path. Hooper Highway is so important. Umbreon caught out in middle of nowhere. Leo Rio with a score of 2. He is upset with what happened in the previous game. Electric Drift on to the Balissi, and now they're just going to take this Reggie Lecky off the board. Blaziken is here. Celestial is here, but he's deciding it is a 4v2 situation. Electric is going to get a beautifully aesthetically pleasing secure for the side of a Pugnan, and a Pugnan playing so well with 141 points as Leo Rio is just going to stay on that base. Doesn't matter about the lean look. The futuristic meteor shower is going to come on down and take everybody out with a 2 KO streak. And Metagross is going to clean it up, taking out the Inteleon, and Pugna is going to crash onto this tier 2 pad.
I feel like Leo Rio has their Unite move like every single fight. It just seems like it's always there available for them, and that Hooper portal is going to be able to send all of them safely back to the home pad, and they're not going to go back there, Lobo. They know where the enemies are now. The Hooper getting vision, but gets knocked out by the Absol, and maybe this is an opportunity for them to get some scores in the top pad.
That felt personal by Absol onto that. It's going to go into its Unite move. It's going to do absolutely nothing. Blissassist is going to come on in. We saw the computing crash, but Leo Rio is going to go down. Revenant Red's going to come on in. The eggs are still keeping the Absol nice and healthy. Slowbro is there. Midnight Press is going to come on in. Unite move's being used everywhere. Narumi's got a portal that's not going to be of use to absolutely anybody, but it does not matter. Overheat is going to try and do some damage to the Slowbro, but it does not matter for this one, as Psycha is just going to take that farm on his way out of a Pugnan Central area.
This is a completely different game to what we watched in that first match. A Pugnan is now very much ahead in the points, 263 to 8. And they have the level lead as well, a level 12 Miraidon. So definitely they are looking to keep their hands on the steering wheel and make sure that they dominate for the rest of the game. Remember, Rayquaza will be able to help a lot of the scores, but if they're sufficiently ahead, you know, even if there is a way from the raid, there is maybe no way to win this game for Kiss and Celestial. Looking to try to get some farm now, just waiting for the next objective to spawn. Hooper is already there for a Pugnan because they have their Unite moves ready to go, Lobo.
I'm not sure if using that Unite move is the best play because they're already there. The Hooper Highway is going to get everybody up. Leo Rio just does not care. He's going to be in the middle. He's going to go in with the Gyro Ball. Commute Crash is going to go down, but gets caught in the mean look. Umbreon is in there with it as well. Gets caught, goes after the Absol. Leo Rio is hunting down this Absol like it's a personal vendetta. Naromi manages to take down Celestial on the Blaziken, and it did not even matter, Fu. They didn't even care about the Regieleki. Naromi's like, Unite move, what? No, my team's just going to fight the enemy team's central area.
just home is where the enemy sanctuary area is, right? We're gonna see an uncontested, it seems, top Radio Lecky. No, here comes Absol trying to make a difference. Sad Rikio trying to see whether they can get a KO and then a secure on this Reggie Lecky. The Midnight Slash will be able to take out Slobo here, Lobo, but they get knocked out themselves.
Absolutely, there's a little Spy Vision just going to come on in. Is that a Blissey secure? No, it is a Midnight Prayer secure from the Umbra. Leo Rio is in here. Azure Spy Vision is going to do the crits, but Metagross is going on in. Leo Rio has out for vengeance after what happened in the previous game. They may have lost the Reggie Lecky, but it does not matter. They still win the team fight, and Leo Rio has hit that level 13 spike. It's going for more. Absol is not going to want to fight it, but now he's got comeback. No, not again. Let's not let Leo Rio get taken out once again, but the Gyro Ball's going to come on in. Absol on a HP and a dream.
Yeah, Leo Rio going down to the Umbreon was actually great for them, not giving that Absol as much XP as possible. Absol is level 14 though, so they've definitely done well this game to come back into it, considering how high level Leo Rio was for the better part of that 8 minutes. 30 seconds until this Rayquaza now. I can see the vision from Kiss Kiss. They have a way back into this fight. It's going to be a Regice at the bottom for a Pugnon there, so offering a little bit more health regeneration. But seeing the fact that Leo Rio might be caught out again, this might be dire for the team.
Not again! Not again! He caught this exact same thing that happened in game 1. Telekinesis is going to come on out. Electro Drift's going to come out. They're going to start the fight early. Slow Beam goes on in. Revenant Ren is going to try and hit the Blissey. Blissey gets taken on out. Azure Spy Vision is out as well. Kiss Kiss are going to try and rip this Rayquaza with Leo Rio out in the middle. The Hooper Unbound. Metagross is going to come right back on in. Electro Drift could secure this one. It is Leo Rio! He gets his revenge from game 1! And as well, Mirano gets a big KO streak of 3. And Metagross comes back in for a beautiful secure. Never, ever, ever doubt a Hooper that can go unbound.
It is just Leo Rio's world, and we're just living in it. But we have to give credit to the Hooper there, because Leo Rio getting caught out there was a mistake on their part for sure. However, having the Unbound Lobo, not having any delay to come back into the fight, Leo Rio was able to quickly jump through the time-space portal and then go in for that Gyro Ball for that secure. This is a fiery match, and we're sent to the Game 3 scenario here. We're going to have one more matchup between these two teams, and I think Celestial was probably kicking themselves not able to secure against that Gyro Ball.
There is no way that we saw an exact repeat. There was a 15-second difference that gave Leo Rio time to come back. Tano, you're with us before we go into Game 3. Oh my god, what did we just witness?
I just, honestly, the thing is, Metagross is working so well for a Pagnon. It's a fantastic all-rounder. But again, I thought we were going to have another repeat Lobo. I was with you. As soon as it started happening, I was like, oh my god, deja vu. But thank god they have Norami and they have the power of Hooper. And I feel like Leo Rio was like, I've made that mistake again. I need to get some revenge here. Managed to lock that in. So very fair play to them. But it did feel like a Pagnon had a lot of that under their control, to be honest, throughout the majority of that game. Sad Breakout really showing how good of an Absol player they are, though, over on the side of Kiss Kiss. But it just was a bit out of reach for Kiss Kiss, in my opinion.
Leo Rio, 104k damage. He is acing the Hunter's exam because he just wanted to go in and hunt every single person. I think I saw Leo Rio in the enemy team's central area more than any other player, even in his own central area, and he was just having a ball. So confident on the Metagross. I don't think I've seen anybody play this Metagross as confident as Leo Rio just played it in that game.
I think it's just they know not a lot of players can take down a Metagross or know how to play against it, given the draft that's put up by Kiss Kiss here. Obviously, Absol, having the Psycho card, is going to be able to do a lot of damage if it crits. But apart from that, I mean, Inteleon takes a while to do a bit of damage, and if you consistently can get the shield on, as we see here, Leo Rio using that Computing Crash in absolutely masterful way. And that Snipeshot didn't even do anything to its shield. It's just going to be that raid boss, right, for Kiss Kiss to take down, and I think in a Game 3 scenario when all things matter, is it bannable? Is it viable to ban out something like a Metagross?
If Leo Rio is playing the way that he did, if he plays the way that he's going, that Pokemon is a problem for the side of Kiss Kiss to deal with. But also, if you ban it out, you're letting one of the Pokemon that was in the ban gel out as well. Who do you let out? Do you let out Mimikyu? Do you let out Zacian? Because we know Leo Rio is an incredible Zacian player. Do we let out Psyduck finally? It's just so many questions, right? Do you target ban or do you meta ban? And I think it's something that these players are going to be. I think it's a good question that we have to ask.
For sure. And just watching back the replay, the deja vu of walking through that choke yet again for Leo Rio. I don't think they're going to be making the same mistake for this game number 3, given how close this game was. We have you can see the overheat goes off, but actually finishes a bit too early. I was wondering whether overheat actually landed there. So the gyro ball just, I guess, secured to perfection with that 1 HP Rayquaza.
It's incredible how games can turn on a dime. Again, in what world do you expect the exact same way that Leo Rio went down in Game 1 to happen in Game 2, but the reason they weren't punished for it was Naromi's patience with the Hooper ult food?
I guess that's probably why they picked the Hooper there, right? Because Naromi was on the Mew before, and Mew can't really teleport people to places. But we have the Game 3 ready to go for you guys, ladies and gentlemen. The final game of today's clash between Kiss and Apagnan. What is going to be banned out here? Will we see a similar ban? Zacian's going to actually head off the ban for Kiss.
Yeah, that's interesting. Mimikyu is usually the one that starts up the bans, but it is Zacian and Psyduck. Just a reminder, they've swapped sides once again. Apagnan is going to be on the orange side, and Kiss is going to be on the purple side. We're seeing what Celestial is going to hover over. It looked like he went towards Metagross, but no. It looks like that Mimikyu is going to stay inside that ban. I don't think Apagnan is going to ban out the Metagross that's been so good for them. They're looking like Gek might ban out that Miraidon because Electro Drip was very useful in that game. But, Alethea, maybe they want to start picking up the Miraidon for themselves again.
Perhaps, but we're going to see whether it's going to be a prior of Umbreon there, because given these 4 bans, Lobo, it does seem like perhaps that is a choice. No, WW actually going to go with the Miraidon there instead, so I'm going to be surprised if Apagnan doesn't pick up the Umbreon here.
Oh, no. Oh, Leo Rio is picking up the Garchomp. Is this the first time we're going to see a Garchomp? I thought Narami, sorry, I was pronouncing that wrong the entire time. Very hard to say that name at fast pace. But they're not even going to pick up the Garchomp. They're going to pick up the Slowbro straight off, which I think is a very interesting pick. But that gives the Blissey over to the side of Kiss. Oh.
I think they're going to go with the... I was going to say double defender comp for that, but Oblivion is going to be hovering over Blastoise, though. But like you said, perhaps we'll wait till the final seconds for these teams to kind of decide what supporter they want to bring to the table. I think going the Eldegoss is going to be quite smart to help out the Squirtle in the top path there and really counter the A-pressing coming out from Narami there. And the other note as well is... I think Hooper's just a great counter to Mean Look in general. You can get Mean Looked, but if you have a portal right underneath, they're not going to be able to knock them out because it obviously sends them back to the home pad for safety. Leo Rio not using the Metagross anymore. They've chosen the Land Shark there, Garchomp, as well as Cars picking up the Blaziken for them. So double all-rounders for the side of Apagnan, only 1 Pokemon to go.
Leo Rio is going to be so interesting. Celestial hovering over Urshifu, Sadrika hovering over Absol did such a great job. But Celestial going to go to Urshifu's counterpart in Lucario. Lucario stonks a rising food. It's so interesting. I've just been given a little bit of word from production that WWWHJHH, his name is actually Bordy. So if we want to make it easier on ourselves, we can call them Bordy. Just a little bit might make that easier for us as APG going to round it off with Mew once again, going that EXP share route with Mew this time, food.
Oh, that is great news because I didn't know whether V's or W's, ladies and gentlemen. So Bordy definitely makes it so much easier for me. Bordy the Miraidon. Got it. Now, I was surprised. I thought we were going to have a top path Blastoise, but Celestial's actually going to take that Lucario into that path instead with the Eldegoss there. So, looking at the drafts from both these teams on paper, which one are you liking more?
Oh, look, Apagnan seemed to be riding some kind of wave. I don't know what happened in that after that game 1, but it seemed like they locked in. Leo Rio is slowly becoming one of my favorite players to watch in all of EU. Narami has stolen my heart with the way that they play that trickster Hooper. But Phil, I really want to ask you about Blastoise's role in this. A lot of the time we have seen the rapid spinning Blastoise come to play in Thea Sky Ruins. Is it going to be more of a surf push and pull build to really stop Garchomp from scooping as much as it does?
I think the fact that it has an XP shell, Lobo, we probably are going to be anticipating the push Blastoise there. Obviously, Surf, if you can land it before the Garchomp goes on its Dragon Rush, you're going to be able to push it away from something like your Miraidon. At the same time, though, the beauty about Garchomp is its Livid Outrage Unite move, right? It becomes unstoppable, and that's not something a Blastoise can actually counter. So, keen to see how Leorio actually plays this. Well, they played so well so far, and we know both these teams really want to win this final game.
We could even see something out of the box here with Rapid Spin Hydro Pump, which is so good when you're inside that Rayquaza pit, hoping for a rip and secure kind of objective. We see Klaus heading on into the central area as Leorio is going to head on into the top path, and Absol's going to take that central area. And Lucario just wants to get a few little stackies all to himself.
Yes, they do, and a big push going to allow them to get that 4 in the first score of this game. But are they going to be able to get out there? Because the A pressing coming from Naro is going to be quite damaging. We have a contest for these neutral farm. The Eldegoss trying its best. Where MP looking just to support this Lucario, like he said. Hopefully they can get some stacks in level 5 for those birds.
Absolutely. We see Bordy down here being supported by the Oblivion on the Squirtle, and it does look like Gek is just going to be in their face with the Water Gun. Doesn't really care, relying on Gon to secure that with Electro Ball. One side to Mew with that secure on this side. We're heading over into the middle Altarias as Combustion's heading on into that top path. It's going to be a 3v4 situation that we've got, Food.
Very popular rotation coming out from the Mew just to support the rest of the team. Clouds needs that level 7. They need it now. We have the Absol going in. We have an evolution, though, for the Gible. So Gabite will join the party there from the side of Apagnan, and they're actually going to look to just go away. Not sure whether window shopping is on the list for them. They are still very aggressive, though, in their positioning.
They can browse, they can have a look, but it looks like Naromi is the one that's going to do most of the window shopping. I think that's a smart decision there, considering how powerful Absol is in that early game and being able to get those high crits and abilities. But Lucario could be caught out in the middle, almost gets scooped that time, but able to just power up punch his way on out. So really playing that secure build this time around, Food.
Yes, they are. They need to go against that Blaziken, right? So Pup will be a good choice here. Porto is there for Leorio, and they just managed to take it. What a fantastic support that Narami is all throughout today's games. Klaus is level 7 now. We have the 8-minute birds coming out there very soon. It looks like it's just going to go on the side of Pugnan.
Klaus is going to take that uncontested, and I think he's going to love every single minute of that. But it looks like Leorio is going to just do some battling here. It's a 3v2 situation as Leorio goes down, but Blaziken's here to help them out.
Oh, and another trade as well. Lucario going down to the Hooper. So, yet again, 20 points to 26, Lobo. What a tight final game for both these teams. Looking at the levels as well, we are going to be leaning on the side of Pugnan, though.
Can we just point out how good that overheat was into the eject, into the redirect, as Surf versus Surf, as Wartortle gets taken down, but Slowbro might pay for it as these birds are just about to spawn.
Oh, a huge scoop by Leorio, going to send them to that level 7 as well. Still uncontested now for the side of Kiskis. I think Kiskis is struggling against how aggressive Pugnan has been, and the fact that there's a Hooper Portal to put people up and down just means that they're going to be late for a lot of these rotations on the side of Kiss, and they need to actually prioritize whether we want to commit all for one objective and just give the other. Because right now, there are 2 members of Pugna on the top side, right? They're going to be able to rip that so quickly. So if the onus is on Kiss to actually get this Registeel to bring it back on their side, we have the charge means to go through. That is going to be good enough. What a relief for them. And the coaching from the Mew is going to be able to kill them outside of this fight. But perhaps a 5v4 scenario will come through there. Saika going on the Slowbro. The Mystical Mirage will come through just to hide the members of their team. But the charge being going to be too strong against the Hooper. That's going to get taken down. Absol popping off now. But the Livid Outrage on the Garchomp looking for the Borty on the Miraidon gets actually taken out. And a quick 180 scoop onto Where MP. That's going to be good enough as well. Absol going down to Garchomp as the area looks for more. We've seen them on the Metagross, and now we're seeing them on the Garchomp. And I mean, they're no different, right? They're just A-pressing to the end.
What an absolute string of events. Into the Livid Outrage, into the redirect, taking down the Absol, then redirecting on to the Eldegoss as well. Leorio is playing like his life depends on it. And once again, they're going to get uncontested in the middle. Kiss just does not seem to be able to keep pace. We talk about all the time, the foot is on the throttle, and Lucario could get caught out.
Momentum's really shifting on the side of Pugna. Aura Cannon will come through, but yet again, just have the sustain and the portals for Garchomp and Blaziken. It's going to be proving to be too hard of a risk. The Midnight Slash doesn't connect. Oh, that might be a mistake there, but Absol still finds some value getting able to take out the Garchomp there, and also the Blaziken for their team. So, you know, all is not lost. We have the levels coming back for them. Yet again.
Yeah, Naromi is just going to have to run as there's bad weather on the side of Theosky Ruins. Pugnon have to be wary of this defense. They want to keep that Hooper hyperspace highway going to their favor.
Oh, members of Kiss Kiss are going to be very low now. The Cotton Car Crash is going to be able to heal up 4 members. What a fantastic support coming from Where MP, but will get taken out, though, punished for healing their members. I mean, I feel so sorry for support players sometimes. You have the Garchomp starting to rip for this Regieleki Lobo, and it's going to be up to Oblivion to make a difference with the Charge Beam coming out, but the Livid Outrage once again running after Bordy. Just relentless Hydro Typhoon for 1 member. You can tell how much they want to knock out Leo Rio, but Leo Rio just saying, I'm going back to the portal, I'm coming back full HP, you gotta stop Hooper before you stop me, and they're gonna start the rip now.
What is this crazy plays by Leo Rio as Orican's going to secure the Regirock? The Fire Fists are going to go up against Lucario and get a takedown. Leo Rio ejected past the hyperspace hole as Hooper decides to come back unbound. I'll finish that thought a bit later, Food. The fight's about to pop off once again.
What a fantastic beam to make sure they are no more pushing on the side of Kiss Kiss. I mean, it's so refreshing to see actually a damage move from Gon instead of an XP share move, because that's going to be able to allow them to hit that level 12, which they have now, and deal so much damage from Solar Beam as well. Solar Beam Plus obviously getting unlocked at that level. And here comes the siege on the tier 2 pad, perhaps.
I know that this walking in, Lucari's going to get caught out with the Surf. Close combat not going to be able to do too much, but I think they're just waiting for Leo Rio, who's just taking his place and managed to take down Bordy in the central area. But I think they're just going to go bottom path and score, as it's just a distraction from a Pugnon. And they are almost 200 points ahead of Kiss Kiss right now.
Yeah, Pugna in a fantastic position. Absol getting taken down by Mew is not a good look for Kiss Kiss either. They really need to find something now to come back into this game. A minute before the Rayquaza will come through. Telekinesis on Slowbro is going to be great. The Aura Cannon to go through. That's quite a late unite for Lucario, in my opinion. Maridon able to take out Blaziken as well, but the Absol goes down in that fight. Yet again, these teams are just scrambling to get any sort of XP from the enemy team instead of being Pac-Man and taking some of these yellow dots off the screen. A good break on the top side pad, though, will maybe perhaps swing some of the points in the favor of Kiss Kiss. They are still 130 points below what a Pac-Man is, though.
Yeah, like breaking that Hooper highway as a big takedown on the Mew, as Narumi's just going to come right back on in, takes all of their damage away. Taking down a Hooper highway at this late in the game with 2 minutes 30, it's going to be better, but I want to see how they roll the dice. It has been Registeals this so far up until now. Is it going to be a Registeal again? And it is for, and I think both teams are going to be interested in this one, as we've got 20 seconds until the Rayquaza spawns. But it's only a Blastoise versus the rest of the team of Pugnon, and they're going to take this one fairly simple. Just no contention coming from the side of Kiss Kiss in this one. Blaziken might not get this in time with 5 seconds left to go. There's nobody helping him, but Leo Rio could get caught out once again inside the Ray Pit, but he's safe this time as all the moves are starting to pop off.
Oh, and the Rayquaza's just gone immediately, Lobo. And that's all she wrote, because it's going to go on the side of Kiss Kiss. And Kiss Kiss now kissing the Rayquaza because it provides the shield that they need. Blastoise gets taken down, though, so perhaps it is not over yet. Oh, 310 to 243.
343. There's only 300 points in this. It decides, but there's still 1 minute 30 food. They have to break the shields. Lucario could get caught out in the middle of nowhere. Where did that Rayquaza go before we even just looked and panned over? It was already gone. But 1 minute 20. Absol seems to be the only person with shield left. They need, and it looks like we're going to get a big push from a Pugnon inside this bottom lane, but Absol just filling its pockets with Eos energy. Is it better to defend or is it better to attack? And it looks like a Pugnon is going to choose attack.
Pugnon has to. They're below in points. They need to be able to score 300 points to able to qualify for Throne's main event. But so far, things are looking really good for Kiss Kiss. We have a level 15 Maridon now on that side. Midnight Slash going to come through to delete 3 members of a Pugnon. And with that, another one will fall to Absol as well. Sad, Rikia. Not sad anymore. They're so happy because now they're in the lead and they're looking to score even more on this tier 1.
Did it happen again, Boo? did it happen again? Did Leorio get caught out in that bush again? Like, he survived this time round, but that led the fight into the side of Kiss Kiss because they had to be focused on saving him once again.
We'll have to watch the replay back, Lobo. The Rayquaza ripped so fast after we watched the Blaziken try to do that based on Reggie. I didn't actually catch sight of it. Aura Cannon goes through once again for Celestial, but they're going to be so happy on this pad now. They know they are so far in the points lead that they are going to be earning their position in tomorrow's main event and finals. I mean, they're top 8 now coming out from these three teams, Lobo. That is an absolute achievement and a half.
And taking into consideration that who these teams are, it is an absolute massive achievement to hit top 8. Really well played by them. They played their game, I think. They played their game. They didn't let themselves get pressured by a Pugnan, and they punished them. For the last 2 games in a row, a Pugnan seemed to have done the same thing at Ray. I do need to watch that replay back for this one. I would really like to see it again if the same thing happened. But really, really good defense. A great job. And the Blastoise Hydro Typhoon, I think, was one of the most important things in that raid fight, really knocking everybody up. But the funniest thing was, we watched Klaus do that Registeel, and it took us longer to watch the Registeel getting taken than the entirety of that raid fight.
That's true. That's a great point. And just looking at the damage here, 78,000 damage coming out from Gon. That's the power of a triple damage item, Mew there. And Saturday obviously leading the damage profile for their team. 79 taken, done, sorry, and only 46,000 taken. So what a fantastic match. And I guess credit for both these teams for making it that far. But Kiss Kiss coming through all the way from losers round 1, Lobo, and qualifying. They never stop believing. And as we see some of these replays, let's see what actually happened in this third game.
Yeah, absolutely. We love seeing a beautiful takedown Nairobi on the Lucario there. Charge Beam just proving to be so effective as these sieges came from absolutely everywhere. I'd love to get stats on how many fights just happened. Lucario going in, Five Fist going in. These teams were just fighting every single chance that they got.
But yeah, just I love to see the fact that Garchomp is just running after Bordy the entire time. There's only one target on their mind when they go into that Unite move.
Watch this here. Into the Livid Outrage, takes down Bordy, goes into the Elder Goss, manages to turn it around, take down the Absol, then turns around on the Elder Goss once again as Klaus manages to finish the Blastoise. What a series of takedowns there again. Really great play from Garchomp. Sometimes his play can seem so chaotic because it's just slashing and hacking at anything that moves. But to really be able to control Garchomp like that is something very, very impressive and very awe-inspiring to watch.
Oh, 100%. And I think that the fact that we have Leorio on this Garchomp and just showing that they're not just a Metagross one-trick Lobo is so important for all the other teams watching. But Leorio will be able to just watch tomorrow's match because they're going to be Kiss Kiss that takes it through.
This is a lovely little skirmish here between Blaziken and the Lucario. Lucario had low health, but the Five is just doing so much damage. And again, a beam to the face to take down Absol at the 3.5 minute mark. We're going to head on into the Rayquaza fight soon enough. Again, we thought the fight was going to happen here. Once again, the Pooper Portal is managing to send everyone away. There's the Hydro Typhoon, Fu, at the Rayquaza fight, really knocking everybody up.
Oh, there we go. I didn't actually catch that at all, but it's going to be the charge beam for Miraidon that actually secures it. So Bordy able to secure that Rayquaza and also the third game for them. So fantastic gaming from Kiss Kiss. I'm just so in awe of the fact that they were able to make it through the losers from the get-go. That's a great resilience for them. But we're going to go on a quick break, ladies and gentlemen, and get set up for the final bit of today's broadcast. We'll see you very, very soon. Okay. my VMix DC'd at like the 2-minute mark, so I just like by the time I came back, it was the Ray closet just got ripped. So I was like, oh okay, what the fuck. It's just not good. It's not good. It says the host disconnected. I was like, what? Wait, were we coming through the broadcast? That's funny. So we're just waiting for the game number 2. Oh, it's gone. Oh, okay. I'm just gonna quickly pop to the bathroom then. Tana, do you want to take play-by-play first, or you want to call first? Oh, hello everyone. The IceBound Invitationals with MQL, $1,500, Tano, up for grabs. And we have the final few games ready to go for you guys. It's going to be Luminosity against Yatagarasu. And yet again, stakes are high here, Tano. We are looking for the winner of this set. It's going to move on to top 8 tomorrow.
Yeah, and you want to go into tomorrow because that's the only way you're going to win all that moolah. But I will say that from what we've heard, these are two of the best teams in their regions. Obviously, we all know Luminosity. We've seen them compete for Worlds and we've seen them win Worlds many a times. But Yatagarasu also being one of the best in their region, Fu. But here we go. We're heading straight into this. Of course, just as a reminder, chat, this is the second game. Luminosity managed to win the first one. This is going to be the second game. Can Yatagarasu pull out a game-free situation?
Well, we'd hope, right, as casters, we want to see it go the distance. So many Game 3s today. But this game will start us off with some bans. It's going to be a double evolution Leafeon and Umbreon band out for Yatagarasu. And Psyduck is looking very spicy in that Tanjail for Luminosity. What is going to be banning for the second Mon? It's going to be that Mimikyu here.
It's so funny that Psyduck just does not get to play at all. That thing has been banned all day, and I think it's going to continue to do so until we see a few more nerfs. I mean, of course, it had recent ones, Fu, but we just haven't seen it do much in any tournament. It's not a chance to, but what has is Piplup locking in their all-rounders, and they take the Sword Doggo first away from Luminosity, but Kyrios takes that Dragon. They're going to take the Miraidon, and Slashcan locking in the Snorlax.
That is very interesting to prior the Zacian here. I think maybe they just want that for that secure. And also, once you hit that level 5, you're going to be able to brawl out a lot of the all-rounders. Even Luminosity will be bringing that to the table. Seabus are going to lock in that Slowbro, it seems. And Gohan are picking that Blissey for their team. I was just going to say, Slash affording the Snorlax is going to actually provide Yatagarasu with that Blissey for them. So we'll see what trainer picks here, Tano.
Do they go for a healer? We've seen Luminosity throw it up without even going for that kind of style of support, so it wouldn't surprise me if they do the same. I love the Slowbro pick. Ooh, Fu. I think we're going to have that Comfey Zorak coming on out. Overlord looking to cook. Luminosity looking to cook.
They're definitely looking to cook, and with Yosh hovering over the Zorak, maybe they see the Comfey and they want to stop and separate Overlord from Otter there. Right, a combo that we've seen all too well in so many of those international stages. And Chandelure is going to be the last Pokemon to round off the draft for Yatagarasu. That's going to be Tinfoan on the Shandy. I'm just not sure whether that's going to be the best pick going up against a possible Speedster, right, that Overlord can bring. But it seems like having Zorak taken, the only other option is that Blaziken.
I absolutely love the counter pick that Yatagarasu have gone for there. They know the threat that Luminosity is with that Comfey Zorak, and they steal it away, Fu. That is inspired. They've changed their entire comp just to handle that. Chandelure coming in, they do have that Imprison, and I'm with you. I don't know whether it is going to be enough, especially if Kyrios goes for that Charge Beam on Miraidon. It doesn't quite outrange the power of that Miraidon, but we'll see, because they do need some range. So good pick up. Ignite Midnight, really important for these objectives. Of course, if you pop that out, it's good to secure, but it also blinds the team just for that little couple of seconds that you need.
That is a great point. And something else that's interesting on the board here, ladies and gentlemen, is Seabus having that Assault Vest for that Slowbro. Now, I think that is a great item to pick in this scenario, because we have both Kyrios on that Miraidon and also Trainer on the Glaceon. And both these Pokemons are special attackers, so you gotta put on your extra vest here, since it's obviously ice cold in IceBound Invitationals, but also ice cold against the spears coming out from Trainer as well.
Yeah, I feel like Glaceon has had a lot of play recently, and fair enough, it does still manage to do rips on tanks that works really well. The Slowbro pick, it's going to work well against that because it just rips so much, but you do need to hit that level 6, level 7 power spike really on that Glaceon, which does mean it doesn't quite level the same way that the other evolutions do, so we need to see Luminosity put a lot of importance onto that, but also they got to get Blaziken online. They need to get Overlord cooking.
They definitely do, and I'm keen to see whether they will actually maybe split the central area with Trainer as well. We see a lot of the evolutions, when they are picked for their team, they tend to take one of the buffs to just kind of edge them up into that level 4 region, and then once you start building up level 6 for Glaceon, then you have this access to the full kit, and you're going to be able to rain down some of those spears as well. I'm just keen to see what Pokemon Yoshi's actually going to prioritize on this Zoroark, because obviously Glaceon is a menace to deal with, and so is Curious on the Miraidon as well. So it's either one or the other, I think. And obviously Gohan is money up here. So we're going to go into just game number 2 between LG and also Yatagarasu.
Let's see how they're going to pair up against each other. LD managing to take that first one, so Yatagarasu have no choice but to go all out. They're going to try and get Zoroark emote early and provide that.
Yes, they are. Some of these it's going to be a so it's going to be a great meal for Pip-Boop if they can have access to a KO. We have Gohan looking to try to secure and just going to delay the inevitable, which is Overlord hitting that one.
If Ashen can get 5 early enough, they're going to take the power spike in that top lane, but it's important that they try and do that without giving up any important KOs. Glaceon is rotating in. Look how weak Zacian is there. People forget how much damage a Torchic can actually drop.
And Frank lurking in the bushes here, level 5 already, so opting to quickly try to support their path of Pokemon in order to get the Overlord into level 5 and maybe level 6 itself. But we have Yosh coming up for this secure.
They have got their combos, they're going to dive on in, there's the boosted. They have got a Kumbe on that Torchic though, so that's going to be easily coming back. And with those icicle spears, nice bit of damage onto that Sword Doggo, but they are prepared. Look at them getting ready with their boosted attacks. They know that that's coming in. It is going to be that Sword Doggo that manages to grab that one through.
Yeah, the beauty about Zacian is that each of the auto attacks have different effects. Some of them are able to lunge onto the enemy, some of them are able to just roll it out to you and maybe hit a little bit. But Zacian will get KO'd there, so Overlord now taking the advantage. They're going to quickly run to this pad and get some scores in the front.
That's going to be huge. Luminosity getting a good advantage from that, and if they can take down Gohan, it is just a chancey right now. They have got that focus band that's been popped, gives them that healing, but really close. Luminosity putting on that pressure. Here are the mid birds. We have Glaceon going for the rip with those icicle spears, but the boosted comes out from Zoroark, although they don't manage to get the final one there, Fu. So that's a huge amount of damage that hasn't actually gone to the side of Luminosity. They grab that big one.
Yes, they do, and it's going to be evening out the playing field for both of them. It's going to be Icicle Spear for them. Pip-Boop just stunned out from Overlord, but Overlord not having level 7 means that it doesn't have access to the other moves as well. The quick eject from Trainer to link up the spears onto Gohan, and Gohan might be caught in between a rock and a hard place there, gets knocked out.
That was great, using that blazer, the Combusken even, to pull the Blissey so the spears hit them and take them down. That was inspired. Nice 30 dunk coming in as well. Zacian's trying to put up a defense, but you're up against a mighty Snorlax. It does fall. Thanks to Chandelure coming up to provide that assistance. Trainer is backing on up to their goal. They have all of these spears ready to pop, and look at them target the supports. You take that Blissey out, this is going to be a completely different team fight.
I agree. Just I think taking out the healing on the side of Yatagarasu is going to make sure this Comfy's going to be able to help out Overlord as well. We have a dive into the overheat, and here comes the slash and dash, and that's going to be good enough to knock out the Blaziken.
Oh, the Sacred Sword again. They're going to be able to drop onto the Comfy, but no, it manages to hop onto Trainer before it gets KO'd, and the spears are going to take down the Sword Doggo in return, and they're not happy with that. They want to take down the damage in the backline as well, Fu. Snorlax dropping the damage onto the Lecky. They are prepared, but Flash can dive it on in to try and prevent anyone approaching this Glaceon. Who's going to lock it in? It's the Comfy out of all mons managing to secure that. That is what you see from a good Comfy player. Hop off, drop that damage as well.
Yeah, Oda saying, fine, I'll do it myself. The Meteor Storm will come through, and they're going to try to get a siege on the top hat there. Blissey will get knocked out, so no more healing for Yatagarasu. The Regieleki is a pixel away from going in, and it's up to the Zoroark to make a difference here. It's going to walk in anyway. Tano, and here comes the scores. Chaos Streak of 3 for Kyria.
Woo, baby, we have a Quadra Miraidon showing why it is a legendary Pokemon. The damage that it drops with that charge beam, nice overcap for Luminosity. And I'll tell you what, Fu, Luminosity are beginning to put this game away, and we're just about to hit the mid-game.
Still 0 points on the side of Yatagarasu. I'm scared that this might be a donut game if it keeps it up. Overlord having the Blaze kick, but gets Telekinesis. No one there to back them up though. Overlord able to get out, and the Comfy Odd are looking to attach ASAP.
Oh, the pressure. Luminosity are not letting go. They have got their foot onto that pedal and they're constantly putting it down. Slowbro can't survive the block, pushing it into the Blaziken. The synergy with Luminosity. There's the Bliss Assistance just to try and keep that Zorak up, but there's the power nap. The Nightfall Days comes out. They do manage to pick up the Chandelier though, does the Glaceon, and Luminosity yet again have destroyed Yatagarasu. They've taken that T1. We have a 30 dunk going in from that Zacian, but 182 points on the board for Luminosity.
This is just textbook support and defending coming out from Luminosity here. The power nap to ensure that we have a buddy barrier going on Overlord meant that they can actually survive the onslaught of damage that Yatagarasu actually applied to them. Zacian going down is still not good for them either. I think we need to go back into capturing some of these wild Pokemons on Yatagarasu because looking at the levels here, Tano, we have a level 12 Blaziken and it just hit that 430 mark.
Yeah, it's such a concern right now. There we go. We see the Fanciful Fields coming out from that Comfey, trying to keep this Blaziken alive and kicking, and they're going to be able to do just that. Overheat getting prepared, a Juck button to throw that onto the side of Yatagarasu. The rest of the team has arrived. Fu, look at that block. You thought you were going to get back to your pad. No way. Slashcat says, get away from me. You're going to my team. We're now going to rip this Lecky. Luminosity are dominating this game.
Oh, another uncontested Regieleki. And I think it's just so hard, right, going up against Luminosity here. If you look at anyone, you either have Spears to the face, a kick to the face, or the charge beam coming up from Kyrion. And they're going to look to push this Regieleki in.
It's going to be easy for them to do it with the Ray. They're dominating the backline, but no, a fantastic Midnight means that they put the pressure onto Luminosity, but look at Blaziken. They take down that Chandelier, and the Zacian can't survive either, buddy. They have Sovereign Sword, but wow, they've broken that T2 pad. They got a 50 dunk on in. Luminosity are not letting the pressure up at all. They'll try and take all this farm away.
They want to drive it all the way home and qualify for tomorrow's top 8 here, Tano. We have 2 level 13s and a level 12 Miraidon, opposed to just a level 12 Zorak. The task is high. It is going to be a difficult operation to kind of come back into this match, and I think Zacian is just going to look to farm it up for the rest of the time before the Rayquaza comes out. It has to be a flip now for Yatagarasu. There's not really any other way they can come back. I think contesting this Regirock is probably a bad idea too. Bliss Assistance is going to be so late here, Tano.
I was with you. I feel like contesting that Regirock was not the right decision. You should have gone and even tried to score some goals or grab some more farm. This is just a cleanup crew for Luminosity. Miraidon dropping another triple KO. You should have done something else with that one, in my opinion, Fu. I just feel like giving away more KOs to Luminosity cannot be the answer.
It can't be, and with 331 points in their pockets, this is really a game for Luminosity to lose, if anything. And I think they're going to be set up here for this Rayquaza, knowing that probably the only way for Yatagarasu to come back is to rip this Rayquaza, having time to go through. And I think Zorak might be caught out here. Yosh trying to get out with the Bliss EX, trying to keep them on the map here, Tano.
And this is it, when you have to use those eggs before Rayquaza has spawned, you are not in a good position as a team. Overheat doesn't lock on anyone there. Zacian with a really good Sacred Sword, but they aren't able to pick up any damage because of Comfey on that Blaziken. Luminosity are just sat in a really aggressive stance right now. They know they don't need this objective. They know they have the better team fight material going on, and they're just going to put up a wall for anyone coming into this Ray pit.
Yeah, a war, physical and mental here. I think Yatagarasu is now just struggling to get into the Rayquaza pit, and Overlord seems to be everywhere at once. We have Zacian trying to push in, Piplup looking for an entry point with the Rayquaza and Rage at the moment, but the Spear's not going to go through on the Zorak here, Tano.
Great pick up on the Zorak. They baited them in with the rip onto the Rayquaza, slow beam onto that Blaziken, but you don't have enough health to keep that one going. Power nap to drop that CC, but they do fell that the Zacian. A triple KO for Glaceon. They're still on top as an evolution, baby, and now we're going to have Luminosity rip this Rayquaza. They don't want the option to be there. They want to take it down. Blissey with a good effort, but you're not going to out-secure a Miraidon or a Blaziken. Luminosity are going to take this game, buddy. They're going to take game 2. They're going to go straight on through to the tournament tomorrow.
Yes, they are. Luminosity shining brighter than ever, able to just dominate this game. I think just there was never an opportunity for Yatagarasu to really come back in. It just seemed like from the get-go, when Overlord got his Blaziken evolution and Miraidon, Glaceon having their moves up as well, there was just Zorak tried its best, Tano, to get to the back line, but it just, you pick one, you get knocked out by the other, and there's just no way Yatagarasu can actually take back the lead in terms of points either. 481 to 55 here.
Yeah, that was as one-sided as a game can be, but I was with you at one point. I felt like we weren't going to see any points on the board for Yatagarasu, and it was going to be that fat donut for a while, but they did manage to score some. But again, it was just Luminosity putting on that pressure and not letting it go. They had a vengeance into this game, buddy, and they came out really, really strong. 136k damage for Overlord.
That's just a daily life in the day of Overlord, right? Just casually putting more than 120k in a tournament here, and what an important tournament for them to do so. Having that top 8, I think it's just a bit of relief for them as well. Obviously, not the best scenario to get knocked out of the winners there, but still able to qualify through is going to be very important. Regardless, though, congratulations to all the teams that made it. Having a look at this replay, it's just going to be a show of the spears and the kicks, I think.
Yeah, I think so as well, Phil. It was just pairing that Glaceon with the power of that Blaziken, Miraidon Charge Beam. What can you do if you are Yatagarasu? They had to take the Zorak away, right? They didn't have a choice. They didn't want Overlord on it, but it just meant that you were taking them on into this that you probably didn't want to.
No, you didn't. As we're going to finish up this replay of this game, we're going to end the broadcast very, very soon. But what a day it has been. And I think something important we can do is quickly give a shout out to all the 8 teams that qualified for tomorrow. Because tomorrow is that main event. It is where the moolah is, as you mentioned before. So congratulations, Orange Juices, Hoenn Plaga, For Fun, and Stamina Esports, rounding out the top 4 through the winners there. And I'm making it through the losers bracket. It's going to be Lost Papu Lovers, obviously Luminosity, Kiss that we watched before, and also Fusion. So fantastic. And congratulations to all the 63 teams that participated in today's event. But tomorrow is where the fire really begins.
Oh, yes, I'm going to be there. I'm very excited to be there. It is going to be an incredible final to this incredible tournament. A huge shout out to everyone that has been able to put this on. It's been one of my favorite yet. The games have been insane. Huge shout out to Nouns Esports. A huge shout out to the rest of the team as well, because it has been incredible, Fu. The tournament play has been next level. It's really just been completely what I wasn't expecting, to be honest. The plays that we've seen have been crazy. MQL as well, thank you so much for getting involved in this tournament.
Yeah, and just having a look at tomorrow's top 8 bracket, you can see some of the matchup that will be coming up. I already see some fantastic sets that we're going to be able to watch. I mean, Stamina Esports against the Luminosity, For Fun against Lost Papu Lovers, and Fusion against Hoenn Plaga, and obviously Orange Juices, so dominant through the winners today, are going to go up against Kiss. I mean, it's IceBound's tournament, Atano, but it definitely, I can see some flames tomorrow for sure.
There ain't going to be any ice left with these teams tomorrow, buddy. They are going to be cooking so hard. Some fantastic names there that have gone up against really solid teams, and they've managed to come out on top. So I'm very excited to see the outcome of that one. Huge shout out to those teams, and a huge shout out to all the other teams that have competed as well, because there was a lot of teams that came into this, and we're ending with a top 8 going into tomorrow.
Yes, we are. And there's a lot of thank yous to shout out before we end today's broadcast. Yet again, these type of production and grassroots tournaments aren't possible without a lot of people behind the scenes. Let's shout out the casters. To begin with, we saw Steel Agent Kyle and Husky start the broadcast off, and then we had Tano, Lobo, and myself to round it off today's cast. Tomorrow, we'll see more popular casters as well joining the fray and cast, such a great event, because at the end of the day, 1,500 for a grassroots tournament, Tano, it is crazy. We also have observers, Yaman as well. Thank you so much for observing our games today and helping production along. Production head, obviously, Shavam, getting the production in. I know VMix was a interesting program to use today, but they made it work, and what a nice way to go through. Also, Calypso, who are making all the overlays and the transitions as well. Big shout out to them. And obviously the admins that we have to thank as well, Tano, Lordy, Schmitty as well, and also MQL, as this is their event, and also their admins and also their people that helped out there as well. Anything else you want to say, Tano, before we round off today's broadcast?
Just a huge love around for everybody, buddy. Pokemon Unite is such a fantastic game, and these grassroots tournaments really do build up this game. It gives people practice for UCS, and it wouldn't be where it is without these tournaments. So thank you to everyone coming to watch and everyone that takes part. It's been a joy for me to cast. I can't wait to do the same tomorrow. And Fu, I love you, buddy. It's been so much fun to cast alongside you.
I know we're on the other side of the world, Tano, but I feel like every time we come together for these casts, I have so much fun. So big shout out to also Courageon from I've heard from production that did some of the graphics as well. So big shout out to them. And obviously everyone that watched it from home or anywhere in the world on your mobile, your laptop, your TV even, that tuned in today's broadcast. I promise you the action will not stop tomorrow. I want to see who is crowned the champion of the IceBound tournament. But that is going to be it for now for us. We'll catch you tomorrow bright and early. For me, bright and late. Dark and late for you guys all across the world. But we'll catch you tomorrow nonetheless. And have a good one, ladies and gentlemen. Take care.